You missed the black hair, you say? Honestly, I kind of miss the black hair too, I'm not gonna lie. Also, my bed head today is unmatched. Well, it's not as bad anymore. When I woke up, this whole back was just like flat and like, I don't even know, sticking up. Yep, okay, there we go. I went back to it. Meh. Anyway, shut up. Never happened. Never will. Get away from me with that. Oh my god, dude, all of my cables are fucking tangled right now. Anyway. Ooh, have fun. The dogs are being crazy. Crazy. I have to angle that lower so you cannot see things on the counter. Anyway. Alright, so we're gonna play some Sims today. I wanted to build us like a community lot or something like that. I was thinking that we can play on, because current community lots are questionable, and I think that we can make some look more fun. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the plan. Now let's just fucking hope that in the few hours I haven't checked the Sims, it hasn't broken. I'm a little concerned. Hey buddy, can you off with that? Can you do that somewhere else? Can you, nope, take it off. Take it off. Baba, baba, no, off. 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 No, off the bed, no, off. Baba, stop hiding your fucking bone on my bed. Mister, can you take that off the bed, please? Take it somewhere else. Can you take it to the couch? Here. Let's take it to the couch. Come on, Baba. Miso. Let's take this to the couch, please. To the couch, please. No, it's not for you. It's not for it. It's for Baba. 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 It's for Baba. Yeah, all of you are crazy. Stop trying to steal from Miso. Oh my god. Dude. They all keep trying to steal from fucking Miso. It does not fall out of everywhere. It depends. I wish though, because then if that was the case, I could just wear wigs and I'd be chilling. No, I'm just kidding. I feel like that would be weird. Hey! Oh my god. Come on. Guys! Soul! Soul! Get the fuck away. Soul. Stop. Not for you. Not for you. I will lock you outside. Soul, come on. Come be with me. Stop bothering. Stop. Come on, Soul. Dude, these fucking two. You guys are gonna make me so fucking bite one of you. And it's gonna be your fault. Yeah, he's gonna bite you, it's gonna be your fault because you keep stealing from him. Both of you. You're being bad. Do you guys hear them? Soul! Oh, she didn't run in. Okay, I thought she... Okay, overreaction. I thought she left. Yeah, just stay in here, Soul. Stay in here. Just stay here. Oh my god. Soul. 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 Ah. Soul. 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 Hey buddy, did you leave it for... Oh, no. Soul. No stealing. No stealing. You have it in your mouth, don't you? God damn it. Bubbles! It's not bubbles. Drop it. Nah, Alright. Run, buddy. Run. Defend yourself a little bit. Come on, help me out here, dude. Buddy, can you go? Don't do it on the fucking bed, please. The one, I literally the only thing I'm asking is you just don't eat it on my bed. Oh my god, dude, these fucking dogs are... ah! Oh my god. Buddy, can you just eat it, though? You're just gonna fucking lay in front of everyone with it. Oh my god, stop. Soul's gonna steal that from you, dude. Oh my god. That's brave. That's brave of you, Miso. That's an interesting choice. Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm ignoring them. I'm ignoring them. Alright. Fucking hell. No, at least not. At least they don't lead to vet visits. Thankfully, when they're fighting, they just growl a lot. Like, it sounds really chaotic and scary, but it's not actually. Alright, let's hope the Sims just fucking works. I don't know what happened to my current save file or whatever the fuck my Sims on the other computer. It's just completely shit out, but yeah, let's see how this works. Let me swap us over. Where the fuck? There it is. They do eat along with the cat, although the cat also tries to steal, so that's not great. Okay, let's hope this fucking works. I mean, they're all getting along decently right now, at least. Okay. Jean, you just won free earbuds, apparently. Let's go. I don't even know if Gina's here right now, but, you know. Oh, right. Our beautiful apartment. Why are you asleep on the couch? I really like how our little apartment turned out, honestly. It's a vibe. Hell yeah. Alright, anyway, let us manage world. Okay. No. He's not here. It does look uncomfortable to sleep in. Alright, which world should we build? Well, okay, what should we build? Actually, let's start there. What should we build? What kind of public building should we have? We could make a store of some kind. We can make like a club of some kind. Help me think outside the box. We could do like I was gonna say a zoo, but I don't actually know how we can do a zoo. Okay, I can't really do a brothel. I could do like a brothel, sort of, but like not actually, because I don't have a lot of good mods for that at the moment. We could do a bathhouse. We could do like a spa. That is an option. Bubble tea cat cafe. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't be able to play it. Public cemetery. You know, actually, we could do that in the vampire location. That'd be funny. Actually, do they have one already? I feel like if they don't, no, they don't. They really should. Yeah, they don't even have one in the, oh, I guess right here they do. Okay, I was like, how is there no cemetery here? Wonder, do they have a cemetery? The wolves do not have a cemetery. I have not explored this location like at all. There are not roller coasters, unfortunately. I wish. Fucking wish. We could get mods probably that have that, but let's see. We could build a community lot where we have our custom area, or we could have it be in one of these spots. Where's the other? We're there. That's where we have them playing. I say we do it in this area because it's pretty blank slate. So we can build something here. Did we finish my house? I forget. Bye! Thanks for stopping by. Oh, dude, I fucking love Dippin' Dots. Bruh. There's like a few places I can still find them in Seattle, and oh god, so good. One of those places is Round One. They have Dippin' Dots. Oh, dude, I'm just so mad because like when I was a kid they had the fucking collab with McDonald's, right? Why did that stop? That should have been a permanent menu item at McDonald's. I'm so mad about it. I'm so mad about it. I'm never getting over that. So, you're fine. Which one should we have be? Maybe... Should we use a big lot or a small lot? The one by you doesn't have Dippin' Dots? What the fuck? The one that I go to is like kind of, I don't remember which it's kind of a ways out. It's not like in Seattle. It's, I don't remember where it is. It's one of those suburb areas. But bro, they have Dippin' Dots and it's in like a little crane machine. It's so cute. What's Round One? Ugh. The best place ever. Round One, it's like grown-up Chuck E. Cheese, but from Japan. I feel like that's the best way to describe it. Oh my god, stop honking. It does, it does. Yes. I think they have alcohol, yeah. They also have Japanese food on the menu. Ours just got like a new menu and it had like taiyaki and other stuff on it. Which makes sense because there's like a lot of Japanese people who live here. But yeah, I love it. Hi, so I was just petting you, baby girl. Just petting you, baby girl. This is a good test for you, good testing patience. Good testing patience for the po' boys. Yeah. Yeah, no, you can't walk around with it, I don't think, but there's like spots you can sit with it. I love round one. It's so fun. Also, because, like, it's one of the few places I can go and, like, I don't have to talk to people. But also, for some reason, all the employees end up liking me, and they always help me with getting the stuff from the crane machines. Also, my fucking fiance is really good at crane games. Like, literally every time we fucking go, we come back with like 20 plushies, because he's that good at fucking crane games, and I'm just like, literally how? I don't understand. I help, though. I help by being like, okay, just that. I like sit by the side and watch it. But okay, here I'm gonna just, okay, Sims community lot ideas. All right, I'm looking on Reddit. Reddit has some ideas. Okay, children's library. Mommy and Me Fitness. This is someone who has a lot of families in their game. Music and art school. All year round indoor ice rink. Oh, that's a fun idea. Church with a community basement for the use. Old playground. A secret witch circle in the woods. A shop. Botanical garden. An arcade. Okay, literally all of those are great ideas. Thanks, Reddit. Wait, what is? I can't have taiyaki, not because the beans, but because there's octopus in it. But I can have beans is not a problem. I can have beans. I can't have peas. I can't have legumes, but not all beans are the same type of legume. There's like 2 different classifications for legumes or some shit that I can have. But yeah, no. Takoyaki, yeah, I did mean that. I'm tired. Listen, I have been cleaning my house since 9 o'clock this morning, so leave me alone. Yeah, no, I can have taiyaki. Yes. Oh. Dude, I hate when I fucking hover over the fucking pop-ups thingy. I don't care. So dumb. Both. I needed to clean because I've just been so fucking busy. Also, I needed to clean because I need to work on a few of the cosplays and I need space for it. And then also, yeah, the cleaners are coming on Monday. Speaking of which, wait, am I supposed to film stuff on Monday? Fuck. Okay, it's Cat Noir though. Wait, is that not, that's not the right day. Bowser. It's Bowser, okay. Might have to split Bowser up half between Monday and half between Tuesday when I'm filming. Or when I'm streaming. That's so annoying. Okay, whatever. I'll figure that out. Problem for later. Problem for later. Thank you, Column. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that. My brain is, yeah, right now. But yeah. Fuck. Thank you, Strudel. Yeah, it's a problem for future me. God damn it. Tuesday is October 1st. Yeah. Grr. Oh no, I have a huge list of to do right now. Oh, the kitten. He's kitten. He's zonked. Fully zonked. Okay. Of those ideas though, chat, let me think of top 3 and then I'll put a poll up. Okay, I like the idea. I like the idea of the library. I like the ice rink. I also like the botanical garden. But I also like the arcade. Okay, we're gonna do arcade, ice rink, and library will be our 3 options. How about that? Okay. Bro, I wish I could do a petting zoo, but like, I don't know how I would do that. Okay. A mall is definitely a good idea, but also will take us way longer. So I think that we should do a mall in the future, but okay. I think the mall should be in Magnolia Promenade, right? Like, I feel like we should redo this. We should just remake that. Dude, really? All of these are so small. Why are all the lots so tiny? See, it's a 50 by 40. 50 by 50. 50 by 50. Okay, a 250 by 50 is there. 50 by 50, 50 by 50. Hmm. 64, 64. Okay, finally. God. Why is it so hard to find big lots? It's actually really annoying. Like, hello? I miss in The Sims 3 when we could place lots. Because, like, what do you mean there's only that many 60 by 64 or 64 by 64s? Like, most other places only have, like, a fucking... And, like, these are the only base games. Wait, are there any other base games? Are any of the other... No, all of these are not base game. What the fuck? Wait, are there any 64 by 64 in any of the base game? Is there actually not? Yo. That's crazy. What the fuck? God. No, they're all in the same universe. They're all of these are in the same universe, so you can just travel between them. And then these are the vacation worlds. Like a little forest world. Even the national park is only 50 feet. You could have fit a 64 by 64 here. Like, that pisses me off so fucking much. Oh yeah, that's a 64 by 64. That doesn't even need to be a 64 by 64. This is a fun arc though. We should play this.
with my character. That's what my character is gonna be doing. Then we have this shit, which I don't even know. I've never played with this. It's whatever. I only got that pack for the debug items, honestly. So cute. I like that. Okay, you guys want arcade, so arcade it is. Okay, let's see. Let's just do it here. This world's so fucking empty. Might as well. I'm gonna limit us to doing not the biggest one, because I want to save that for something that needs to be bigger. Honestly, I don't know what we're gonna find to make the arcade with. We're gonna be using a lot of debug items, I think. You know what? I might... hold on, I'm gonna do something. Which one should we do? I feel like... maybe this. Oh no, dude, I fucking hate bugs. Need them to stay away from me. Like, some of them are cute, but they need them to be away from me. Freaks me out. This is true, you did get a tie a little bit. I feel like this one makes the most sense. So let me edit this really fast. Oh, cute. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna edit this really fast so that it's not residential. What should I... I can make a bubble tea store. I think I should put it under... no, not nightclub. Maybe a lounge or karaoke bar? Or just bar? Feel like make it karaoke bar, maybe. Ooh, have fun. Hopefully it's not too much of a hassle. I hate getting stuff. I hate getting mail. You sang to her? Cute. Bar cafe. Lounge, bar. Okay, I'm gonna make it a karaoke bar, I think. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, karaoke bar it is. And then, what should we name it, chat? What should the name of it be? What should have, let's see, it's gonna be what was that, guys? I don't know what that was. Everybody else is here. I feel like convenial, definitely. Party place, yes. Actually, wait, no, instead of that, I'm gonna make it teen neighborhood, and then, or actually that makes more sense. That, and then the singles hangout. It's an arcade. Sing and swing. Stop. Square one in homage. I mean, honestly, that's funny. I like that. The Echo Chamber Lounge? Oh, that's not bad. What about like Square 69? Is that too stupid? Let's see. Is there any? Meh, none of those make sense to have. Right. No lot challenges. Square 420. We could do 42. It's slightly less obvious that we're being dumb. What if we just squared 42? Can I sing a little bit? Oh. Trying to think. Thank you. Okay. Now we're gonna do this. And this is gonna seem kind of dumb because I don't actually technically need to do this, but I'm just gonna steal my character really fast. Because I would like to have the ability. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to be in live mode actually. I'll grab you later. I'll grab you later. When we need to change the lights, we'll grab that, but actually I just want to edit stuff without having to fucking deal with that. Okay. We're just gonna build, because that way it's not fucking snowing. God damn it. Fucking snow. Alright. Alright, while I'm doing this, let's listen to something. What should we listen to, chat? What sounds like a good idea? I'll try to choose something quickly. Alright. Perfect. Reddit story first thing on my suggestions here. Sister-in-law doing some dumb shit. That's exactly what we need. So perfect. Oh. Bro, I had to wear earrings yesterday to do Boo video, and oh my god, my ears are so sore. I haven't worn earrings in so long. Pain. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. Let me know how the volume is.
Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark.
Alright, thanks Mark. Okay. Thinking of how I wanna.
Maybe that notification bell too, and let's crack on with today's first story.
How I wanna decorate this bitch.
Today's first story comes
well, not decorate it. We're not there yet. How do I wanna build this? Well, this is the intro. Oh?
My brother and his wife, Laura, who is 7 months pregnant, are staying with us for a week or so. Since he's interviewing for jobs in the city, my family and I are in. My kids love having their aunt and uncle around, and everything's been great. Yesterday, Laura went out and came back with groceries. I thanked her but told her that we don't expect them to do this. The kitchen is stocked and we're just enjoying having them.
I'm gonna make it kind of tall, I think.
She said that she wanted to and that most were cravings she's been having. I started helping her unload the bags and noticed that a lot of snacks were with peanuts. Cookies, crackers, peanut butter, even some sort of cake fusion. It all made me uneasy because she knows my oldest son, 8 male, is extremely allergic. I don't keep anything of the kind in our home because we had an incident when he was younger where we almost lost him. I didn't want to be rude, but I told her I'm not comfortable with having the stuff in the house. She told me that she would be careful, that she wouldn't eat it around in her siblings, and that she'd clean up after herself.
No.
As she was having intense cravings and needed them. Look,
girl,
I had 4 kids and kind of get where she's coming from, although I never had to have something, but every woman is different. I made sure my son knew not to touch any of it and to leave her alone when she's eating them. That was that. Today I woke up early to make breakfast and open the fridge, only to be greeted by strawberries dipped in peanut butter left out without a container to chill. The peanut butter jar wasn't sealed properly next to them, and there were sandwiches on a plate because she likes the bread cold and soggy. I was pissed. I've read enough about airborne contamination to know that you can't really determine it, but I wasn't risking it. I grabbed a bag and started throwing everything in it. Our groceries, hers, I didn't care. I was going to take the bag, drive to a shelter, and let them know the situation. Laura woke up while I was on my rampage, came down, and asked all upset what I was doing. I was snippy with her and didn't try to hide it. We got into an argument with her defensively saying I can't do this, that the baby needs it, and that it's cruel to put a pregnant woman through unsatisfied cravings. I told her bluntly that I don't give a single fuck. If she can't keep to her word, then I won't either.
Do you only care about the baby when it's in a stomach, and once it's 8 years old, it doesn't matter anymore? Like, what do you mean?
Packed their bags and came down, grabbed a bag of food, and left in a huff. My brother was at his interview and called me half an hour later to ask me what happened.
Actually, I'm gonna do...
He was upset with his wife, but also with me because nothing happened at the end of the day. My son is fine. I told my husband when he came back from work, and he's completely on my side. Am I the arsehole?
No.
That last line from your brother is really weird, that he's upset with you because at the end of the day, nothing happened. Nothing happened because you sorted out the issue before it became an issue. And if it did become an issue, it could have been extreme. It sounds like the severity of your son's allergy is life-threatening. And I thought he was being extremely accommodating by letting her have them in the house in the first place, but she broke that trust. And in some ways, I think if you did deny her, having peanut butter in the house or in the form of cookies, crackers, or whatever, if you denied all that,
there we go. That's what I wanted.
She would have snuck it in anyway because
she would have.
Seem to give a shit.
She definitely would have.
You kind of know that they were in the house, I guess. And she's just a selfish individual. But Callie the Blaze says not the arsehole. Nothing happened, and your son is fine because you made sure that would be the case. The only thing I could
that's
possibly think you
unhinged.
To be even more in the right was make sure your sister-in-law knew about the severity of the allergy, and that even skin contact.
Right, there we go. That's what I want.
Could be enough to set him off. But that really isn't necessary with anyone who is remotely reasonable.
Yeah.
Everyone under 40 has been taught
Fun
that sort of
roof.
thing about peanut allergies.
Actually,
You will already be exceedingly reasonable in taking risks just allowing that stuff in the house. You'd have been well within your rights to say that you couldn't risk peanuts in the house at all. Let her eat it outside, away from the house if she needs it that bad. As long as she thoroughly cleans down before coming back to your house. Leaving it out in the open in the fridge like that, where it could bump
there
into
we
other things and leave
go.
smudges on them, is entirely unreasonable in the house of someone with any degree of contact allergy, much less a deathly severe one. Saf Pearl says, went to school with people with severe peanut allergies from the age of 4, and understood I could not have anything with peanuts around them. Sister-in-law is old enough to understand, but doesn't care. EJ2 Supreme says not the arsehole.
Yeah, she doesn't care. A lot of people like to test allergies. It's really annoying.
The baby needs it, and that it's cruel to put a pregnant woman through unsatisfied cravings. And then says, there is a difference between a pregnant woman not having her cravings satisfied and an 8-year-old going into anaphylactic shock.
There we go.
One is possibly
Nice.
life-threatening, and the other is not.
Men don't play The Sims. Girl, some of the most popular Sims creators are men.
If your sister-in-law
But
needs to satisfy her cravings that badly, she went somewhere else with the peanut butter. You are trying to protect your child and not risk any contaminants. Dangerous Winter Elf says agree, not the arsehole. Honestly, I hate, but the baby wants, baby needs in situations where the person, pregnant lady, is the arsehole. No, your unborn baby
There we
does
go.
not need strawberries dipped in peanut butter or cold, soggy peanut butter sandwiches.
it's also
something
just
you want.
gross.
Baby is perfectly fine with whatever you eat as long as you get the nutrition, etc. you and baby need. And it's not cruel to say you can't eat that in my house just because you crave it. There are no human rights people that come running because a pregnant woman has to be without her craving for a few days.
No, I
Should
fucked up.
contaminate food and possibly hurt a child. The same can't be said about a kid who's allergic. They need their home to be a safe space and not risk their life when grabbing food. People really need to tone down the
There we go.
me. So then OP comes in with her updates.
Is
to
that
tell her
even?
this
I
is
feel
a
like it's
throwaway
not.
account and a repost and update of sorts because my post got taken down from the other Am I the
There we
Arsehole
go.
sub. Mini update. Like some people had predicted in the comments on the other sub, Laura did go straight to my family
There we
and
go.
started complaining.
Wee.
She hadn't twisted anything. Told them the full honest story, and my mother was livid. She called me panting like she ran a marathon after she berated
The
Laura
fuck?
to make sure my son is okay.
Oh my
I
god.
can only imagine the riot act she read her. Apparently, even my stepdad gave Laura one of his disapproving frowns. My brother came back in the evening
That's
to
so
get his
funny.
stuff since Laura had only packed hers for some reason. He did apologize for what she did, said that he'd have a chat with her once she's calmed down. She's been inconsolable. He told me that she's been crying since she left my mum's house and that she now feels unwelcome and unloved in our family, and he blames me for it. My husband butted in and told him that it's enough. That whatever she's feeling doesn't cover half of what we felt, and that she needs to get over herself. That I've been scrubbing the house from top to bottom for hours because of
Let's
her
go.
actions. I did get panicky and went to deep clean the whole house, especially the kitchen, but anyway. My brother left after he said there's no leveling with us when we're being this stubborn. Now that I've had time to get out of the state I was in, I do feel bad that she's distressed.
I'm trying to think of what color we should
That
go
was never
with.
my goal. I've been debating sending her an apology, not for my action.
Girl,
because
do
I still
not
feel
send her
bad,
an
but for
apology,
the way I went
please.
about it. I shouldn't have allowed the stuff in our house in the first place, and could have been calmer about it after I opened the
guess.
fridge. No, I'm sorry, I don't think you apologize in this situation.
But, like, yeah,
You're
don't
not the one
apologize.
who should be apologizing. And the fact that she's ran to other people to try and get back up on this is just insane to me. All she had to do is turn around and really give a heartfelt apology. But she didn't do that. There was so many options.
I think
she
we're gonna
could
do
have
the blue.
chosen to get her peanut cravings. That doesn't involve putting the life of an 8-year-old at risk. And you gave her warnings from the very beginning that, you know, and
This is
and
true.
She tried to reassure you that don't worry, she'll keep it
This
all
is true. This is
sealed,
an
keep it away
expensive
from
fucking
everything
game
else,
to
but
play.
she did completely the
Do you know how many
opposite. That's on her.
years
She should be apologizing for that. There's
I have been
no other way
collecting
around
these
it.
mods?
A couple of final comments on this one from Button-Up.
Thousands of dollars, bro.
If your sister-in-law doesn't get to eat her pregnancy cravings, she and her baby will be just fine. If your son is exposed to his allergen, you could get
That's
very
not a
sick
flex,
or
by the way.
even
I'm
die.
complaining about the
Sister-in-law is
price of the
a
Sims.
selfish arsehole for thinking that her snacks are somehow more important than the
I'm
life of
annoyed.
her son.
Is there not a fucking matching?
Not gonna eat all the peanuts she wants anywhere but OP's house and wash her hands well before coming home. Maybe change clothes.
Why no
I
match?
don't have food allergies, but sister-in-law doesn't have to eat a peanut butter at OP's house. And strawberries dipped in peanut butter? Ew. Eki Value says, what gets me is just how blatant and uncaring she was about it. She could have survived not eating it or even eating it at their house.
Is one of these a match? Is this a match?
Who had a couple of packs of peanut butter
No.
cookies and Reese's Pieces that she ate only in their bedroom or outside and wash up afterwards. She insisted contaminating the kitchen, the fridge. If it was an open plan, then the dining room
I
and
guess
living
that's
room.
better.
She set it up so that the child would 100% come into contact with peanut butter.
Yeah, I feel like she was trying to get the son to come into contact with the peanut butter.
And deliberately set up situations.
That's what I'm saying.
The hypothesis. But now I'm gonna
I
turn
agree.
this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down.
Right,
in
I
the
think
comments
that's the
below.
one.
And let's move on to another story. Now our next story comes
That's
from
the
the Am I
one.
Overreacting subreddit from Too Toxic to Comment, who says,
Alright, can I
Am I
make...
overreacting? I think my friend has eyes for my wife.
Ooh.
I have a wife that I've been with for over 10 years and married for 3. I have a 10-month-old son now. I recently met a guy who turned out to have a lot of common interests with me, both into finance,
There we
fitness,
go.
and stuff. We started hanging out more and more.
I love that you
and
can
work
do
out together
ceilings
weekly in my
now.
home gym garage.
So good.
Obviously, we're spending time together and we shoot the shit often. His situation is that he's single, a father of a 7-year-old girl, and his ex is a super bitch to him. She publicly talks down to him the few times we all went out to dinner together. He still has to see her because they're
Oh, it's not rage bait.
date for the past year.
Unfortunately, The Sims 5 will never be made, yeah. They confirmed that recently.
They all suck according to him.
It's very annoying.
So I ask what his type is, and he starts describing the traits of my wife.
Oh.
Could be a coincidence. Whenever we go to dinner, he'd be telling a story or whatever and show a picture on his phone, but only to my wife. I have to ask him to see what the picture is before he puts
That's
it away.
fucking weird.
Not that I care that much, but feels sus.
Alright, cool.
Whatever. We've been hanging out more
That's
and having
fun.
game nights at my place with him and a few other friends.
Let's see,
Whenever
what do
he's
I
in
do with
presence
the
of my wife,
walls?
he takes my son and puts him on his shoulders and plays with him in front of her.
Ew, what?
Weird comments. At least I think so. In front of my wife, like, I love being a father and providing for a family. I wish I had a wife that was as good as raising kids as you. Let me know if I can help you in any way with your son. Always directed
What
to my
the-
wife and never me.
What the fuck?
Okay, whatever. The thing
What do you
is,
mean, whatever?
these comments have been setting off
I feel like that's very much not a
I was
whatever.
working out with him the other day. I said, do you think my wife is attractive? He said, oh, hell yeah, dude. Your wife is hot. I said, thanks, but it raised my antenna even more.
I
Now, the
mean,
reason I'm asking this is because his most recent comment to me was, do you think your wife can find a girl for me after a workout class that looks like her? This coupled with what happened the other day at dinner. We're
bruh.
going to dinner with him and his family that were in town. It was at a big shopping centre, so we're waiting at a Starbucks for them to arrive at the restaurant. He comes to the Starbucks where we are while his family is at the restaurant. He waves and says we are ready. I start packing my son's bag while my wife handles the stroller. This dude grabs my son and puts him on his shoulders and starts walking out.
What?
My wife is walking out and grabbing the bag. Now I'm literally watching this guy walk next to my wife, holding my child while she's pushing the stroller, and I'm trailing them.
What the?
I felt I was watching a couple and their child, and I was seething and feeling displaced. Am I
Girl.
overreacting because I'm
No, you're not overreacting at all.
I'm anywhere near my wife?
Underreacting.
If we happen to see him in a social setting of 6 or less, we are leaving. Ask my wife if he ever texted her or contacted her in any way on social media.
Kinda wanna have it
or
be
text.
bright.
She said no. I told her just now I feel he's peacocking, and she said she doesn't get that vibe at all from him. Edit. A female friend came over tonight who mutually knows this guy. She agreed that it's strange and thinks he's crushing on my wife. Intentionally or not, I told my wife to her face. I told my wife that if another female can see it, it's obvious. My wife now says she feels embarrassed that she doesn't see it.
I don't know, now I'm side-eyeing you, because why did you just say female?
Looking at her that way. Both her and the friend think it's best if we only see him in social settings with large groups and not at our house
Maybe
again.
that's better.
Lesson: Seems the general consensus is to trust my gut if I feel something is off, and it does. Going to talk to my wife and then tell this dude straight and then ghost him. We have an update in a moment.
Dude, what
yeah, for me,
even?
This was red flag after red flag. And I got to that point where it says, I wish I had a wife that was as good as raising kids as you. Let me know if I can help you in any way with your son.
Right, I would be like, no, she's good. She's okay. She doesn't need any help.
And it's just like, nah.
What?
Never ever say something like that. I personally find that really weird. And the friend noticing what's going on at the same time as well is just pretty much saying it all for me. Loof says, why are you still inviting this guy over?
Yeah,
the
right.
first time he creeped on your wife should have been the last time. Rooster Emotional says, speak up. Apologize and go away. Either way, I'd let him know his actions are not acceptable. Opie says the thing is, he's never directly said anything flirty to her, but it's more of these weird general comments.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Seaworthiness says, how does a river get through a mountain? One drop at a time. How does an affair happen? One innocent interaction at a time. He said he's very similar to you. That means he's your wife's type. You already know your wife is his type, and he's looking for a new partner and mother for his child. Damn.
Alright.
He's even poaching on your son. Like, what is happening? Before you know it, he's going to start
Yeah, it's so
bringing
weird.
family dog treats. Then Opie comes in with an update and says, here's the update. After all the advice, thank you all, I decided to go slow cut-off method rather than being direct. Mainly because
Why?
my thinking is that if you tell someone that you're wise to their BS, that they may just try to be more covert, cover their tracks, and be sneakier with their behavior, or try to buy sympathy with mutual friends. There's a party we were invited to at his house.
I'm gonna find some stuff to decorate it.
And I told my wife we aren't going. This caused a bit of tension within our house because it got pretty heated because while
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good
she has
weekend.
zero interest in him, so it doesn't bother her, and she said she didn't even notice until I brought it to her attention. Needless to say, the fact that it caused an argument and drama for me was more than enough grounds for me to never have this dude around my wife and kid ever again.
My day is pretty decent.
Anyway, because he was already introduced to all of my
Busy,
friends in my
but
friend group, invited all of them to this party.
let's see if I can find anything interesting.
I explained the situation, and a few of them agreed that they saw what I saw. They said they were not going to the party. One couple did decide to go because they and him came close over the fact that they both really are into sports. The girl texted my wife and told her that they were the only couple that showed up. So
Interesting.
really, my friends
Maybe
were the
it could
only
be
ones he
something.
invited. But she also said he had a girl there with him. They said the girl barely spoke English, but he said they were dating, but she was acting very odd.
Boy.
Now, this is the part where I'm not sure if he was made aware of my discontent with him because I'd already started cutting him off. Not answering calls, not initiating any texts.
I'm gonna throw some cars down over here for later.
Cool bro, etc. After this party, he randomly texts me photos of him with this girl, professing how hot she is and what a great cat she is and how they are dating. One
Okay.
phrase he used, which further raised
Sure.
my suspicions, was, it'd be good to go on a double date so you can see I have a girl. I'm thinking to myself, why would he care about that, and what an odd thing to say? I asked how they met, and he said Tinder. I asked to see the convo. He deleted the convo. He sent her Instagram photos, and she has 37k followers, and half her photos are of her in Dubai, London, etc. and doing lewd photo shoots.
Lol.
Considering he's a strip club kind of guy, this makes me think he may be paying for this companionship.
He met her at the strip club.
In the door, but I could be wrong. So all is right. I'm plenty busy with work.
I'm gonna make a
and
parking
I'm
lot.
fine. My son is happy as can be. I'm going to make sure I keep the grass cut so I can see the snakes before they get to my door. Thanks everyone for the
Bro,
reassurances.
what even?
I'm from site who says yeah.
Just cut that
shit's
guy off.
weird. Cutting him off is for the best. He got no friends but yours. No girls except sniffing after yours. No life except the gym. He's a parasite. Opie says this is the answer. Another comment says it's a little strange that your wife was upset that you didn't want to go to the party. Even if she doesn't care that he might have eyes for her, she should care that you were bothered by the whole thing.
It is weird.
KaTPurpura says, especially after she let the friend grab her kid and put him on his shoulders. So
Right? Like, why would she do that? Why would she be okay with that?
Lugging the kids.
That's the weird part to me.
Orc of Kwan says, yeah, I think the bigger concern is your wife's reaction. Special K says, I feel like people are jumping to conclusions here. Couldn't it just be super frustrating for the wife to not get to see friends or go to a party just because of some weird dude with a crush on her? I understand that this dude is weird and shouldn't be a friend anymore. But I could see
Shouldn't she be weirded out by it though?
When she did absolutely nothing wrong. Many people saying on the back of this one that
it's not about her doing something wrong.
You know, it is very sus about the way he's acting, the way
So
that he's
weird.
got a girlfriend and his comments towards you. I find the comments and the language from the dude is weird in itself anyway, but hey, what do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Now, just a huge thank you for being here today, getting involved in the stories, your love, your support, your time. Always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much for being involved. Truly, it's absolutely amazing. And hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. Take care and much love.
I don't know what this is, but I feel like it could go on this.
Oh, here we go. A peaceful protest. Let's make.
Okay. Let me find another video. Sorry, Pig. I'm not gonna react to you reacting to a video. That's too meta for me. Alright. Let's find another Am I the Asshole? Ooh. I hate when I see a video that looks interesting, but then it's like 10 minutes. You don't have anything like play CDs or DVDs? That's fair. I think I only have my PS4. That's the only thing that I've got. But like, that doesn't, I don't use it that much, so I guess I also don't really ever use DVDs or CDs, so I guess I don't really need it, but at the same time, it's interesting how that medium just died, right? Okay, let's see. You like my glasses? They're fake. But I also like them. They're good frames. I just can't actually wear any glasses with them. Or any lenses with them, because, too heavy. Way too heavy. Bro, give me a longer Am I the Asshole? Why can I not find? It's going weird. It's going weird. It's going good. I was fucking reading chat and replying at the same time. Oh my god. That's fair. Grr. I'm like, can we find another deep dive? Ooh, okay. Instead of Am I the Asshole, we have disturbing Reddit posts from Hannah. I feel like that works.
Hey, it's Tana. Welcome back.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Thanks, Hannah. I'll link you, don't worry. Come here, mouse. It is almost spooky season, so... God, dude, I'm so fucking tired after yesterday and cleaning all of today. Okay. You're fine. You're fine. You're all fine. Go back to sleep, babies. Go back to sleep. You're fine. Oh, here, let me move that for you. No, I'm just moving it, silly kitten. I just moved it. I feel like how Buddy has made zero progress on his bone. Yeah, I've played The Sims 3. The issue with The Sims 3 is that it's so freaking laggy. I can't play it in stream. Also, I like the character creator. Well, I like the character creator in The Sims 4 better, actually. So, yeah, I just wish they were making The Sims 5. But they're not. They're not. Alright, let me go do something off screen really fast that I'm not allowed to go do on stream. Fucking YouTube. Hold on. Be right back. Buddy, if you do that, you're gonna lose your bone. Take your bone with you, Bob. Alright, done. I'm back. Okay. No, not that. Bruh. God damn it. Okay. I'm gonna play this in 3, 2, 1. Play.
Hey, it's Tana. Welcome back to the channel, or if you're new here, we do videos on creepy and disturbing things here, and this is part 3 of our little Reddit series.
Headache.
You guys really
That's
seem to like
so
the
annoying.
first couple of these that I made.
Yeah, let me see if I can find.
They are super fun. You know I love a good
I want like a
series
sign
on
or
this
something.
channel. The first Reddit post that we're gonna get into
don't know what
today
I'm
is
looking
about
for.
a woman who finds out that her boyfriend has been like tainting and poisoning her
Oh no,
food,
another one of
except
these.
what he was using to do this is definitely not what you would expect.
Is it the slug one?
Sponsor, so we will roll to that, but I'll be right
We've
back
heard
with
the
you guys.
slug one.
You guys know that I struggle in the kitchen. I've said that so many times on this channel. You know that I hate cooking.
Where the
with
fuck are the
passion, and that leads to
signs?
me
I know
getting
there's
more takeout,
something.
and all that takeout leads to me just not having a very balanced diet. Just not the healthiest. So that is why Hungry Root is.
I want to do something with all of these like
the best part
blank
about it
buildings.
is
I
that
just don't
it's
know what I'd do with
so
it.
Customizable. Like every aspect about it is customizable. It makes it
'Cause
so
you
that
can't
I
really
can
interact with it
create
that
a
much.
balanced meal for myself, but they offer recipes that are so simple and easy to throw together that I don't dread making them. So Hungry Root sends you a box full.
Ooh,
of
maybe
groceries,
one. No,
and
those are
you
too
can
tiny.
pick,
Never
or you can pick every
mind.
single thing in your box yourself.
Bro, come
I
on.
like to
Come on,
describe their
debug
meals as
menu.
good
Give me
throw
something
together meals.
good.
Like a lot of the meals that you can choose from are very,
Here, I'm gonna
very
skip past
simple
this and give you her code.
and 2. Hungry Root, use the link in the so
Okay,
let's get
use
right
the
into it.
link
Use the link in the
in
show
this
notes right
thingy.
below this video, or scan the QR code on
Or
the
there's a
screen
QR
right now
code.
for 40%
Okay,
off.
timestamp is 2/28. There you go.
So let's get right into this first story.
I
It's
had
kind of
to.
a long one, and I beg you all to just kind of bear with me while we go through the whole thing before I give you my thoughts on it. Not that my thoughts are going to be very shocking, but it's just
Ooh, coffee
so
and cookies
bizarre.
sound
So,
good. All I have is
just a quick
Sprite
trigger
right
warning,
now.
And the poster put these trigger warnings herself: food tampering, psychological, emotional abuse, domestic abuse, and also a warning for those who have a weak stomach or are currently eating, because this will gross you out. The post was by an account called
I have a strong stomach.
197, and the post starts, I found out my partner
Okay,
has been putting
sign.
slugs in my
No,
food.
it is
I
the
don't know
slug
how to
one.
forgive him.
I
Right off
knew
the
it
bat,
was
that
the slug
sentence is
one.
scary for multiple
Dude, this
reasons.
one freaks me
The biggest
out
one
because
being
it's
that she's
like,
trying to figure out how to
what the
forgive him.
fuck?
I cannot imagine a scenario where you wouldn't do anything but break up with this person, but there is a lot of context.
Lobster?
So, let's go. I, 22, a female, have been with my partner, 24, male, for 4 years now. I have never known him to do anything like this, but I noticed he started acting a little strange around a month, maybe a month and a half ago.
Has anyone not
He
heard the
started
slug
putting
one?
food on the floor in the garden, and I thought it was a bit weird, but he said that he was feeding the mice family.
Also, like, I just feel
that have
bad for the
nested in our
slugs,
shed,
low-key.
and I thought it was sweet, so I helped him do so. Anyway, he started being really nice to me around 2 weeks ago and was making me food, baking me cakes and stuff. which
It's
he never
not
usually
exactly
puts
open
either, so I
world.
was
It's
happy
like
he found a hobby.
half open
I did
world, I'd
notice
say.
sometimes I felt sick and
It's like
dizzy
half
after
open
eating,
world.
and I
Like,
just
once you're
went down to
inside of something, you can
sleep
go
/ hormones.
any
Anyway,
of
a
these
friend of my
areas. You
partner's
just can't
came
go in the
into my room
lots.
today. I work in a
It's
cafe,
kind of weird.
and
I
said
wish
he
it was
needed to
fully
speak to
open
me
world.
when
That
I
is
was free.
one
I
of the
was free
things
as
that
there
I
wasn't
don't
any
like.
customers at this time. He told me that my partner had been collecting slugs from the garden on fruit he has been putting out there and putting them in my food, blending them up. He even sent this friend of his pictures of a bag of slugs he had collected and the picture of blended slugs. I told y'all you shouldn't eat for this one. Brace yourself. It doesn't get better. I feel really sick to my stomach. I don't understand why he would do this.
Because
This is
he's
so
a
out of character
psycho.
for him. I asked him why he was doing it, and he accused me of snooping through his messages, which I would never do. And he got so angry at me for, quote, not being able to
Okay,
take a
sign,
joke.
maybe
I feel
somewhere?
disgusted. I
No,
love him
that's
to pieces,
tiny.
but I don't understand his way of thinking just now. Am I overreacting?
Just-
I don't know what to do. I feel lost. Here is her
No, you're
post.
underreacting,
Edit, I am
girl.
receiving messages telling me to kill myself. Please don't do that, as I am highly sensitive just now. That's not relevant to the story, but you're going to see it on screen because I'm putting this post on screen. And I know that no matter what you post on the internet, like, everybody gets death threats. I get, like, that's just the internet. I mean, I don't get it. It's ridiculous. It's heinous, but also, like,
God, I wish the
everybody
debug
gets them.
menu
You
was
put yourself out on the internet,
less
everybody
chaotic.
gets them. I've gotten them. Everybody I know in the space has gotten them. Like, it's just,
I know
like,
there's a few
par for the
mods
course,
for it, but I don't have them
unfortunately.
downloaded right
In
now.
particular, I am so confused as to why somebody would do that, because what? She's a victim in this? I don't understand at what angle you would think that she should then, unalive herself. So, whatever. Okay. Disgusted. Moving on. I went to urgent care last night / the early hours of the morning and waited.
Not the cake
and was
toppers.
finally seen around 6 a.m.-ish.
Oh,
I had
hey.
some tests, and I have a high
Ferris
level
wheel.
of metaldehyde in my blood.
What the
I
heck?
was kept in for monitoring, and I have some ulcers in my stomach. I was aware of this anyways,
Huh.
as I was hospitalized about 2 months ago for a burst ulcer. Originally,
I guess,
thought
well,
it was
there's a
stress,
non-working
but they now
Ferris
said
wheel.
it could be
Look at
because
that.
of the poisoning. I could have an infection of some kind, as my temperature is high, but they haven't found anything that could be causing that yet. They have checked my heart, and it
And this is
fine.
why you go through the
I
debug
am
menu.
due to have heart surgery this year, though, but they're delaying it due to the ulcers and infections and the fact that I keep getting sick, which is okay.
Hey,
I have
wait,
an
this
appointment
looks
to
good.
see my cardiologist on the 20th of April. I contacted the police and wrote a statement and was asked some questions. Anyone who knows me in real life, please don't post mine or my partner's name, as the police said it would destroy the investigation. Not the exact words they used, but I'm unsure. I was in a daze. My ex refused to say anything to the police or to me. However, he did say he would speak to his friend and only him. He then spoke to me. I was not alone. I was with a friend and his friend too. He confessed to doing random experiments on me / tests starting a few months after we moved
It's
in
so
together.
creepy.
It started with spitting on
Feel
my
like just put a
toast,
dumpster
and
back
then
at
a
you.
week later he replaced my propranolol, my beta blockers, with salt in the empty capsules. I wanted to add he was my medication holder, as I have a history of S-word attempts, so he handled my meds and gave them to me, and that's when he thought it would be funny. He also admitted to these
It would be
things:
funny.
swapping my Linda McCartney
Unhinged.
vegetarian sausage with
Lol.
real meat. I have IBS and struggle to digest meat, so I became a vegetarian. He also
Bruh.
replaced my corn nuggets with the real ones. I just want to interject here
That's
that,
so
like,
unhinged.
she did not have to justify why she needs to be a vegetarian. Even if you're just a vegetarian by choice or a vegan by choice, and your friends are aware of that and are preparing food for you, your friend or your partner or whoever it is so,
Well, gas station.
so disrespectful and cruel to replace somebody's what they think is something vegetarian with a meat substitute without telling you to see if you'll eat it.
I hate people who fuck with food.
That's behavior. Like, I just want to say, she doesn't have to justify that with, like, I have IBS, so it really harmed me. That's horrible, but even if she didn't have IBS, that's still...
Yeah, that just makes it worse.
Okay, that's messed up. Oh, it gets worse, though. One of my pet giant African land snails went missing in summer, and I assume
Yeah, that's the worst part, is that it's her pet. Like, that's so fucked up.
So he scraped it out and put it in my curry. I vaguely
Like,
remember
bro,
the day
what the
he
fuck?
did this, and he laughed
Ooh,
whenever I went
cute.
to eat the curry, and I got really paranoid, so I put it in the kitchen and stormed
I want to
off.
do something with all
He
these
then
buildings. I
went
just don't
upstairs
know
and he
what we can
told
do
me to
with
taste
it.
And I did, and I realized he added loads of chili, and he said he was laughing because he put chili powder in it, and too much came out. Now, I think he must have put the chili in to cover the fact that he put my snail in there. Okay, stopping here again. Can you imagine? So not only is the slug thing gross, the spit thing gross, and whatever
The
he
heck?
is doing to her, can you? This is her pet.
That's
I don't
weird.
care that it's a snail. That's her pet.
Yeah,
If
that's so
your pet-
sad.
any of your pets died, and your spouse or partner secretly did this, essentially, I'm not saying probably not a big pet, but any small pet that they did, your fish, your hamster, like. Nobody sees how unbelievably messed up this is. I mean, they do, but, like, this poor girl is gaslighting herself into thinking that she's overreacting. He also said he rubbed my toothbrush on the toilet, but then washed it, as he thought that was too far.
Like, I don't think you can wash it
My
enough.
toothbrush after it's
You can't wash that enough. That's into the trash.
That toothbrush is going in the garbage, and I'm getting a new one.
Right?
Washing
Like,
it doesn't
absolutely
help. Oh my God. I feel
not.
like this is
Washing
all
is
dream. It
not
just
enough.
seems too dramatic to feel real. I am unsure what is happening on the legal front. He says he didn't know why he did this, and that he does love me truly.
Dude,
and
the
that
amount
he
of
felt compelled
debug
to do
items
it,
is
which I understand as I suffer
crazy.
from OCD and get compulsions
You know what?
/ impulsions, and that he really loves taking care of me, and he feels it's his
I'm gonna look
purpose,
up
and he didn't mean to cause
specifically-
serious harm. He promises he never did any of this to our animals. I think he could just be stressed, as I have mental health issues that could have caused something in him to break from too much stress. I am really sad and sorry for those who I caused concerned. Too long didn't read. My partner has been secretly feeding me slugs.
I'm more
Been
concerned
to the
now if
hospital,
you're,
some damage,
like,
but
backing
nothing
off,
too
actually.
serious, I hope. There are then a couple photos linked of the slugs that she found under the sink, which skip to this timestamp if you don't want to see these photos. Photos are coming. The photos are coming. Click ahead if you don't want to see them. Okay, here's the photos. So that is the original post that the OP posted. This post that I'm reading off of is actually a follow-up that somebody posted to, like, post the whole thing in one post, because the original post has since been deleted. And so somebody else posted not only the post, but blessed us with some follow-up. So she also responded to some comments. So I'm going to read those as well. In the comments, many are asking if she's gone to
Once
the
I
doctor.
actually
She
get
has,
all of the
and
items out of
it
the
is revealed
debug
that
menu,
he
this
did do
will
more than
go a
feed
lot
her
faster.
slugs. So somebody said, he promised he never did this to any of your animals, but your dog recently had lungworm, and he admitted to making you eat your pet snail.
Bro.
He replaced your heart medication
Absolutely
with salt
not.
and tampered with your food, knowing
Ooh.
that you have IBS. There's nothing, quote, funny about that, and he endangered your health and those of your pets. Stress doesn't make anyone do this. He is not safe for you or your pets. These are not the actions of someone who loves and takes care of you. They are cruel. Please stop blaming yourself. I understand your struggles with both mental and physical health and the need for someone to love and care for you. But if you value your life and those of the animals you adopted, he can never be trusted again. Honestly, slow clap for that comment. That
Yeah,
I don't know who left
seriously.
that, because like I said, it's copy and pasted from a different post, but like slow clap for
There
that
we go.
comment, because that is
That's
exactly
what I
I
wanted.
was thinking, that this
That's what I
poor
wanted.
woman is like gaslighting herself. I think because she really wants this all to not be true, or I think she wants to be overreacting because she loves this person, which I totally understand. People doing egregious things, if you love them, you're kind of brainwashed. I don't mean any offense towards this poster. I myself have been brainwashed. And it's not like they put a pendulum in front of my eyes and were hypnotizing me. It's just that love, the hormones that make you feel infatuation for somebody and love for somebody brainwashes you. So I understand, but I really hope that she figured out that this is not normal behavior, and that nothing like her stressing him out and her blaming herself for him getting stressed out and then like snapping into doing this to her. I feel so bad that she ever thought that about herself, because no loving partner would ever do this to you. Okay, the post goes on to say, somewhere during all of this, OP posts this comment. So this is OP.
This is
Hi,
fun.
he was diagnosed with ASPD yesterday and admitted everything to me, and how I was his way of looking normal to the outside world.
Girl.
He manipulated me by giving me everything I wanted. Pausing really quick here just to chime in case you don't know what ASPD is. That stands for antisocial personality disorder. That is the formal and correct way to diagnose someone who the society and our media calls it sociopath or a psychopath. That is actually
sociopaths and psychopaths are different things, but
Nikki, who kind of educated me on why those terms are no longer a thing and why it's actually harmful to use those terms. So I do try to stay away from those terms now, even though I didn't used to. But the correct diagnosis is ASPD, antisocial personality disorder. It is characterized, not a mental health professional, but it's characterized by, lack of empathy, and then often manipulating, exploiting other people in order to get what you want. Also saying, just big disclaimer, I'm not saying everybody with ASPD does that. A lot of people with ASPD get help. They go to counseling, and they're not bad people. They actually work through it and try to form relationships
it's just
in
a
their
cluster
lives
bee.
like normal people. I don't even really understand all the realm. This is probably one of the most complex.
I want to put
personality
something
disorders
behind
ever,
this. I
and
just don't know
speculated
what.
that, most serial killers have some form of this. So
I wish this had
saying,
different
it doesn't
colors.
mean that everybody that is diagnosed with this
Actually,
is automatically a bad
that's
person
good.
or violent for that matter. A lot of them are not. A lot of them are living amongst us. You wouldn't even know because they've gone to so much therapy and worked on themselves. Okay, off my soapbox, continuing her comment. So she goes on to say, he manipulated me by giving me everything I wanted as a BPD sufferer. Again, if you don't know what that is, bipolar disorder. Love, affection, compliments.
Wait, no. Absolutely the fuck not. That is not bipolar disorder. That is borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder, again, is very different from bipolar disorder. Also, people who have ASPD are not necessarily inherently a psychopath or a sociopath. Those things are not interchangeable. None of these things are interchangeable.
At first with cheating.
Off my
to
soapbox.
See how I would react, but I forgave him and then began with food and stuff to see how long until I got sick. I'm still baffled. The person I knew, I never really knew at all. He is a psychopath, and he gives ASPD sufferers a bad name.
I think I want to put some posters on the side.
Due to my mental and physical illnesses, he became my carer, but was torturing me at the same time, and I was unaware of any of this. He rescued me from an abusive situation and then put me into a new one. That is how he works. I love this comment that she left because it does seem like she is, after he got diagnosed, all the puzzle pieces started coming together, things started clicking for her, and it does sound more in her tone now that she is starting to understand that this is not normal, this was not her fault, this was him having a mental illness that had not been dealt with and not gotten proper treatment for, and that's what he really needs, is a lot of therapy and a lot of work on himself. Okay, OP has a later post that says, I recently left a weird relationship where my partner was contaminating my food, etc. Anyways, ever since I've struggled to eat, I moved into a ground floor flat. It sounds like they broke up, thankfully. So grateful that she was able to do that for herself, because regardless of his mental illness and the help he needed, she needed to do what was best for her. And he, like somebody else said, he could never be trusted around her or their pets or future children for that matter ever again. Even if he does go get help,
Actually, do
that's
I want
tainted.
to be?
You know? Anyway, she said she moved into a ground floor flat, and sometimes I'll find slugs around the house, and I'm terrified of them. I'm sure she is. Can you imagine not being terrified of them after that? I keep throwing food away because I don't know if the slugs have gone on, and I'm scared of getting sick. I can't cope or breathe right now, and I've tried everything to stop slugs getting in. Copper tape, salt, non-toxic pellets, but they still somehow find their way into my flat. I feel like nature's tormenting me. Any advice? I have tried speaking to my doctor, but they won't listen, and the doctor said it was a good thing as I was overweight anyways. I was just discharged from the mental health team I was currently on. Gross. Our medical system is already super fat phobic, so that just
is
really, she was
unhinged.
the victim of abuse and the victim of a crime, and she has clear PTSD from it, and that's the doctor's reaction.
Bro.
It's good because it's making you anorexic. What the? Okay, and then
Yeah,
the
what
last
the
post
fuck?
here, she updates and says, I am alive. Hello, everyone. Sorry for those who I didn't get the
That's
message
so
back.
crazy.
My messages have been so full. I am alive, but I have been sick with coronavirus. Thank
No.
you to those who reached out to me. You all made me feel less alone. I hope everyone is well. And this one does have a happy ending because this person is still posting on Reddit. I think the last time was a few months ago. Emmeline is her name. Yeah, the last time she posted was just 2 days ago, so she seems to be okay. Now, one more thing I want to say about this post before we move on to the next Reddit post is that this man could have killed her. Eating slugs is not actually harmless, in spite of a lot of people
I'm gonna put those
thinking
down
so.
on the
I think
first
people think because we have escargot,
layer.
which is cooked snails,
It's
French
cooked in a
delicacy,
specific
if you
way,
will,
though.
that a lot of people think that because of that, like, snails are edible and slugs are edible, and yeah, it's
No, they're
disgusting to eat a
poisonous.
slug. Most people would find that disgusting, but most people would think, not think much of it, think it's harmless. A great example of this, we've talked about this on the channel before in the Do Not Research iceberg, the Strange Deaths iceberg, I believe it was. There was a teenage boy who ate a slug off the ground, a raw slug on a dare. His friends coaxed him into it, and he, again, most people would think that's harmless, and his friends did not think he would do it, but he did. He was like, yeah, okay, bet, and he ate the slug, swallowed it. This teenager's name was Sam Ballard, and this slug carried a deadly parasite called rat lungworm disease. Once he came down with symptoms, it was too late, and he became paralyzed and very disabled. Sam ended up later passing away, all from eating
this is
a
The
slug
Sims.
one day with his buddies, thinking that it would be funny, and I'm sure at the time it was funny.
Can't see shit
So
in here.
I'm just saying, this woman is incredibly lucky that nothing bad happened to her.
Let's get
The
some
only
doors
thing
and
I can
windows
think
on
of
this
is that
bitch.
because he most of the time
And then
probably
I'll work on the
cooked
outside
slugs,
more.
because he mushed them up and then cooked them in the food. I would guess that would hopefully kill the bacteria and any parasites in it, but still absolutely horrifying. And he's lucky he didn't kill her too, because otherwise he'd be in prison.
Seriously.
Okay, this next Reddit post is a lot shorter than the one we just went over, but this one
Well,
really
doors
gave me
that
chills,
feel like
and I would love, I mean, I don't think
those
there
kinda
is
like
any explanation that could be
mall
given for it,
doors,
but it just like actually
kind of
gave
a
me chills,
vibe.
actually made me so confused.
That one seems
so
like
I'm
it.
gonna read that one to you, and let's talk about it.
That's
this one was
good.
posted in r/conspiracy by a user named Listen Silent. This one was also deleted, I believe, and it's from the archives. This one was posted on October 5th, 2012, and I really need you to remember that because the date is that it was posted is very important. Okay, it starts. About 2 weeks ago, my mom called me to see if I had a bug out plan, which is interesting because we have never talked about anything like this. We have discussed politics, religion, and various other issues, but nothing along the lines of what do we do if the shit hits the fan? Her reasoning behind this is that her best friend of 37 years called her and said that her daughter and son-in-law were called into a private meeting on base regarding a probable evacuation scenario of the East Coast. Son-in-law is in the Special Forces, apparently high up. I think the base was in Fort McPherson in Georgia. From what she said, the daughter and son-in-law were brought in and made to sign
I know, but like, I know what that is. I know what that is. I was saying that.
They were told that in 4 to 6 weeks, this was around.
I was saying that
20th,
because, like,
the East Coast
imagine your mom
experienced
fucking
some type of
asking that.
Disaster that would cause it to be underwater. They were also told to make a go bag and be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. That is about all I have. This does come from someone I trust and someone who trusts her daughter and son-in-law. I don't see any reason for them to make it up or freak out over a routine or drill. From what my mom's friend says, the military does not do these types of drills without warning, that it is just a drill. She's been married to a military man for 20 years. On a separate note, one of my best friend's brother, who was in the Special Forces, went AWOL about 2 weeks ago, went home to see his family in Texas, then disappeared. So that's about it. Anyone heard of anything along those lines? I have read that the East Coast is in for one hell of a winter, but that's all I've heard. Thoughts? So, remember, this was October 5th, 2012. The news got to them on September 20th, saying that in 4 to 6 weeks, something bad is going to happen on the East Coast. Probably.
I was wondering when this was.
Event. Well, Hurricane Sandy was October 22nd to November 2nd, 2012. Almost exactly 4 weeks after this warning went out in the Special Forces. Here's what Wikipedia had to say about Hurricane Sandy. Hurricane Sandy was an extremely large and destructive Category 3 Atlantic hurricane. This
whole area, I'm just going to put windows on.
And coastal mid-Atlantic region of the United States in late October 2012. It was the largest Atlantic hurricane on record as measured by diameter, with tropical storm force winds spanning 1,150 miles or 1,850 kilometers. The storm inflicted nearly $70 billion US dollars in damage, equivalent to $93 billion in 2023. The storm inflicted nearly $70 billion US dollars in damage and killed 254 people in 8 countries from the Caribbean to Canada. This hurricane killed 254 people and was a Category 3. Now, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe some people do think this was just a huge coincidence, and the most obvious explanation that comes to mind is that it's the Special Forces, the military Special Forces, and perhaps upper levels of military have way more, I mean, I know they have way more information than we do, duh. Like, obviously, I don't think that's a conspiracy, but is it possible they have some weird weather technology that can predict weather better than other weather technology? It just seems really weird. Like, why is this top secret? And if they knew that this was going to happen, if they had the radar, especially that was 12 years ago, almost 11 years ago, back in 2012, like, why wouldn't they want to warn the world? Like, it could have saved a lot of lives.
They'd want to warn them just because they'd get kudos.
They wouldn't have
for no other reason. They'd just get, they'd get
warnings, but
medals of honor and shit.
That there was going to be one hell of a winter, that it was not so specific in the weather of like what was happening. So it's just really bizarre to me that the Special Forces were able to predict this and then also warn
there's gotta
particular people about it, specific people about it. Is very weird. I don't know. This post creeps me out, and I would love some explanations because I have a weird feeling that maybe this is one of those things that I'm jumping to conclusions, and there's a very obvious explanation, which I'll figure out the second someone leaves a comment about it explaining to me. But you have to admit that's weird, right? But again, if they know, why didn't they warn everybody? Could have saved so many lives and money and destruction.
Is there really no matching window for that?
It just also gets you thinking and remembering that the government and the military, they have so many secrets that they don't tell the world. I think it spawns a lot of conspiracy. I think the government likes us fantasizing about Area 51 and aliens and stuff because they want us to be focusing on those kind of conspiracies and not on the actual true shit that's going on.
Which window should you chat? Maybe this one.
But, okay, let's move on to the third one for today. This one was posted in our
I'll just do this one.
And it was posted on January 11, 2013. The user was named Crumple It Up and Throw. I pretended to be a guy online, and a woman moved halfway across the country
I do stream.
to be with someone.
I play Animal Crossing, I play Minecraft, I play Genshin, I play
even written it down.
This.
Warning for a wall of text. Sorry, this is so long. I just have to get it out. The too long didn't read is basically
Amori,
the title. From late 1999
Cult
to
of
early
Lamb.
2001, I pretended to be a man online and had several women that I communicated with daily through email.
We finished
Nearly all
K
of whom
Angel,
wanted to have a
but
relationship with me. I created an entire backstory for this fake man, and it got to the
The
backstory
Annie streamer
so
also.
consistent that it seemed real even to me. I found older women in their late 40s/50s through dating sites and just by contacting random strangers through instant messenger. I was never flirty with them, never sexual, nothing like that.
Okay,
All
here
the
we go.
women I emailed with were
cover
vulnerable
that
in
up.
some way. A couple of them were unemployed and living with family. One of them was marginally employed but suffered from poor health. Another was recently divorced. Another was just looking for some sort of adventure in her life. I liked the attention. I liked always having emails waiting for me. I liked it. I liked that I was someone who these people admired. It eased my loneliness. At the time, I was a 14-year-old high school student stuck in a new town in the middle of nowhere with no one to talk to. I didn't like people my own age and had no real interest in the stuff teenagers are normally into. Like I said, it was never romantic. I'm a straight female, and on a few occasions that a woman would make it clear that she wanted a romantic relationship with me, I ended it. I told them at the time that I was only looking for friends and that I thought women made better pen pals. I gave them so much bullshit about women being easier to talk to, open to new ideas, etc., but really all it was that I was afraid that if I had a male pen pal, he'd eventually realize that he wasn't talking to another man. I would take stories from my own life or stories I had heard, spin them a little, and make them part of this man's background. I planned out what college he'd gone to during what years, what towns he's lived in, what jobs he's had, what countries he's traveled in, what businesses he had owned. I made details about his childhood, even right down to what the wallpaper in his childhood bedroom had looked like. I had an entire timeline of his life so that the story would be consistent from person to person, so that I would never be caught in my own lie. His life was a reflection of what I wanted my life to be at that age, and so I was sort of living through his character. And it worked. People believed me. Like I said, I found some of these women through dating sites, but I had no intention of being romantic with them. Whenever one of them contacted me through the dating site, I always had an excuse as to why I didn't want a romantic online relationship. This profile is sort of old and I'm seeing someone right now. I really want to get to know you first, etc. A few of them were surprisingly fine with just being friends. It's just that dating sites are a good place to find people who are willing to open themselves up to another person. Remember, it was the early 2000s before there was a lot of pen pal sites. I happily hid behind this persona online and eventually began instant messaging every day with one woman named Pat. Pat was going through a rough time in her life. She was deeply in debt, unemployed, living with her sister, whom she despised. There had been a domino effect of shitty happenstances that had occurred in her life over the course of a few years that had landed her in that position.
That's crazy.
Pat was in her early 50s, and I got, so I really enjoyed talking to her. She was smart and funny and open to talking about all the new ideas that were fermenting in my teenaged head, which I pretended were coming from a 50-year-old something dude who was undergoing an emotional awakening after a lifetime of emotional suppression. She didn't have anything better to do, and I, being a now 15-year-old teenager on summer break in a town where I had no friends, didn't have anything better to do either. Pat lived in Minnesota, and I told her that I lived in southern Florida near the ocean. She loved hearing about what the ocean looked like that day. I knew how to access webcams of the ocean. She did not, so I would tell her what the waves looked like. I even sent her some shells from a beach when I vacationed in Florida late that summer so that the postal code stamp would be near where I had told her that I lived. I made up historical facts to tell her, which were completely false. I went through relationship dramas as this man that she advised me on, and I told her of spiritual awakenings that I'd experienced. She told me things she said she never told anyone, etc. I found pictures online of a random nobody and sent those to her, claiming it was me. I found other pictures of a random house and sent those to her, claiming it was my home. We were good friends. It's just that I wasn't who she thought I was. Pat very nearly caught me a few times because sometimes she wouldn't believe what I'd said, and she would tell me she didn't know if I was real. I always managed to smooth it over somehow. However, she wanted to talk to me on the phone, and worse, she wanted to meet me. In fact, by the end, she insisted on it. By that
Bruh.
time, she had started working again and had some money. She also wanted out of her situation and start over. I don't know why I did this, but eventually we got to talking about her coming to live with me at an entirely fake address in southern Florida. We planned it all out meticulously and had known each other for a year. I even told her that I had a friend who was a business owner and would give her a job. This was the only time I spoke to Pat on the phone, when I was pretending to be this friend with a business, and I interviewed her for a job that didn't exist in a small business that didn't exist. She wanted to speak to me, so fake me on the phone, and somehow I always managed to beg her off, telling her that my phone was broken, which was ridiculous since most internet still ran off the phone line in those days, and I would call her soon. Soon, I promise. Soon. I would lay awake at night telling myself that I had to tell Pat who I really was. The woman was about
Which one is the
her entire life
closest?
to be with someone who didn't exist. But I felt like I was in too deep, and a big part of me really believed this lady would come connect the dots and wouldn't really go through with it. I was
Why?
also 15 and scared of getting in trouble. With who, I don't know. The day came when she was going to fly from Minnesota to the airport near where I, quote-unquote, lived in southern Florida. We had one last instant messenger conversation with her very excited about her new life, and with me assuring her that I would see her in just a few hours.
Oh,
That I
God.
would be there to pick her up. I'd have a sign and balloons and everything. I gave her a made-up phone number to reach me with. I agreed that she could stay at my place for a few weeks until she got a couple of paychecks.
Oh, this is just
and she
mean.
could find her own place. It was like I was just watching a stranger typing those words to Pat. It like an autopilot, like it wasn't real. She had told me that she had never taken this big of a chance, but that for once in her life she wanted adventure. Adventure like the kind I, or rather my fake persona, had in his life. She was tired of being scared of life and wanted to embrace it. Those next
This is
several hours
painful.
were torturous. I tried to act normal at home.
Girl, this story is torturous. What is
Again,
wrong
I really
with you?
believed that she would wise up and call it off
Why?
at the last minute. Unfortunately, she didn't. A day later, I got an absolutely irate email from Pat demanding to know where I was. The phone number had connected her to dry cleaners. The business didn't exist, according to the Yellow Pages. There were 3 more emails came throughout the course of the next 36 hours. She was writing the email from the
Oh my
library
God.
and only had enough money to stay at a hotel another few nights, and then she didn't know what she was going to do since she didn't have enough money to get back home.
Oh my
She
God.
said she had never taken a leap of faith in her entire life, and that she trusted me because she just needed one person in the world who she could trust.
Somebody
and she
relink.
believed
Somebody
she was
relink.
a worthwhile human being after all of the shit that had happened to her in the past few years. She berated herself
Oh God, dude.
misled for going with her heart instead of her brain. It tore me up. Look, I realized
Oh
that
my
both she and I
God.
made mistakes, but it tore me the hell up to know that there was a lady out
No,
there
I feel like
somewhere
mostly you
who I
made
considered a
mistakes.
friend, despite everything, that was going through such turmoil.
What
that
mistakes
I
did she?
lost it.
What
Her
mistakes did
last
she
email
make
was one
really,
last
other
attempt
than
to
like
get in
not
touch with me,
verifying?
pleading to please answer her. She must have realized by that time that I wasn't real, but was hoping I could somehow help her out anyway. But there was
Dude.
nothing I could do. I never answered. In fact,
Oh
I
my
shut
God.
down that entire email address and put that entire episode behind me. I don't know what happened to her. There were so many red flags she should have seen. The fact that I wouldn't speak to her on the phone being the biggest. I think she was
Fuck
desperately
off.
looking for
And she
someone to
shouldn't
love.
know. You
And however
actively
temporarily
lied.
I managed to give it to her. Maybe she just wanted to believe, and so she ignored her rational mind. But you know that episode of The Simpsons where Bart writes fake love letters to Mrs. Krabappel, who believes that they're from a real guy, and how torn up Bart is when he realized how upset and humiliated Mrs. K will be when she realizes she's been duped? That's how I felt. I let this whole thing go too far, and I must have really hurt and humiliated
Oh my God.
someone. I feel terrible about that. It wasn't right. I shouldn't have done it. No excuses, period. Every time this memory pops in my head, I get that cold feeling of shame all throughout my body. I
Good.
don't even totally know why I did all this.
Oh
Pat, wherever
my
you
God.
are, I am sorry. Too long didn't read. I pretended to be a guy online, and a woman moved halfway across the country to be with someone that didn't exist because I was too scared to tell the truth. Ooh, so many thoughts.
What is wrong
The
with
hardest
you?
part about this post, as I bet a lot of you are feeling right now too, is that the quote perpetrator in this situation was a 14-year-old and then 15-year-old girl. I mean, it wasn't an adult. Like, it wasn't like a 25.
Yeah, but you know better than that at that
doing this
age.
to
You
an
know
older
better.
woman,
You still know better.
manipulating them into all of this, and then watching them move, manipulating them into moving, promising they'll be there to pick them up.
Age is not an
The
excuse
sign
in this case.
Oh, my heart breaks for Pat. This is so sad. Like, that's different, right? Somebody with a fully developed brain doing something like that, and then
It's worse if someone with a fully developed brain does it, but it's not bad when a kid does it just because they're a kid.
That would be a different situation, right? But this girl was only 15.
You know
Was it
better.
wrong?
You absolutely know better at that age.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm not buying it.
It's so hard to know.
Yeah,
what we
she
know.
knew what she was doing, and she was
The
hoping
only,
she didn't have to
real
tell on
criticism
herself.
I have for her, in spite of her age, is that she should not have she should have ghosted this person when they started talking about coming to see him, the 50-year-old man in Florida. Before it went to that point, definitely should have it would have been way better. Like, she did end up ghosting this person in the end.
Yeah, after it
the
was too
damage
late.
done. So why didn't you just ghost Pat, like, a few weeks before, when she started, like, touching on, like, I really want to come see you, I'm gonna quit my job, I'm gonna
Cause OP's fucking evil, honestly.
Like, you should have just ghosted at that point. You should have just ghosted. And that's probably my only, like, real criticism
kinda
of,
close.
in spite of her age, like, she should have known better than to do that. But otherwise, I do respect this person, for
I
lack of
don't.
a better word, for at least coming to terms with this. At least, like,
Fuck
obviously they feel very
Catfish.
guilty, and this follows
I
them,
never
and
respect
understand that, like,
Catfish.
you know, like, I always thought about, like,
Ugh.
if I ever did something really bad, I would feel way too guilty to keep it to myself. And
Dude,
I think
none
we
of
all
these
kind of
match.
have that
This is
about
so
the past,
annoying.
like, little things that we look back on and cringe about, and we're just like, that was so terrible. Like, why did I do that? Why did I say that and stuff? And so I can relate to this guilt that she's feeling, but I just also understand what it's like to be on the receiving end of that, because when I was 15, I was I did not move for anybody, but I was definitely catfished by somebody who was claiming to be a guy, and this is so embarrassing. I feel very vulnerable right now, but I also got catfished by somebody who I didn't have a lot of friends in school, and I definitely never been looked at twice at by a guy in school. And you know, when you're a teenager and your hormones are raging.
Oh, I'm so indecisive. Okay, the black one.
Right? And I
Black one.
wanted a boyfriend in high school, but it never happened, and it didn't happen till after high school because it wasn't that kind of place. There wasn't
Exactly. She never got any consequences. She never owned up to it to that person, which that's the hard thing to do. Like, yeah, for sure. I guess it can sometimes be hard to, like,
this whole community, that's a whole other video
tell
thing,
yourself that it happened, but, like,
I think he said
ultimately
he
you
was
have
16 or
to
17, I can't even remember,
apologize to
but
the person you
told
hurt.
me, like, sent me pictures, made phone calls, left me voice messages where she literally just talked in a deep voice. I know, and it tricked me. Like, I feel so yes, I know.
Alright,
This is
let's work on
embarrassing, like I
this.
said. However, before it got too far, she finally came clean and told me, and we actually ended up being friends, and we're still friends too. I mean, we're not friends. It's not like we still chat, but we're still, like, friends on Facebook to this day. Like, I've seen pictures of her wedding and stuff. Like, I know that she, and I have a few friends from that time that I'm still friends with on Facebook, you know? So it's like, it turned out okay, but I just remember that feeling of being duped, and I can't imagine, like, actually putting your entire life into the hands, and then, yeah. I will say, though, this woman was, I hate to say it, I get it, she was very vulnerable and everything, and the early 2000s internet was way different than it was today, but I have to say, she has to take some responsibility for the fact that she literally dropped everything and flew across the country
should not
for
have done
somebody
that.
who did not verify who they were. I don't think that means she deserved what happened to her, but I do think she needs to take a little bit of accountability for that, because she was the adult in this situation, whether she knew it or not. And this
I think the
teenager
problem is that
pretended
she
to be
didn't
a
know that she
guy
was
who's
the
just
adult.
a teenager. And I mean, I think you just have a little bit more when you're a teenager, before your brain is developed. I think you just have a little bit more leeway in a lot of things. I don't know. I like
not
to think
this.
we're gonna give children so much protection as we do, and as they deserve, as I think we should. Like, we want to protect their innocence, we want to protect them from predators, we, teach about straight
Right, I'm not
behavior and
protecting
stuff
them
like
from
that, but I think
themselves,
we
though,
also
sorry.
need to give them a little leeway when they do stupid shit like this.
No.
But
that's how they
being said,
don't
of course,
learn.
It leaves you with wondering what happened to Pat. I wish we had some sort of update from Pat. I wish Pat had come across this post and realized that it was
Okay.
her and made an account of her own and like explained what happened after that, because it sounds like she was on the way to being homeless, at least for a while, because she was staying at a hotel and told her in the emails that she was running out of money. So I just really, really hope everything worked out for her in the end, because I don't know how she didn't end up homeless. So just heartbreaking all around. I think this is definitely an everyone sucks here situation.
Okay.
All right, friends, that is going to do it for today. Thank you so much for watching the video. Please like the video to help the channel.
There we
Check out our
go.
sponsor. Check out the Patreon. That will also be it down below. All those good things.
Usually no. I think usually what it is they're generally gay. They're gay, or they, for one reason or another, hate their own sex, so they're trying out the other one because they think it's going to be easier for whatever reason. Yeah, exactly. Like, that is beyond cruel. Ugh. Okay. Alright, we need something else to listen to now. Fuck. It's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know, but that tends to be a thing. I don't know why though. I want something longer so I don't have to. No. There are definitely some that do catfish. I guess gay people. This is true. Oh my god. I'm so sleepy. We don't have to keep this one to 3 hours exactly. I mean, we shouldn't have it be too long, but you know. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I cannot. I can't stop yawning. Fuck. Ah. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sleepy today. I thought it's gonna happen again. God, I need another cup of coffee, dude. I miss the Indigo back then. Nostalgia, throwback. You know what you're gonna miss? Me in general, because I'm gonna block you. Anyway. Okay. Internet mysteries iceberg. How about that? That's good. Oh my god, why am I so tired? Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I know, shockingly, I did not get up and walk away from the keyboard, and I vocally said I was banning them. Isn't that really cool if that works? Yes. Okay. I know. I might grab a drink really fast here because my Sprite is empty. Good question. I don't know. I don't know if we're allowed to fall asleep on YouTube or not. Hold on, I have to send a photo of the munch to my fiance. Keaton. He's so cute. I am getting better. Oh. Oh, fuck you, YouTube. Fuck! Oh my god. Fucking YouTube reloaded. Oh my god, why am I so tired? Oh my god, okay. Let's listen to this after I grab a drink. Be right back. Oh. Hi, baby. You stretchy kitten? new Sprite. Oh, are the Huskies playing? Did we win? Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Play it.
And Tatiana, welcome back to the channel. Here
Crack
is
my back.
your
Let's go.
part 2 to the Internet Mysteries Iceberg. Today we are doing
I know it's
tiers
part
3
2,
and 4.
but
this is gonna be the
I feel like we'll know all.
ever, because every one of these videos
I feel like
is
we'll
just
know
long,
all of
and we're
them
only doing 2
in the
tiers
first
at a
one.
time because we have a lot to get into.
Thank you.
So today's video is
It's like
supported by our
actually
sponsors.
cold out
I'm gonna
now,
roll that,
so.
but we're gonna get right into it. Now I probably sound like a broken record by now, but as you guys know, I hate cooking. I can maybe manage to do it 1 or 2 times.
Alright,
And
do you
then
have a
bounce.
code for us?
I get to skip all. They
Do we
are
have a
fresh
factor
in beans.
code?
The best thing of
I'm
all is
skipping
that
to the
box
end
that
of
week,
this.
Head to Factor
Okay.
75.
The Factor 75 code is Hannah the Horrible 50 for 50% off your first box and 20% off your next 4 boxes. Okay, there's her Factor.
Or click the link below and use code Hannah
There
the
you go.
Horrible 50 to get 50% off
Okay,
your first
let's
Factor
do
box and 20%
this.
off your next month of orders.
Timestamp
That's code
is,
Hannah the Horrible 50 at
220.
factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20%
I hate
off
that they
your
moved
next
these.
month of orders. Do
So
not
annoying.
miss this discount. Okay, so if this happens to be the first video that you stumbled across on my channel, I'm really sorry if you're confused. Highly recommend you go back and watch part 1 of this
I'll move
video
that
because
slightly.
it has all the disclaimers and what an iceberg is and yada yada yada. So I just highly recommend not starting with this video. You definitely can.
I am
It's
starting with this
standalone.
one.
You don't need any background info in order to watch this. It's just that this is part 2 and part 1 has tiers 1 and 2 of the giant Internet Mysteries Iceberg. So we're gonna dive into more mysteries today. Without further ado, let's start with tier 3. This is u/yay video games, which was a Reddit user. So for a long time, this was a huge mystery on the internet. There were lots of videos made about this, but it has actually since been solved, even though the ending to the whole saga was actually really, really tragic and really sad. u/yay video games was a Reddit user, as we touched on, and he's known for being just a very normal Reddit user one day, and then the next seeming like he goes down a mental health spiral, spamming all these forums with specifically some variation of the sentence Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye, always on DRM. This user also
What?
seemed to make a lot of different accounts and spam different forums with weird phrases. The amount of spam comments that this user and these accounts were creating, I think, is what was really tripping people up, because it just seemed impossible.
That's
It
so
seemed
weird.
like just thousands and thousands of these types of comments, and so it just got everybody's attention, and it was very, very strange. However, a lot of people chalked it up to a troll. Maybe it was a troll that was producing all of these with their computer, or maybe somebody got hacked and it was a bot doing all this. However, through the various accounts, people finally did figure out that this user was actually very mentally ill and was struggling quite a bit. Not only did this user struggle with some pretty bad mental illness, they were also in physical pain. They had a chronic disease called chronic
that
fatigue
sucks.
syndrome. So this poor human was just stuck in the cycle of not only depression, but also just chronic pain and feeling, which doesn't help your depression because you feel like it's never going to get any better. It was eventually revealed that the man behind the account was someone named Lyndon Wetchell. I'm so sorry if I'm saying the last name wrong. I do apologize. And unfortunately, it was later revealed that in January 2015, Lyndon ended up dying by S-word. So the answer
That
to
sucks.
Yay Video Games and why Lyndon was spamming all of these accounts and all of these Reddit forums, a friend eventually came out and explained it as well.
Okay,
that
there we go.
It was
Parking
literally
lot.
just his sense of humor. Like, he just thought it was funny. It was kind of
Woo.
a way that he could cope with his mental illnesses by kind of being entertained. He was kind of being a troll, but not a mean troll, if that makes sense. Like, it was
I
just a way to, like, I think he really liked that he added this big mystery to the internet and would have really enjoyed the kick that everybody got out of it.
Why is
but
it
it did
bottle?
turn out that
Okay.
it was not, like, a result of his mental illness, but it was like a way to cope with his mental illness. At least that's my understanding. I don't want to speak for him, of course, but that's my understanding of the whole situation. Okay, next on the list is Eratus, or Eratus. I think it's pronounced Eratus. Again, kind of, you hear your different pronunciations. Eratus was a whole thing that started back in 2015 on 4chan. Somebody on 4chan posted this thing about how there was a woman that they once knew, and this woman told this person a story about how one time they were packing boxes in a warehouse that they worked at, and while the woman was packing these boxes, on the tape gun that they gave her to do this, she saw the word Eratus printed on the tape gun. A programmer that the woman worked with saw this and told her to throw the tape gun away completely and not to Google the word Eratus. Apparently all the computer systems were set up in a way that could sense if somebody looked up the word Eratus, it would like flag it in their system, and whichever employee looked up the word would be immediately fired. So the anonymous poster that posted this story on 4chan claims that the woman who told him this story, I know it's a little confusing, that she was homeless and she was just talking about a temp job that she once had. She was also in a band. The homeless and band part is surprisingly relevant. Then later, another anonymous user posted a YouTube channel on 4chan, and this channel had a video called "YouTube is Monitoring and Controlling My Life." This channel goes on to claim that the person behind it has discovered secrets about Universal Studios in the Jurassic Park trilogy specifically. In one of the other videos on this channel, titled "Here Goes Nothing," internet sleuths discovered that if you turned on the automatic captions for this video, you would get 2 secret messages. Something like 200 Corbin KY 40219, and later another message said overthrow the government. However, the captions have since changed. I don't know when they changed, but that is allegedly what it originally said. 200 Corbin KY 40219 sounds like an address, but it's not a real address. People found this phrase on a Bandcamp website. This Bandcamp website was promoting the band KFC Murder Chicks. They were the homeless ladies band, and the women in the band were apparently homeless. One of the members of the band was not only previously homeless or currently homeless, but also used to work in a warehouse. The band had posted their EP only a few days before the 4chan post went up. So yeah, it's very safe to say that this was a big marketing stunt for the band KFC Murder Chicks. Given that they're in the horror genre, they probably are aware of ARGs and other random internet mysteries, and they probably knew how effective marketing in this way could be if they stirred up an internet mystery, especially because people into horror are more likely to be into internet mysteries as well, and so they're probably going to be more likely to listen to their music. But it is very likely that the original posts were from people in the band. They were all, 4chan's pretty anonymous, and so it's very likely that the people posting these,
sounds like a spell. It does sound like a spell.
When people weren't getting it, they posted again, leading to
where
the
the
YouTube
fuck
channel.
are these?
Finally got led to the Bandcamp website. Does that make sense? The whole thing with the Eratus ended up being a hoax. Nobody has ever been fired for actually Googling that term, but it's so funny because even on the internet you see it misspelled a lot of the time. For people that are paranoid, they spell it with like 1 R or something like that, hoping that that will be a loophole around in the system because they are worried about it. But you can Google it all you want, nothing happens. Evil Stick is next. A lot of you have probably heard about this one. This is one of the best internet mysteries that has ever happened, and if you're not new to this channel, you've probably heard of it because it's my #1 video. It's my #1 video.
That.
It's very old. I really hope something else takes that spot soon because it's a very old video. I had to go back and rewatch it for this video, and I have to say it's not too bad other than the fact that my camera was very out of focus, but you live and you learn. So if you want all the details,
I got all the way to the bottom and it's not there.
Go watch that video. It's only like 10 minutes, but here's the summary. The Evil Stick was a toy that a woman bought for her young child back in 2014. She went to a dollar store and went to the kids section, and there's like this whole wall of pink toys, like very, very aimed towards stereotypical girl toys, dolls in pink plastic galore, So she picks up this random wand that looks like it's just a princess wand. It's pink, it's supposed to have a button to play whimsical music, it has a little mirror thing in the middle.
I should have put more down when I was near it. God damn it.
like it.
Ooh, you.
But Mom failed
Yes.
to look at the packaging more closely, which makes sense. I'm sure she's just throwing it in her cart, but she failed to look at the fact that it said evil stick at the top. She brought it home, gave it to her young daughter, and a little while after playing with the toy, her daughter became very upset and very scared and is probably scarred for life when she went crying to her mom with the toy in her hands. Instead of whimsical, pretty music, when you press the button, the toy actually played maniacal laughter. And then even scarier, the photo under the little mirror.
Okay.
It wasn't a mirror, but it was like a little piece of
Is this a
foil
trash
kind of
can, by the way?
reflective thing in the middle.
Does
When
this
you
look like a
peeled
trash
that
can to
off,
us?
there was an absolutely terrifying photo.
It actually
underneath.
doesn't look like trash.
It was
What
a
is
photo
that? I
of
don't know
a
what that
woman
is.
who was made
Damn, I
to kind
thought it
of
was
look
gonna
like
be
a
trash.
vampire, and she is using a knife on her own wrists. The story made the news, and to this day, we don't know for sure how this toy made it into the store. Someone else nearby went to that store and found a bunch of the evil sticks, and they all had different photos in them. They weren't all scary like this, but they were all called evil stick. And then
Why
the
is it
photo
evil
in
stick?
the middle of the wand was eventually tracked down, and turns out that it is an altered photo of a horror photographer's work. He was doing a macabre series and took a photo of this woman, but she was supposed to kind of look like a vampire, but then her eyes were changed, and it was just made to look a lot creepier for this toy. So the prevailing theory is that a worker in whatever Chinese factory this likely was made, that some worker photoshopped the photo and was able to sneak it into production. And that's why we've only ever heard of 2 of these wands being bought.
Yeah, I
by
believe
2
that.
people. But that still doesn't answer the fact that, like, why was there other toys called the evil stick in the store right next to it? Only 2 of them had this picture, which this mom picked up and that guy picked up, but the other ones had other pictures in it. So it still doesn't explain why a toy called the evil stick was made as a kid's toy to begin with. That
Yeah,
doesn't
why
make
is it
any
called that?
sense. Even a knockoff dollar store company, that is a weird thing to name a toy. So this does remain a mystery in a lot of aspects, even though we have found kind of like the origin of the picture and verified that this was true. Kanye Quest 3030 Cult. This is a
Oh, love that one.
Kanye Quest 3030
This one's funny.
was a video game back for 2013 Windows. The video
Girl,
game
yes, you
follows
can.
Kanye West, who is taking out the garbage. He falls through a portal to the year 3030, because I'm sure somebody as wealthy and famous as Kanye West is taking out his own garbage to the curb. Now, the premise of the game is not very relevant to the mystery. However, if you're curious, it basically just follows Kanye in the year 3030, and other rappers are in the game, and he's like challenging them to rapping battles and stuff like that.
Amazing.
You have to beat the
Yeah,
other
close
rappers
enough.
to move up in the game. The actual Kanye West has nothing to do with this. He didn't approve the making of the game. If he wanted to, he could probably sue if he wanted to, but it was such a silly little game that somebody just made on their computer that I'm sure he either doesn't know or doesn't care. But he didn't approve of this being made or anything like that. He doesn't have anything to do with the alleged cult connections. But anyway, the reason that this is a mystery is because a few years after the game was released, somebody posted a weird paste bin post, and this person said that they were playing the game and they came across this really odd thing in the game, and they figured out that if you type the word ascend to an NPC in the game, you're taken to a secret room in a completely secret part of the game. Turns out when you go to the secret part of the game gets pretty dark, and it turns out that this entire game was a cult recruitment tactic for a cult/religion called Ascensionism. Now, I can't get into all the details in this video. A lot of people had made videos about this and got it wrong until 2022 when a channel named Grouse House, I think that's how you say their channel name, they did an entire series, an investigation called Finding Yeezus, and I have to say, it's a pretty underrated series. I'm kind of bummed that it doesn't actually have as many views as it probably should. Like, I feel like it's kind of, if people really knew what they had found out in this series, I wish it had gone viral, because they find the real creator of the game.
Alright, it's
and
looking like
other
something
people
on the
claim to
outside
have
here.
find something. I think Game Theorists did a video on it, and I watched them. I love Theorist channels, but they got this wrong. they didn't investigate hard enough because Finding Yeezus, that series from Grouse House, found the real creator of the game and solved this
What else should I
mystery.
put up
The
here?
real creator of the game turned out to be a person named Clara Hope. Turns out Clara made it for a school project originally. The whole thing was just an ARG. Ascensionism is not a real religion. There's no real cult behind this. Like I said, Clara just made it for an ARG project for school, and I think just added these other mystery elements to it. And it turns out that it is very likely that the creator, that Clara, was the one that posted about it on Pastebin because nobody was figuring the mystery out. And so Clara posted about it on Pastebin to be like, hey guys, look at what I found, like, to send people down the rabbit hole. So basically just an ARG, and the explanation is pretty simple at the end. But shout out to Grouse House because they did do a very lengthy, a lot of research, and a huge investigation on this. Okay, Kenny Veach is next. Kenny Veach refers to the hiker slash YouTuber. He went to a cave located in Nevada in 2014, and he got lost in the caves, went missing, and has not been seen since. Kenny Veach, so he was an avid hiker, and he loved exploring caves and weird places, and he went by himself. On one of these excursions, he allegedly came across a cave where the entrance to the cave looked like a perfect capital M, and it has since been often referred to as the M Cave. The cave was supposedly located near the Nellis Air Force Base, which, if you don't know, is very close to Area 51 in Nevada. So Kenny reported on his experience with the cave. He didn't actually, as far as I know, document him actually going into the cave, but he said it was a very odd experience. The second he got closer to the cave, and then the second he walked in, his entire body started to vibrate. And then he says that he was overwhelmed with this inexplicable feeling of fear. Because of these terrible feelings, he left the cave, but after posting about it, his YouTube audience begged him to go back to see if he can go back and find it. So in October 2014, Kenny did go and try to find the cave again. But since he went to it the first time and he didn't document his location or where it was or any landmarks, he couldn't find it again. So then in November, he went back out, this time to find caves and to hike near the Sheep Mountains. He wasn't necessarily going back again to try to find M Cave. But when he left in November for the Sheep Mountains, he never returned. Now, even though he did go out alone all the time, he did at least tell his girlfriend where he was at all times. And so by the next morning when he didn't show up, his girlfriend had immediately reported him missing. A search and rescue mission for Kenny commenced, and they searched high and low for him. Very, very sadly, they found Kenny's cell phone in a vertical cave, and they even found his car a few miles away from that, but no sign of Kenny. This, of course, sparked a ton of conspiracy theories and concern by people online who knew that he had gone out to look for that M Cave near Area 51, and it was speculated and people were theorizing that the government or whoever controls Area 51 made Kenny disappear because he came across a cave that he wasn't supposed to find, and that maybe inside of that cave was an entrance to Area 51. Maybe he went in and he did find the cave, and he went into Area 51 and saw all this stuff he wasn't supposed to see, and so they either
if you sneak into Area 51, you're just getting arrested.
Of course, these are wild conspiracy theories. Kenny's girlfriend did later post a comment on the M Cave video, the one that everybody was freaking out about and having all these conspiracy theories about, and she says that even though they didn't find him, she strongly believes that he went out there to take his own life. She explained that Kenny had been battling with his depression for many years.
That's sad.
And it is believed that he left his cell phone in a place where it could be found. He left his cell phone and then went somewhere else in order to
makes
do
more
this
sense.
so that it wouldn't be traced to his body and he wouldn't be found for whatever reason. I don't know why he would do that. So it's either that, or if it was not because of S-word, hear me out here, he hiked alone in the desert, and this was a man who claimed to like to play with rattlesnakes for fun. And
why are you playing with rattlesnakes for fun?
He got stuck in a cave and couldn't get out and suffocated. He got attacked by an animal. Like, Occam's razor here tells us that the most likely explanation is probably the explanation, and if it's between all of that plethora of things that could have happened when his loved ones were saying he was battling depression and he was also doing very dangerous things, or the men in black came and got him. Like, I just...
Stop.
Very, very likely that this was not nefarious.
It's clearly the men in black. Stop. Stop covering for the men in black. Okay?
I'm sorry to my Japanese friends or people that speak Japanese. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. You can tell me all about it in the comments. Y'all always do.
Perfect.
This refers to lost media back from 2004 that first popped up on a Japanese message board. This is completely just an urban legend at this point because no one has actually been able to confirm that this commercial or this found footage exists at all. If it was real, it was either a commercial or it was a PSA, some sort of short video. The video allegedly contained two white, featureless human figures over a dark black background. Usually people remember it in front of railroad tracks. A voice then comes on and says something along the lines of, every 2 seconds, someone dies on the earth. Now, I think that it is likely that this did exist in some form, but it's probably a lot of false memories mixing all together to morph it into something else. So the original, we can't really find. We're still finding it. Some people have had some pretty good leads on Reddit, and so it very well might actually exist, but it's probably very different than what all the recreations are. It could have been a traffic/railroad safety PSA, which I read is a big thing in Japan. And like I said, I think this just morphed into something else over time.
That would make sense.
And I do think the original will be found, if it hasn't already, somewhere on the internet, and I think people are just vaguely remembering things. Barbie.avi is next. This one is not real. Barbie.avi is a really infamous creepypasta. The reason
This one is not real.
It's so popular and so well known is because there is video to go along with the creepypasta, which gives it some credibility. The story goes, a man comes across an abandoned computer, takes it home, finds a file on the computer called Barbie.avi. The video shows a woman being interviewed in a white room. There's no audio of her voice though, even though she's talking. As the video goes on, it starts to look like she's becoming more and more distressed. We soon see in the video that the woman only has one arm. The video then cuts to someone walking down train tracks towards a house. The man then, who allegedly found this abandoned computer and therefore this file, recognizes the area of the railroad tracks and goes and follows this path himself. He finds the house that was in the video. It's an abandoned, run-down, dilapidated house, but he goes inside. He hears a weird, creepy moan somewhere within the house when he enters it, and it freaks him out so much that he doesn't investigate any further. He just leaves and never looks back. So that's the creepypasta. That's the actual creepypasta story. People discovered, though, that the writer of the story just found this particular video online somewhere and then just wrote the creepypasta around it so that there would be video evidence to go with it. The real story of the video was that this is a woman that we just refer to as Sharon, who actually is an amputee and lost an arm, and she's being interviewed by a man named Mike Rounds. Mike Rounds was known for interviewing amputees and getting their stories, and according to him, Sharon had lost her arm in a washing machine accident. So she had nothing to do with this creepypasta.
A washing machine accident?
With this random made-up story.
Bro, what?
Baby Monkey Hate Ring is next. I'm not going to go into detail on this one for very obvious reasons. You guys know me and animal stuff. This is exactly what it sounds like. I'm not going to show you anything.
That you're not going into details. Thank you.
That's on YouTube. It's this very strange thing on YouTube where there's random videos and playlists that people make around baby monkeys having, specifically baby monkeys, no other animal or older monkeys having bad things happen to them on purpose because some humans are fucking sick. Do not Google this one for the love of God, because the first thing that comes up are terrible headlines and very disturbing photos. Like, just, you're welcome.
Noted.
Just save
Will
it.
not
Just
be.
take it out of your day. Remember that even
That's
though
so
it seems
weird.
like so prevalent nowadays, just remember that very, very few people actually want to hurt animals. Like, I try to remember that on a daily basis. Actually, the vast majority of people are outraged and want to help, and the vast majority of people are doing things to help animals, and it's just a very, very tiny, tiny portion of the population that are just terrible, terrible, garbage waste of space humans. John Lang is next. Just FYI, I have no photos of this man, but he was a man from Fresno who was exposing the police, the Fresno police, to the public. The Fresno police were doing really shady things, and he was like exposing them online and talking about all the weird things that they were doing and that he had proof. It's not to say that the Fresno police were not corrupt. I believe there has been a lot of allegations of the Fresno Police Department having corruption issues, so I'm not disputing that by any means. But in this particular case, John Lang, turns out, wasn't actually exposing anything that wasn't already public knowledge. So John Lang goes on to claim that he's being stalked and harassed by the Fresno police after he exposed them for all of their shady practices. And because of being stalked and harassed, he put cameras all over his house. He then writes a Facebook post predicting his own death and claiming that if this happens, then the Fresno police are responsible for it. A couple days after posting that, the Fresno Police Department, sure enough, go to his house to find it completely up in flames, his entire house on fire. John was inside the house, and he had been found with multiple stab wounds. However, at the autopsy, it was determined that these stab wounds were self-inflicted.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So then, of course, many people believed that this was an entire police cover-up, that the police paid off the doctor doing the autopsy to get them to say that it was S-word, even though it wasn't. They actually killed him for exposing them, and yada, yada, yada. However, it is very likely that John Lang was suffering from mental illness. You don't usually become that paranoid about stalking and harassment and putting cameras all over your yard. Like, it's, of course, security is totally fine and everything, but you don't usually,
I'm looking for, like, some trash bins or something, maybe.
When people are literally just driving by and doing nothing, or somebody got lost, so they drove by your house twice.
I would go for the normal ones, but I don't think they're big enough.
Claiming that these were the people stalking him, or just every single vehicle, which could have been him construing it in a way that was not reality, if that makes sense. So it was likely that he was very, very mentally ill, and perhaps because of this and his hatred and anger towards the Fresno Police Department, he staged this whole thing to try to make it look like foul play. Like, he committed S-word, but did it in a way that tried to make it look like a police cover-up so that he could kind of be a martyr, you know, and have people scrutinize the police, and he would be the one that led the way into uncovering a bunch of other stuff about them. Now, I will agree that it is pretty wild to self-inflict in such a way that would be very, very difficult. However, I can see by the fact that, like I touched on, he didn't really expose anything that wasn't already public knowledge. So the police were, like, they definitely probably didn't like John and everything, and I'm not saying anything about police departments not being corrupt, because I absolutely know that there's corruption in police departments. I am not,
I feel like we need graffiti.
Twist my words or get anything wrong. I'm not defending the police in any way, shape, or form. However, I am saying that in this situation, I don't know why they would do this when he wasn't really, when he was kind of just like a rock.
I know, I'm so curious how the washing machine got her arm. Like, that sounds like the worst way for that to happen.
So I just don't really understand what the motive and all the trouble they would go through to do this. And if he was showing signs of mental illness, it seems more likely to me that, yeah, he would be happily, if he was already feeling that depression anyway, and so he was fine with taking, you know, being a martyr, taking one for the team or whatever, I could see that going either way too. So this is technically unsolved. I don't think we know for sure what happened, but that's just kind of how I lean towards. I just, there would have to be a better motivation for it to be, for the conspiracy to be true, if that makes sense. Kate Yup is next. A lot of you have probably heard of this one. Kate Yup was/is, I don't know if it's past tense or not, a mukbanger on YouTube, and she was
a trash can. That's cute.
For eating massive amounts of seafood. She was doing mukbang,
yeah, this is crazy.
Her channel started to gain a lot of traction and attention when people
I remember when this happened.
Things about her videos. She would have small bruises or other wounds visible on her body, even though she never showed her face. Like, her eyes were always covered with a mask. She never spoke in the videos, but then she would use captions to talk to the audience. But then people noticed that some of the captions started to become odd, and it would be like she was trying to give secret messages to the audience. So most notably, one of the message had the letters SOS capitalized in the message, and then another message had capitalized the letters to spell out HELP, help. In some of the videos, she's like looking, or it appears that she's glancing
I want to put something here, but I don't know what. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put bushes there.
They would say, like, a voice off screen would say, just
I'm just gonna make
faster,
like a little
or things like that. So of course, as the internet
grass
does,
situation.
everybody's convinced that she was being held captive and somebody was forcing her to do this.
Marina
on YouTube
Joyce
for money.
round
She
2.
Disappears off the internet for long stretches of time. She's done this several times,
Yeah,
and I think when I was researching for this video, she had recently come back, but it's just weird that with somebody who's getting hundreds of thousands, sometimes 1 million views a video, it's very uncommon for YouTubers to just leave YouTube because they're making money. Like, that's usually how they're paying a lot of their bills. So we can't go that long without uploading a video, especially if you're getting views like that. I don't know why she wouldn't be uploading unless she lives. It is speculated that she lives in Paris, so maybe she has a harder time monetizing.
Ooh, she lives in Paris?
But yeah, so that's
nice.
just kind of weird. Her last upload was October 7th of 2023 as of filming. Naturally, people just think she's being held captive. I fall into the non-conspiracy theory camp as usual. I think she noticed that people were creeped out by how anonymous she was and how she never showed her face while she was doing these mukbangs, and I think she noticed kind of weird comments coming through, like, oh, that's so odd, and so I think she started playing into it.
Probably, that's
Feeding
what
into
I would have to agree with.
Which would therefore boost the video views.
I'm gonna
It definitely worked. Tons of larger channels, including friend of the channel Loie Lane, was making videos on her. And like I said, some have speculated that she's in Paris because it has been known that she probably speaks French, but her channel says she's in the United States. But anyway, I just think that I highly doubt she's being held captive because your captor would be the one editing the videos, probably not you. And I don't know why her captor would let her put those very obvious messages in the captions, or why they would be screaming that, like, saying to
inside of the building now, chat.
Off screen if they knew they were being recorded.
Like,
why would they leave clues like that? That does not make any sense.
This is the front area, but we need to do stairs and shit.
The very sad theory is that she's possibly suffering from an ED. As we know, sometimes mukbangers film their binge sessions. So perhaps, though, and hopefully maybe she's gotten in recovery for this alleged ED. I have no idea. I don't know her. I'm not saying she has.
I wish you could do like an escalator situation.
Might not. But it's like, if, I'm just saying,
escalator?
theoretically, if it was an ED, maybe she's getting help for it, and so she stopped binging, and so therefore she's not making mukbangs, because that's gonna put her back in the cycle. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why she takes big
Wish we could have them be diagonal.
So I'm not sure, but I just doubt that it's some nefarious thing. I think it's just kind of an ARG type thing, and I think she's just fishing for engagement, no pun intended, because she's eating seafood. Okay, the most mysterious metal song is next. I can't do this one because I can't find it. I cannot find what this one is referring to. We did the most mysterious song on the internet in tier 1 or tier 2, I don't know, in part 1, but I can't find the most mysterious metal song. So if anybody wants to email that to me, please do, and I'll try to cover it in one of the future videos for this iceberg. Maura Murray's disappearance is next. A lot of you have probably heard of this case. It's one of the most infamous missing person cases, at least in the US, if not everywhere. It's bizarre, it's tragic, and we still don't know what happened to Maura Murray. So Maura was a junior at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, completing a nursing degree when she went missing. She went missing on February 9, 2004 in New Hampshire after crashing her car, and she just hasn't been seen since. She just disappeared, and no trace of her has ever been found. She crashed the car into a ditch at around 7:30 p.m. A woman saw her standing by the car, and this witness called the police for her. But by the time the police got there, no more than 15 minutes later, Maura was just gone. She was just gone. Obviously, that's a very brief summary. This case has been covered to death by many, many channels, and there's hours and hours and hours of footage and documentaries and videos and stuff on there. This is obviously a very brief summary, but the reason that this is often on internet mystery lists and people's internet mysteries is because of 112 dirtbag or 112 dirtbag or 112 dirtbag or whatever you want to call it. So this is just an old man posted a video. It's just a minute of him laughing like a creep.
Why?
It was posted on February 11th, 2011 originally, and it said happy anniversary. Remember that Mora went missing on February 9th, so he probably recorded it on the 9th. And then Mora also went missing off of Route 112, and her dad later says in an interview that perhaps she was kidnapped by, quote, some dirtbags. So Route 112 and this quote from her dad, and so this creepy old guy posts a channel and his name is 112 dirtbag. Very clever. So of course a lot of people believe that this is the man who took Mora and is responsible for her disappearance, and now he's taunting police and the family. However, me, like most people, believe that this is probably just some pathetic old man who has no life and no wife and no friends. The Horton mine is next. This is a real mine, but the internet mystery around this mine usually refers to the YouTube channel called Exploring Abandoned Mines and Unusual Places. About 10 years ago, this YouTube channel posted several videos exploring this supposedly haunted Horton mine. So they uncovered supposedly some very crazy evidence while exploring the mines. Some ghost evidence like this.
Skating in water and what the fuck is that?
And then another video that went pretty viral.
Thanks, just making my ears hurt.
I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there. I don't know if you can see that in the video or not.
Wait. Never see it all the way.
I talked about this in another video one time, but it was later exposed to be a hoax, and it was later exposed to be set up.
Really?
The audio clip that you heard of the weird sounds
crazy.
coming from the mine that this person filmed was turned out that somebody found as like a stock audio clip or like something from a video, something like that, like a Halloween stock audio clip, I think was the rumor, but I believe that has been confirmed that somebody actually found that. And then obviously
truly shocked by this information.
That could easily been set up, like you just run over, move the chain, run back, and then just cut the part out of the video where you ran over to the chain. After it was revealed to be a hoax, they deleted that part of the video with the sound effect and everything. They like completely cut that part out at the end of the video. It's very weird. So it just like cuts to another screen and it looks really weird, but thankfully other people have of course uploaded it because nothing on the internet ever does. The chain video though is still up.
Okay, which ones did we think looked like escalator? Oh, actually, I wonder if this would look like an escalator.
Many years. Okay, moving on. That was the end of tier 3. We are now moving on to tier 4. So this next one is very weird to say. 973 et nam 973. That sounds weird, but it'll make sense in a minute. So this refers to a strange and mysterious website. Et nam it's just spelled backwards. It's just the human spelled backwards. The website definitely seems like an ARG, but there's been a lot of rumors to the contrary. There also seems to be a lot of conspiracy theory and religious messaging on the website. Many people believe that it was created by somebody who was mentally ill, because typically people that are very, very, very strong conspiracy theorists, I'm not saying like just speculating on some conspiracies for fun, I'm saying people that like truly believe QAnon and truly believe that all these people are doing, you know, crazy stuff, like people that truly believe the entire existence is wrong and all the conspiracy theories are true, is probably suffering from some sort of mental illness.
They have to be.
So I think that's why a lot of people believe that. No known purpose of this website has really come to light, and that's really all there is to it. You guys know me, I get really bored of like puzzles and stuff. I just don't find them fun. I want other people to solve them for me. I don't care about them, so we're not going to dive too deep into that, but that's just all it is a weird website. Jeff the Killer original image. This is a good one. Please note that in this topic, we are going to show some creepy photos. I'm sure you've seen the Jeff the Killer photo, but don't be jump scared because I'm going to show it on the screen several times, as well as variations of it for this topic. So move on to the next one if you don't want to see it. So most of us know who Jeff the Killer is. Jeff the Killer was another very, very well-known creepypasta. I would say Jeff the Killer is just as known, if not more known, than like Slender Man. Mind you, this mystery has nothing to do with the creepypasta, with the story itself. This is simply the mystery around the photo associated with the story that everybody uses as an example of what Jeff the Killer would look like if the story was real. The photo of Jeff the Killer is shrouded in mystery. Nobody knows where this photo actually came from, and there are...
Not true.
Oh my god, this is such a rabbit hole. So many Reddit people just dedicated to figuring this out.
They found it, I'm pretty sure.
Reddit forums. Those Reddit forums have giant documents with all of their research on it. I love people, okay? I love people. I love internet sleuths that get so into this stuff. I don't think it's weird. It's just like painting. Like, if some people like to paint or knit in their free time, some people like going down internet rabbit holes, okay? Anyway, this is a Photoshop photo. We know that. And there's two different photos that are most commonly used when referring to Jeff the Killer. But no one knows where this image came from.
I've literally seen the original image.
Unphotoshopped photo looks like.
I've seen it.
Nobody in all of these years
I've
has
literally
come forward
seen it.
as the culprit or claimed that they were the one that originally photoshopped the photo. Dozens and dozens of photos have been studied over the years to see if it is the correct photo, and to no avail. The most prevailing theory right now so far is that it was taken from a photo of an Asian woman named Mariko, as this photo was found specifically because the hairlines match, and you can see with a lot of edits how this may be the original image. However, like I said, this is not confirmed. This AI mock-up image of this woman, Mariko, was created and often makes the rounds as being the original photo, but
dude, neither of these are the ones that I saw.
Jeff the Killer
I'm so confused.
Tries to spread the word that this is not the image. Someone made an AI image of how this woman may have looked in the original photo, but this is not a real photo. Anyway, Mudahar,
did I mandala affect myself?
Put a $10,000 bounty out on the original
I'm so confused.
photo. Anyone who finds the actual original unedited photo and proves that that is in fact the photo, he says that he'll give them $10,000. Given that there's 8,000 members on this Reddit community, and
I
YouTubers
swear.
like Fear and many others have gone down the rabbit hole trying to figure this out, I have no doubt that this will be solved one day. But I understand why this is bugging everybody, because it's just so weird that somebody obviously, if I were to speculate, somebody obviously read the creepypasta, thought it was such a great story, they went online, found a photo, and then edited the photo to look like the Jeff the Killer described in the story, posted it online, it became an infamous photo, everybody uses it when referring to Jeff the Killer, and then that person just they either never saw that it was an internet mystery, because if they saw it, maybe they would be like, oh yeah, that was me, my bad, sorry, I've been offline for a few years, here's the photo, you guys, no worries. Or they have seen, and for some reason they don't want to come forward. Maybe they just like the chaos, maybe they like that they've driven everyone mad, I don't know. But it's just so bizarre that nobody will come forward and take credit for this and actually be the one who did it. It's just so odd, and I'm so excited for this to be solved.
I didn't do a timer for this one, but we're at 4404 right now.
Laughing Horses Orifice Headquarters, you'll often see this one abbreviated to LHOH.
I probably should have done the timer for this one, to be fair.
It's boring to me too. I'm so sorry. I don't like the weird websites very much.
Hey, Bubba.
I just think they're boring.
You're making my legs fall asleep. I'm gonna put you down.
Mathy or Cody puzzles, as I've said 10,000 times. But it's just a weird website full of conspiracy themes, anti-government, anti-politician messages, strange voices,
Oh, yes, I can sit
cult connections. People often
I can
refer
sit
to it as just
normally,
an
I say, with
energy.
both
I've
my
shown a
legs
couple
up.
stills of the website, but just FYI, if you want to go to the website
Okay.
yourself, don't go if you're photosensitive or if you have epilepsy or anything like that, because there's
Let's make like a little
crazy
window.
flashing lights all over the website, and it's like lots of jumps. You don't know what you're not jump
Oh my God.
scares, but you don't know what you're gonna get as you navigate the website. So just please be very careful if you have some sort of medical condition that can affect you with flashing lights and stuff. So also FYI, the website is very much not safe for work. Ruth Price is next. This one has actually since been solved. It wasn't solved until 2022 though, so I can understand why it says unsolved on this iceberg. So this is referring to the Ruth Price 911 call. It is, as described by the title, a elderly woman named Ruth Price who calls 911, or it seems like a 911 call, and she's calling to report a suspicious person in her neighborhood. This person had apparently knocked on her door, and she answered it, and she got a weird vibe and called the police department. She's on the phone with the dispatcher when suddenly she gets just the most blood-curdling scream, and it sounds like a fight and a scuffle breaks out, and everybody believes that somebody killed her during this phone call, and it was documented on the phone call. Now, I'm not going to play the full 911 call because I want this video to be monetized really badly because it's so long and I'm working so hard on it. I'll just play you some of the beginning of the call, but I'm not going to play you the blood-curdling scream part just because YouTube usually doesn't like 911 calls. I don't know why. They don't like them. I'll make sure to put a link to the full call in the description if you want to hear the whole thing, but just FYI, it's kind of a jump scare. It's really, really distressing. So here's part of the 911 call, the not disturbing part.
This is Ruth Price at 3877. What's the problem, ma'am? Oh, there's some guy been checking the place out. Well, he went up and out. I have an apartment in the back, and he said he was looking for a guy. He comes to my door. And said he's looking for an apartment. So I live alone, and I'm an old lady. Where is he now, ma'am? I don't have no idea.
Rumors went around that this was Ruth's final moments caught on a phone call. However, then another rumor came out that saying that this entire phone call was actually completely fake. Ruth and the dispatcher were actually actors on the phone, and they were doing this recorded phone call for a training for dispatchers. Turns out both of these answers were partially correct. In 2022, a Reddit user was able to track down a newspaper article from that date and was able to track down the newspaper article about Ruth Price.
Interesting.
It was her name, it was that address, and it was the dates all lined up. So as it turned out, the article reported that thankfully Ruth was in fact attacked on the phone. That was real. Her scream is real. However, she was not killed. She survived the attack, and I don't even think she was severely injured, thankfully. Apparently, this guy had come up behind her and tried to start to strangle her, but she was able to grab him and fight him off, and the attacker ran away. Now, the phone call was actually taken in 1980, and Ruth Price was in the San Diego area where they didn't have 911, the emergency 911 call number, until a couple years later, I believe 1982, but it wasn't 1980, it was a couple years later. So this wasn't really a 911 call, Ruth was just calling the police department to report
they didn't have 911.
Ruth ended up living another 14 years. She was already elderly, and she didn't pass away until 1994. And
I am a Sims pro, yes.
Was actually used for training dispatchers. Not because Ruth died, but it was actually because, as you heard on the portion of the call that I gave you, the dispatcher doesn't allow Ruth to get out the full address before she cuts her off and starts asking her other questions. And the training call was to train dispatchers to never do that, to always get the full address. So it was just very interesting. I'm just so glad, though, that this mystery turned out happy, in the sense that, while I'm sure it was very traumatizing, Ruth, the badass old lady, was totally fine after this, and she went on to live a good life for 14
me a good
more
shelf.
years. 4chan alien pictures next. This one is also solved.
4chan alien picture.
These are the kinds of mysteries I like. The 4chan alien picture refers to an event on 4chan back in 2014. An anonymous user posted a very high-resolution, clear photo of an alleged alien, and it looked like the background, it looked like the alien was in Arizona, and this anonymous user posted this photo on 4chan back in 2014. They posted it with the exact coordinates of where this alien was. Within minutes of this alien photo being posted, all of 4chan gets shut down. And then when 4chan was back up,
What?
the post, the thread, the photo, they were nowhere to be found. They were completely gone from the internet.
What?
So, of course, everybody immediately assumes that it must have been a real photo of an alien, and 4chan shut it down very quickly after it was posted because they didn't want that photo to be spread because it was a real photo. A few people did thankfully save the photo, but it was a little distorted. This whole thing was very quickly discovered to be a hoax. The photo itself was a hoax anyway. This was a Photoshop picture of the alien from the X-Files movie. The original background,
Why did
the
it
Arizona background, was
get
also
shut down,
quickly
though?
found its original source. 4chan being shut down at that moment was pure coincidence, and it is most likely that the post got deleted because it either never happened
that's
to
good enough.
begin with and people made up the whole thing about it being posted right before, or if it really did
Make a
happen,
little back
then it
office
simply
for all the
because it was posted
workers.
so soon before it got shut down that it was just automatically not
Is there like an
saved
employees
in
only
the
door?
backlog. Paris Catacombs found footage is next. This was an alleged real found footage tape that people found after a man went into the Paris Catacombs, the illegal part of the Paris Catacombs, and was videotaping his excursion back in the 1990s, and this man had supposedly gone missing after taking this video. As you saw, the video clip is footage of him just walking around, but then his breathing gets faster and faster, and he seems like he's scared of something. He then drops the camera and runs away, never to be seen again, and
Weird.
like I said, he or his body has never been
Maybe
recovered.
not.
People called
Is there like an
cataphiles,
actually-
which are people that are just obsessed with the Paris Catacombs and go under to explore it a lot of the times in the illegal
Why would you do
portions. They were around that area
Nightmare.
and found this video in the catacombs and eventually handed it over to a filmmaker named Francis Freeland. Francis Freeland used the video on his Scariest Places on Earth series that was on ABC Family. If you're not familiar with the Paris Catacombs, it is over 200 miles long. It's estimated to be around 200
Do that
miles,
one.
and it
That's
is under
better.
the streets of Paris. There's like millions of people's remains down there. Even though the catacombs is over 200 miles long, only a very, very small portion of it is open to the public for tours, for guided tours, I believe. I don't think you can even just go down there by yourself.
We'll put some
So
carpet
this
in the
man
back
who
here.
entered a non-public area, an area of the catacombs that is illegal to explore. It's not exactly a stretch. It's not exactly bizarre or shocking that he would get lost in the 200 miles of the catacombs, spooked, drop the camera, and then eventually can't find his way out and die from hypothermia
Yeah,
or
I mean, that's not that
dehydration.
surprising, honestly.
That part itself is believable, but the found footage part and the validity of this particular story, a lot of us have doubts, myself included. First and foremost, why wasn't this video handed over to the police? If this was
Good
connected
question.
to a missing persons case, the first place that it should have gone was the police. Those cataphiles could, even if they didn't give it to the police because they didn't want to get in trouble for being in the illegal spots, if they gave it to the filmmaker should have given it to the police to investigate and
what
see if they
color
could connect it
floor
to a
should we do? I feel like we
missing
should do like a
persons
wood
case. And then
floor.
the story about how the filmmaker got this tape is just vague.
Ooh,
He claims
yeah.
that cataphiles just handed it over
That
to
looks
him,
nice.
but there's no specifics about it. I get wanting to be on the DL because you were doing something illegal.
Make it a fancy
but
arcade.
He doesn't specifically say how he was in contact with these people. It's just so vague. He's just like, I just ended up with it. It's just weird. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The video is also supposedly over 40 minutes long, but the only piece that has ever been made
Weird.
public is this 1 minute and 30-second clip. And then in the show, Scariest Places on Earth itself, this filmmaker and his crew go into the catacombs and they claim that they found the exact area where this man was. They found the area that he was exploring when he disappeared.
Weird.
So out of 200 miles, of legal portions of the catacombs. They
I'm gonna
found the
put bathrooms
exact
right over
place
here,
based
I
on this
think.
grainy video of where he was.
Because we need to put bathrooms somewhere in
That
this
seems like
bitch.
something that would be easier to find if you had already been there and taken this footage
Actually,
yourself.
just back
Just
here.
in my opinion, and then made up this
Just
story
this
around
area will be
it.
bathrooms.
And along with that, an entire documentary crew agreed to go into the Paris catacombs in an illegal area of the catacombs, document it, and put it on TV. That just feels really suspicious to me. That just seems odd.
Just a little bit
I don't know why
suspicious.
the authorities wouldn't have gotten involved if you were really doing all that. So I personally think it's a hoax. However, it is technically unsolved. It has not been confirmed. Calls from Charles Peck is next. This one is so bizarre. The first thing that comes up when you look this up is a Snopes article, and I got really excited because I was like, oh yay, maybe they can debunk this or shed some light on it. And nope, they're just like, big green check, yep, this one is verified as true. In September 2008, a commuter train collided with a freight train in California. The commuter train's engineer was texting. 135 people were injured and 25 people died in this tragedy. 49-year-old Charles Peck was one of the deceased, and he died on impact of the crash. Keep that in mind. For the first 11 hours after the crash, Charles's phone was calling all of his loved ones. His son, his fiance, his brother, his stepmom, his sister. 35 calls went out.
He died on impact,
11
though?
hours following the crash. Remember, his autopsy showed that he died on impact. When his loved ones picked up, nobody was there. All they heard on the other line was static. And when they tried to call Charles back, it just went to voicemail.
That's
12
so
hours after
fucking
the
weird.
accident,
What?
1 hour after the calls stopped, the first responders found Charles's body in the wreckage. His cell phone was never recovered. They did not, reportedly, they did not find his cell phone on him. His family was, of course, devastated, thinking that if he was calling them for hours and hours after the accident, he was alive somewhere in there, but he was just stuck somewhere. So it was really, really devastating to find out that he had passed away at the impact of the crash. But, of course, his phone making all these calls to his loved ones without anybody being there made a lot of people believe
That's so
that
weird.
Charles's ghost was calling all of his loved ones. There are some possible explanations for this, though, which I'll go over now. Some people did suggest that maybe he was butt dialing, like maybe his phone was in his back pocket and the way his body was positioned.
Maybe, but he'd have to be like moving, I feel like.
However, this is quickly ruled out because, as far as we know, his phone was never recovered, and so it wasn't on him. Others suggest that a passerby, maybe some teenagers or some, people that saw the crash, somebody with not so good intentions, saw the crash happen, and instead of trying to help, they went through the wreckage before first responders came and stole stuff off of people. But that doesn't make a lot of sense either, because why would somebody, after stealing the cell phone off of a dead guy, why would they walk off and then call all their family members?
Yeah, what?
Perhaps it was somebody that was in the accident with Charles, and they saw Charles had passed away, so they took his phone off of him or out of his pocket or whatever, and then started just calling numbers in his cell phone to see if they could get a hold of his family to let them know. But there's issues with that theory too. First of all, why, if you found a cell phone, wouldn't you just be calling for help? It seems like you'd be really disoriented, and at least most people were at least injured, so it just seems weird that you would try to call somebody else's family members. It's possible, but that just seems weird, and then not say anything. And then if it was somebody in the crash who did that, it seems like it's likely they would have come forward since then and been like, oh yeah, sorry, that was me, and explained themselves. Because a lot of these explanations don't make sense, that's why a lot of people believe that this was a paranormal event and that Charles was calling family members after the fact. I think there's another explanation, though, that is quite possible, and I would bet my money on this.
What do you mean, is it really a sprite?
I don't believe in ghosts calling cell phones.
What else would it be?
I just don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's very likely that Charles's phone
I'm gonna
was thrown from him. on the impact of the crash. Like, it fell off of him and it was
not
thrown
drywall.
somewhere far away from him. Charles sadly passed away immediately.
It's gonna be a
his
private
phone was
bathroom.
very damaged in the crash and started malfunctioning. He probably had all those loved ones that he called on a favorites list of some kind, and perhaps the phone was stuck on that favorites list and kept making outgoing calls. I'm not sure why it wouldn't have been recovered at the scene, but perhaps there was a lot of stuff that wasn't recovered at the scene, or perhaps it was completely destroyed after that in a fire or some other, it got lost somewhere and nobody ever found it. That just makes the most sense to me personally. And again, I'm a pretty big fan of Occam's razor. The Sakhalin Island seawolf is next. This is a strange, large carcass that was found on the shore of Sakhalin, an island in Russia. The carcass was found by Russian soldiers and for a while was regarded as proof of a cryptid specifically called a
There we
sea
go.
wolf. It has since been confirmed to be the remains of a beluga whale, not a
The
cryptid.
private
This
toilet.
one was solved. Of course, many people
And
are still going to
where's
say
the
that they're
other
just saying it's a beluga whale just to cover it up, but it looks very much like a whale carcass to me, and experts would know better than I would.
Oh my god, why are these
Strange
fucking
Sounds from
doors always so hard to
96.7
find?
FM is next. This was an incident that spanned from October 2017 to like the summer of 2018. A local radio station, 96.7 FM in Portland, Oregon, people started noticing in August 2017 that it was playing very strange sounds. Very weird
There it
beeping
is.
sounds,
So nice.
distorted sounds, static, pieces of JFK and MLK speeches, sounds from the
So
Apollo
random.
11 mission, sounds from the Sputnik transmission. Some
What?
people even heard pieces of distorted music or pieces of Lou Reed songs.
So random. There we go. Bathrooms. Okay, we can add some toilets, and now we'll be OSHA approved.
What? The engines that generate that thrust have a combined horsepower equal to 543 jet
How many can I add?
Town's water tank. Liftoff, the noise reaches 120 decibels and has been
2.
compared to 8 million.
Nexpo did a big
That should be
video on
enough.
this. This one has since been solved. I want to say Nexpo was the one that solved it. If he didn't actually solve it, he was the one that like brought to light who it was or who solved it. So it was figured out that this particular station was recently licensed by the Community Alliance of Tenants. They were a nonprofit organization that was shortened to CAT. It was very likely that because they had just gotten the license to the station, the people controlling the station were doing something in radio called stunting. This is something that radio stations sometimes do when they're switching formats or there's new people taking over the station. They play weird audio loops and weird sounds like this to
Why?
draw attention, basically as a publicity stunt. And it worked. A lot of people were
okay.
talking about it, and as I said,
That is
Nexpo
so
made a half-hour
random.
video about it that has millions of views on YouTube. So hopefully
What
it
the
works
hell?
locally too, and not just as an internet mystery. Hopefully they actually got more people to tune in once they were playing actual radio stuff later in 2018. You have 30
That's
days
so
to pay me
funny.
$5 million. This was a YouTube video that was posted in 2011 by a channel called Now I Know. We can't find the original video though because it has since been made private. The video starts with somebody making an RC car thing
Dang
that
it.
has a camera attached to it, and then we see the person, presumably a man, and he is traveling. He gets on an airplane. He appears to have traveled all the way to Egypt, specifically to the Great Pyramid of Giza. He uses his remote control card with the camera to supposedly enter the Pyramid of Giza. The video glitches and ends before we see anything else. The whole idea was that the uploader was threatening to release what they found in the pyramid through the video if
Wait.
they were not paid $5 million by the presumably the Egyptian government.
What
That
the
there was
hell?
something so terrible or something so
So random.
secretive that they uncovered in the pyramid with this camera that if they weren't paid $5 million, they were going to release the full video. Well, nothing happened, and after 30 days passed, this person released the full video. However, it was very anticlimactic. The full video was just the RC car entering a room, and we see a couple frames of just a figure maybe in front of a light or probably a window of some sort, and that's it. We don't actually see anything.
What?
And then there's text that follows it that says, I have failed to get more info on this. This footage is all I got.
Stop.
But now I know something is going on down there. And next time I'll do my best to get closer. P.S. Don't ask me about the location of that shaft. I got nothing to lose,
That
but
is
I don't
so
want to be
random.
responsible for your problems or your death. NowIknow.com. Even though this is technically unsolved, it is still safe
What?
to say that it's a hoax at the very least. Even though we don't
Literally
know who
what?
posted this or why. You can't just enter the pyramids like this with an RC car without somebody noticing. There is authorities all
So
around
random.
because it's a very touristy area. There's lines for people trying to go visit the pyramids and everything. Somebody, a
How is there
government
not a
agent
better
or
mirror
somebody
right now?
there, a tour guide there is going to stop you if you just have an RC card and try to put it in to the pyramid. And as Scare Theater points out in his video about this, they never actually show the car going into the pyramid. They show footage of the pyramids, and then it just like skips to the cars in the pyramids, and most people believe, including myself, that this is just an air vent that they put their car into, and they got that footage and then pretended like it was the pyramid. Especially because conveniently at the text they're like, oh well, I don't want to be responsible for you getting in trouble or for your death, so I'm not going to tell you where in the pyramids I was. Like, that's convenient.
Well, it doesn't
You
even make
also wouldn't
sense.
post a giant crime and a giant like blackmail scheme like this on YouTube. If you were really going to do this, you would send it to the actual government. You wouldn't just post it on YouTube. And there's way too many incriminating
It's so
things
goofy.
in the video. Too much information about you and everything in that video that they could piece together, pieces of your location and the flights you took and everything like that. Even if it was real, the authorities also would have taken down the YouTube video immediately. It is taken down
And then
now,
we've
but it
got
wasn't
this,
taken down
and then I'll
quickly.
put
We still don't know why this
some
person did this
sinks.
though. A lot of people thought it was viral marketing for maybe one of the Egyptian pyramid movies, but that was never confirmed, or viral marketing for something else for their website, but nothing ever came of it. I personally
so
think
silly.
that they probably went to Egypt already, like sometime in their life, and they just had footage of them traveling to Egypt, or maybe
Yeah,
they
probably.
got the footage from a friend traveling to Egypt, and then they took some footage of the pyramids, or they got the footage of the pyramids from somewhere else. We don't know for sure, but it would make sense if maybe they already took a trip to Egypt for a vacation or for a school thing or something and had this footage already, and so they just made the video around this and then filmed their RC car in an air vent. It wouldn't actually be that hard to fake this.
It's so silly.
Oct282011.com, presumably meaning October 28th, 2011.com. This is another weird website. I don't have too much to report on this one though, even if I was interested in strange websites, because the website's gone. From what I could see from other people's videos on the website, it was a cult recruitment page, probably not a real one, though, more like an ARG. There was other creepy text on it. The website was probably most well known for posting a phone number on the website where real users could call the number and they would get a really, really creepy sound when the person on the other end picked up. People reported weird breathing and weird moving. Some people said it was silent and then there was a loud beep, or like it sounded like somebody was moving something across the floor on the other end. However, one user on Reddit said that they tried the phone number 6 times and every single time it was the exact same audio on the other end, which means that nobody was actually picking up the number when people called. They just had this pre-recorded creepy audio that they put to play when you called the number.
I'm shocked by this.
And trying to freak people out.
How
on
dare
the
they?
internet, like so many other.
Okay, there's gotta be. I know that there's a item for like
is next. The next two actually kind of
bathroom
go together.
stuff.
You know how we have that internet iceberg
Public
that a lot
bathroom
of
stuff.
people
Where the
refer to
fuck is
that
it?
explains all the portions of the internet? Well, very briefly, you know how we have the surface web? That's the tip of the iceberg. Everything that Google, all the things that you go to on the internet is the surface web. Websites that you just click on and can click through or visit websites, articles. That's the surface
yeah,
web.
we all know.
Everything under the ice,
Everybody's
the tip of the iceberg,
aware,
everything underwater
I
is
think.
the deep web.
I
So
hope.
the deep web is not necessarily nefarious. The deep web is anything that you don't just click
The
on.
deep,
to
dark,
find.
spooky,
So your bank,
spooky
if
web.
you log into your bank, that very, very secure private information that you click in to get into your bank
It's
account,
so
that online,
spooky
that is
and
considered
scary.
the deep anything like that. So
Scary
anything that
deep
you log
web.
into or find that's not just public surface web is the deep web. And then the bottom of the deep web, though, where you need to use Tor or other
Spooky
browsers,
Tor
other
browser.
extensions to
Oh,
get
no.
into, that's the dark web. So the dark web and the deep web are not the same thing, but the dark web is part of the deep web. The dark web is what we think
Where the
of
fuck?
when people go to do illegal things. So that's where the dark web, you log into Tor
This is
to get to
pissing
the
me
dark
off.
web, and certain people that are looking for
Where
particular
are they?
things are going to go on there to find black market items, drugs, weapons, illegal stuff that you're not supposed to buy. And then, of course, if you're not buying or trading stuff, there's a lot of violent material on the dark web. I think that's where people a lot of the time go to try to hire hitmen, except a lot of the time the hitmen are scammers. Like, they're not actually going to go kill anybody. They just ask you to send them a bunch of money or half
So
of the
funny,
money,
actually.
and then they'll carry it out, and then you send them a bunch of money in Bitcoin, and then they never do anything because they're not actually going to do that and go to jail. They're just scamming, you know? But that's where, like, all those nefarious
so funny.
crime stuff happens. And then, of course, it's very notorious for having a lot of CP hidden in the depths of the dark web. But supposedly, under the dark web, deeper than the dark web, deeper than the entire iceberg,
Where the
water, that
fuck?
freezing water under the entire iceberg, miles down.
Also, is there no urinals or like what's up?
The story goes that not anyone can just access
I didn't see
Mariana's
any.
web. You need like a quantum computer, and you need to go through lots of steps and lots of puzzles and lots of verifications to actually get into Mariana's web. Some people speculate that Mariana's web is not just more dark web stuff, but that it is actually all the things the government doesn't want us to know. The Area 51 of the internet, if you will. It's like all the proof of aliens and cryptids that the conspiracy theory of the Men in Black come and erase your memory for. And all that, all the proof of that is in Mariana's
Don't think
web.
about the fact that
However,
this
it's
is
been
just a
revealed that
towel
this
in a
entire
public
thing
bathroom.
is bullshit, and it was completely made up.
God damn
It's
it.
pretty much just a creepypasta.
Woo,
It seemed to
bathrooms, let's
originate
go.
in the iceberg chart that someone made in 2011 explaining the depths of the internet. On there, if you notice before the Mariana's web layer, it says polymetric falsigal derivation, which is required to enter past the Mariana's web layer. And that, by the way, is just weird science jargon words put together. It's complete nonsense, according to everyone, but especially according to actual physicists and
Yes.
stuff. That's just, somebody made that up completely. This was seriously just something made up by a troll. As far as we are aware, Mariana's web does not exist. Okay, the last one for tier 4 and the last topic for today is red rooms. A lot of you have probably heard of this one as
Lol.
well. This is a very creepy concept. Red rooms are another dark web thing that are rumored to exist, again, only on the dark web, only when you access the dark web through Tor and other weird means. Red rooms are rumored to be live streams of people in typically red rooms, and the live stream is people torturing and killing victims.
Wait, they're not
live.
literally.
Snuff films
Wait, the rooms
live,
aren't
if
literally
you will.
red. And wait, hold on.
Watching these live streams, you can pay the hosts of the live stream to do particular things to the victim.
It's called a red
so you
room
can
because
pay
there's
and request that they
blood.
do specific things to the victim, whatever that is, torture or essay or what have you. But as far as we are aware, red rooms themselves are complete myths. There's been no actual evidence or proof
yeah, no,
of
they're
them
not real.
happening live. And apparently
No,
the
this is
dark
actually
web
just for
set
me.
up in a
No,
way
this is
that
actually just
live
for me.
streaming any sort
This
of
is just for my
audio
own
would be nearly
enjoyment.
impossible, if not
Not for
completely
kitty.
impossible to do.
Our
And if
enjoyment
that's
is for me.
impossible, interacting with the viewers would be even more impossible. So that's not to say that terrible things don't happen on the dark web, or that there's not footage of awful, awful things on the dark web. You can find that
They're
on the
not
surface
real
web
in the
too,
sense
though. But these interactive
that people
rooms
think they're
of
real.
people live streaming this
It's
stuff
more
is,
like
as far as we know,
private
myth.
chat
There's
rooms.
never been any evidence of anyone actually seeing these or interacting with these.
Like
It
on
was
Telegram
likely
and
that
stuff.
This was inspired
If not
by
on the deep web.
movie Red Rooms, which was a Japanese horror movie from 1999. In the movie, 4 contestants compete in a reality
Like,
TV show, and they
The nth
are
room stuff
torturing
is a really
each
good
other
example
for
of like
reality
the
TV
closest
show
thing to it
for
actually
a
existing.
money. prize, and I believe the whole point is that
But-
nobody stops until the last, like, it's a Hunger Games thing, like the last one alive wins.
It's not.
So it's likely
They
that
don't
it's
exist
just kind of a copy pasta thing that sprouted out of that
in the way
when people
the
thought of the dark web and like, oh,
colloquial
this is happening
definition
on the dark
thinks
web,
of
or
it.
like, oh, that movie seems like something that would happen on the dark web, and so I think the rumor just sprouted out from there. All right, guys, that is tier 3 and 4. We're gonna do tier 5 and 6 next time for part 3, so stick around.
Oh.
Watch out for that video in the next coming weeks, and that's gonna be it for this video. Please like the
All right. Let's do part 3. Might as well, because it'll be even deeper ones. Don't worry, I will link you. Also, I should eat something. What should I eat? As a snack. What should my snack be? I'll put a timer up for this one. How about that? I mean, probably not 6 hours, but like at least for another hour or so. Okay. Dude, I wish I had pie. Ugh. I wish I had pie so bad. I do have more potatoes. This is true. I don't have any dino nuggies. Dude, all of the dino nuggies keep getting recalled. It's some bullshit. It's such bullshit. Anyway, let me get the timer up. Okay. Let's go. Everyone get it up. You ate all the pie without offering many? How could you? How could you do this? For shame. For shame. Alright, let's start it. 3, 2, 1, play.
What we're thinking of as aliens are
Oh.
they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters.
Hey, channel, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another Internet Mysteries Iceberg videos as we continue
like, is that still
this
supposed to be
giant
playing?
Iceberg series. In today's video, I'm super excited because I actually discovered some internet mysteries that I've never heard
Alright,
of
I'm gonna make a
before,
little
and I'm excited as
office-
this iceberg gets
office
deeper,
setup.
There's more and more that I have never heard of before, and those are my favorite. I'm so sick of hearing about Circada 3301 and, you know, like Polybius. Now, first I have to start with a huge apology. This video is only going to be one tier. We're only going to do tier 5 today, and I really, really apologize. I'm not going to make a habit out of this. I do try to make all iceberg videos have at least 2 tiers each part so that it's a nice long video and there's a lot of stuff to go through. And that was my original plan. We were going to do 5 and 6 today. However, unfortunately, my schedule just got really messed up. I'm going to be really honest. I'm a little bit behind on the YouTube stuff right now. As my patrons, they haven't heard from me in a hot minute. And patrons, if you're
Should
watching
be a
this,
mini fridge.
I promise, I will update you on a bunch of stuff soon. But I'm a little bit
I'll
behind.
put a mini fridge right here.
So sorry. This is only going to be tier 5 today. I will try to make the next video. If the next video is not at least 2 tiers, it might just be the rest of the iceberg, and it might be one mega long video. So I'm so sorry. I do apologize. Like I said, not going to make a habit out of it because I know that you guys like longer videos, especially when it comes to icebergs and stuff. So we're going to get right into it. The first one for today is going to be found on the tape.
Sure, the little employee
this video
section.
is supported by a sponsor, thankfully, so
There
we're
we
going to
go.
roll that, but I'll be right back with you and we'll get into it. So you guys know that all
I'm
we
not
talk about
skipping
is
ahead 'cause I don't
scary
wanna fuck up
and
the
creepy
timer.
things on this channel, and I love that for us. Scary and creepy things, my favorite thing to talk about, obviously, or I wouldn't be doing this. But as I'm sure most of you can relate, you cannot spend all of your time on creepy stuff because your brain will just get sad after
Let's
a
give
while.
them a sync
It's
back
too much,
here.
too much dark stuff. You guys already know that I love
So excited.
mobile games. I love a good mobile game. It is how I relax, it's how I unwind at the end of the day, and how I give my brain a break from all the
A little
spooky stuff.
dishwasher,
So
definitely.
today I'm going to share a game with
Tiny
you
dishwasher.
that has really been allowing me to unwind
And then
and
we're
get
gonna
my
give them a
mind
coffee
off the dark stuff for as
situation.
long as I want, and that game is Screwjam.
Which one? This one, I
Screwjam
think,
is the sponsor
probably.
of today's video.
Yeah,
And
we'll
let
do
me
this
say,
one.
I am so happy 'cause I've been
Perfect.
playing
We
this
have
game
coffee
quite a
machine,
bit lately.
all this
Screwjam is a
good stuff.
challenging puzzle game where you
Woo.
remove and match
Okay, oh, they need a
screws in
microwave.
order
They
to
definitely need a
progress through the
microwave.
levels. So, like I touched on, the game is super fun, it's relaxing, but at the same time,
Yes,
it's not
perfect.
too easy either. It
All right,
really puts your
chairs.
problem-solving skills to the test, and it keeps the game very engaging. The
It's a
best
fun little
part
office.
about
I'd work
Screwjam,
here.
in my personal
What do you-
opinion,
what-
is
what
that you
about
can
you
play it
guys?
completely offline. You do not need Wi-Fi to play it, which honestly,
let's
I
give
feel
them
like
these
games that you
little
can play
office
offline are few and far
chairs.
between nowadays, because I really want a game that I can play while I'm waiting to get my oil changed, or if I'm
Yeah.
a passenger in a car, or a passenger on a bus, or what have you. You know, like you can
Let's
really play
go.
it anytime.
I feel like they
anywhere.
should have
They
a
also
rug
have
underneath
amazing reviews on the App Store
as
that honestly
well.
just speak for themselves. You can download Screwjam for free by clicking the link in the description right below this video.
I know
or
there's like a
scan the QR
worn
code on the
rug. Where
screen
is
right
it?
now. With my link, you'll get 3
Is it
hours
you?
of unlimited life and 100
It's
free
you.
coins. Thank you again to Screwjam for sponsoring today's video. Highly recommend that you download it now and you play it while you listen to the rest of the video. Okay, so the first one on
Alright,
tier
there we
5 that
go.
we're going
There's
over
one
today is
rug.
found on the tape. This was another ARG, but it is definitely unique to other
There.
ARGs. This was a channel on YouTube, and this channel only had
Perfect.
3 videos. Very cliche ARG. The videos were glitchy, weird, found footage looking, lots of filters.
Oh,
and,
God,
like I
no,
said,
that's so
glitchy stuff
gross.
on it to make them look
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put
However,
some cabinets
people
up there.
figured out that this wasn't just on YouTube. They found that on the
Yeah.
second video, labeled Clip 95, there was a flash of a code
Definitely some
entered in the video.
cabinets. Not-
Once players
not you,
deciphered this
actually.
code, they were led to a link where they could play a game, like
maybe,
an
actually.
actual horror game. The horror game looks very much like Sad Satan to me, but this particular game was like involved in the whole ARG story. It continued the story. So all in all, a very active ARG and very creative. The gist of the video game part was that it seemed like somebody was trying to send us a message kind of from a
Okay.
building where they were trapped with
That
something
works,
or
I think.
someone, maybe a monster, and then you'd frequently fall down all these long shafts
maybe
in
this.
said building. Very creepy. Sometimes there's like skeletons down there. As far as I'm aware, the third video on their YouTube channel also had codes in it, but nobody ever officially solved them. And the rumor around Reddit, now take this with a grain of salt, it's just a rumor, but the
You know
rumor
what?
is
I
that
don't
the
like that
creator
they look
of this
rustic. I feel like
ARG
rustic is
didn't
actually
continue
not
it
what I want
as
for
planned
this.
because people online, because they took an interest in it, they were solving all
better.
the puzzles way faster than they could produce content.
Yeah, that one's
and
better.
basically got burnt out. So that is why this is still considered a mystery to a lot of people, because we don't really know what happened to the creator, even though we speculate. Meat Sleep
Interesting.
is next. This was another YouTube channel posting
Meat Sleep?
very creepy videos. Lots of videos implying that someone was being held captive in a basement.
Oh.
Within the videos, there was references to livestock, skin. The word new skin was seen around in the videos a lot. There was shots of meat being cooked on a stove and what looked like a human hand being cooked at one point. So the overall theory was that the story was about somebody being held captive in a basement and then being cannibalized later.
Of
What's
course,
worse
yes.
is that the basement had some clues,
That
some little
makes
like
sense.
posters and stuff that had stuff of a sexual nature on it, which the
Are.
implications of that with all the other stuff in the story just make it even worse. The creepy channel, though, was, however, finally revealed to just be an art project. No surprise there. On May 17, 2016, the channel uploaded a 14-second clip of just blackness and noise, but in the
Lol.
description, they left a paste bin link leading to answers to an AMA. I couldn't find the questions, unfortunately. They were kind of wiped from Reddit, I believe, but the answers that they gave did imply that the whole thing was just an art project and that the creators just wanted to be spooky and freak people out. They went on to say they were ending the project because they wanted to work on other things, and that was it. And then on Twitter, the account behind this project, who's believed to be behind this project about 3 years ago, tweeted that the main woman who was working on this project and who did the majority of the work had passed away in real life.
Aww,
she was like the main artist behind it, and nobody knows the circumstances of her passing. Camera Heads is next. Camera Heads is a creepypasta.
Camera Heads is a very interesting creepypasta.
It's all the way back from 2009, and it's a very unique creepypasta. And I feel like the best creepypastas are when there's some real-life aspect to it, and this one was no different. There was a found footage aspect to this one.
I think I'm just gonna have to make these center slightly.
Is a supposed cryptid. They are rumored to be cryptids that have human bodies, but their head, in one way or another, is a camera. So some art depictions of them are a camera head with a literal like surveillance camera for a head, but other legends go that they simply had cameras like embedded into their eyes, and so they were like walking living security systems. The creepypasta goes that a man was walking near his house one day near a gully, and this man runs into a pile of rocks, but he stops because the pile of rocks looks weird. It looks like a struggle had taken place in that spot.
Okay, there we go.
Among the rocks was also a mini DV video cassette.
Annoying.
There was also a torn envelope that had notes inside. On the notes were 3 messages written in what looked like either charcoal or ash.
I need to put
the
something
note
up
said,
here.
I killed a camerahead. It took Trevor, and get help if I don't come back.
What?
For a long time, rumors about the creepypasta circulated mostly on 4chan, and it wasn't until 2020 where something else came out. Someone had come forward and said that they found the video that was on this mini DV video cassette. Now, I'm going to show you the clip right now.
So nothing? Mungo. Oh my god, it's Jeff the Killer.
I believe that it is also since recently been determined that no other missing posts or parts of the story are missing or lost the way many claim online. However, it's a really good example of kind of a creepypasta inception situation, like the creepypasta being lost, like nobody can find the full story of the creepypasta and all the stuff that goes with it is a creepypasta in itself.
Random.
Like the fact that it's lost is another creepypasta. Saki Sanobashi is next, and I do apologize for my pronunciation of the Japanese language. This is an urban legend that comes out of Japan, and this urban legend goes that there is a rumor that there was an anime called Saki Sanobashi, translated to Go for a Punch.
Mind you, this anime doesn't exist.
In the late 80s or early 90s. The legend goes that the anime was about a group of young girls, like minors, in a bathroom facility, like in a basement. I thought of like the first Saw movie, like that kind of vibe, but they were trapped down there, and men would come down to the basement and torture these young girls physically, psychologically, and of course, sexually. Okay, edit. Sorry for the terrible audio, but I just straight up got this part wrong. I don't know where I got this information from. I can't even find the source that I originally read that on, but that is 1000% incorrect. That is not what the anime was supposedly about. It was about, I got the first part right, it was supposedly about a group of young girls who get trapped in a bathroom and they have absolutely no way out. But the real story goes that they actually just start going crazy, basically, from being trapped down there.
Yeah.
And it all starts out with them talking, but then it slowly
That's what I had heard.
into them going mad and themselves in different ways, in very, very brutal, graphic ways. I don't know where I got this information from. I thought I caught it before I posted the video.
That's
but
funny.
I'm sorry, that is not what it was about. Okay, back to me. Apparently the anime was incredibly graphic and disturbing. That's not surprising given what I just described to you, what it was supposedly about.
Okay,
But
is
the
there
creators
any
behind
better?
the anime were never identified. Like, they stayed under wraps because it upset so many people. Apparently, there was a lot more episodes of the show
Dang
than
it.
people have ever seen, but they just were
it's
never
just ice
released. And the rumor or the legend goes that only like a couple of the episodes were leaked, and they were only leaked.
Come on, I want like a
web,
menu
so not
of
that
some
many people have
type.
actually seen them or have been able to recover these episodes. The whole legend started because somebody on 4chan described the show and claimed that they had seen an episode. In December 2019, a Reddit user made a throwaway account and came out to say that they were the creator of the rumor/legend and confirmed
How
that
is
it
there
was
no
all fake
menu?
and made up. However, OP failed to prove they were really the writer of the 4chan post and admitted that there was no way of definitively proving that they were the person. So
I'm
lot
gonna
of
put
people
like
think
a
that Reddit post is just some random person
restaurant
trolling,
section, but
and
not
that
here.
The anime might still exist somewhere on the internet. Again, I mean, I don't personally think it probably exists. I think we would be able to find an episode somewhere if it really
Perfect.
did exist.
There we
it
go.
Would be somewhere.
That's what I
Somebody
wanted.
would have leaked it. But you do have to admit that the person who posted this Reddit admission that they did it and that it was all a hoax, we can't prove that it really was. There's really no way to prove it. They admitted themselves there was no way to prove it. But I am inclined to believe that they're probably telling the truth and that this was something that someone just made up and didn't realize that it went so viral. I am
There we go.
4chan is next.
There we go. There we go.
As the title implies,
Perfect.
this was a thread on 4chan in June of 2014
Oh my God.
in the paranormal board of 4chan. The post said the following: Hey, Paranormal 4chan, I used to browse here a lot a few years back, but haven't stopped in for some time. A friend of mine recently had to send his computer into the shop because he thought he had downloaded some kind of virus. At the same time, he kept telling me about weird shit that keeps happening to him in his house. The main one is that he's been having issues with both lights and his television turning either on or off when he knows that he left them the other way before leaving the room and returning. He hasn't actually witnessed them going out, but they're always the opposite of how he left them. From what I heard, the only real thing he noticed being up with his computer is that he kept finding image and text files in his download folder that he had never knowingly downloaded. Long story short, this got me thinking, do you think it could ever be possible for some kind of paranormal entity to either fuck with your computer, or maybe even could the computer be the original source of whatever is fucking up his house? So, of course, users on this thread asked to see the photos that were supposedly downloaded onto the computer without the OP's friend actually downloading them. Now, it's a long story full of puzzles, but the photo that
it's like I have this much room to work with.
Made up this creepy image.
Let's see if I can find something.
People figured out once they put the image mostly together that there was a code in the corner that translated to "I am God." The OP claimed that they showed this almost put together puzzle to their friend, the friend that was having all the paranormal activity, and the friend freaked out. The friend asked if he could stay at OP's house for the night because he could not stay there. This friend took a quick recording before he left, and here's that clip.
No room for the bowling alley. Ping pong tables, though.
A lot of people say that they hear like a whispering or a voice in this clip, but even more notably, people got a little screen grab of something red in the video.
No, I feel like some type of
face, or was speculated to be the same face that people were putting together. The photo was eventually completed. Here's the full photo of that face, and then OP eventually disappeared. I'm just gonna say it. The odds of this not being an elaborate troll, very slim. A lot of people also believe that the puzzle, the completed face, the creepy face, is just
what are you doing right now, baby?
photoshopped photo of a man named Doug Walker from Nostalgic Critic.
Lol.
This has not been confirmed.
Why is Nostalgic Critic here?
But a lot of people who watch a lot of Nostalgic Critic seem to really believe that. Regardless, some people that were actively in this thread
dance floor
were saying that weird stuff was happening to their computers too, while they were typing this out and while they were helping with the puzzle, and that they were getting weird texts. Some others even said lights were flickering in their house.
We're in dance floors right here.
Of of course, those people could be just saying that. They could be lying, or if those things were happening, it could just be a coincidence, and therefore confirmation bias to that they're noticing more things in their environment as they're participating in this really creepy thing that's happening. So I don't have any proof, but my personal opinion on this is that that person was definitely just trolling and came up with a fun little puzzle.
There we go.
And, OP's
Perfect.
friend was probably OP. Okay, next on the list
You
is
put, like, a
something
little
called persistent trip. Datura,
divider right there.
This one refers to a random videotape that was supposedly found on a park bench in 2008, specifically in Philadelphia, and that tape was subsequently uploaded to YouTube. The video depicted a man talking about how he had been tripping after taking a drug, and he had been tripping for months at a time, nonstop. And not like he was taking drugs every day, and that's why he was tripping, but like he took it once, and for whatever reason, that trip never stopped.
What the hell?
It's March 5th, 2008. Don't seem to be coming down. It's been about 2 months.
Bruh.
I can't really go out. Been spending a lot of time in the basement.
Have we considered a doctor yet?
I think it's wearing off. I don't really know what to do to make it wear off. Just don't feel like I'm getting that center feeling, center back. I think I boiled the roots right. I
Bro, what?
did what it said in the book. I don't feel like I'm ever gonna come down.
Yeah, let's do that.
And
Okay, I guess I'm gonna move upstairs.
it's getting weird. It's definitely getting weird.
So this remains unsolved. Nobody even
That
knows
is very
what that
weird.
man
What?
took. The only clue that we have is in the video where he mentions that he, quote, boiled the roots right. So, of course, this led a lot of people
Mushrooms?
to believe that it must have been ayahuasca.
Oh,
That he
ayahuasca.
Took, AKA the DMT drink tea.
Well, that's
I just
not.
talked about this. I just made a whole video
That's
about
not at
DMT.
all.
You can go
No,
watch
that's
it.
not
It's
really the
videos
same
back.
thing. But
The problem with this is that there's never been any known case or known documented case of DMT causing someone to trip.
okay, let's get a little bench up in this
Now, if
bitch.
you take ayahuasca, if you drink it, just like most drugs, when you consume it in a different way, it can
DMT
last
doesn't
different
last
amounts of
very
times than
long.
when you drink ayahuasca. I have heard of it lasting for many hours, sometimes 8 or 12 hours. Very few cases, but sometimes a day or two, which is scary in itself, but there's been no documented cases of it never wearing off. So then others speculate that perhaps he took
Ooh, maybe
Datura.
this.
Now, if you don't know, Datura is a very, very scary drug, mostly because it's very hard to get the dosing right. I also made an entire video on it. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. I'm not manipulating the content. I've just made videos about this stuff. So I also have a Datura video if you're curious to know why it's so scary. But a lot of people argued that it couldn't have been Datura because he talks about brewing the roots, and you don't typically do that with Datura. You usually just consume a seed. However, others have
maybe
argued
this.
that you can actually boil parts,
Let's do
other
this.
parts of the datura plant in order to make it work as well. So maybe that's what this man took if this were real. So the prevailing theory on
For those
this
who
one
are
is
watching
that, I mean, it could be totally
the
fake, it could
dancing.
be fabricated, but perhaps the video itself is real and this is a man talking about tripping for months, but the part of it being found on a park bench is totally fake. They just added that to make it creepier. I personally think that a lot of people have brought this up online, that it's possible that he made this video thinking he was tripping for months because he was tripping. And so sometimes some effects of different drugs can be time distortion, and maybe, you know, when you come out of it you think you were gone for weeks even though you were only gone for a few minutes or a few hours, and so it's thought that perhaps he just filmed himself freaking out thinking that it had been months, but it hadn't. It had only been a couple hours, but the drug was messing with his perception of time.
Poor guy.
Iceman Throwaway 123 is next. This is a Reddit user. This one refers to a Reddit post made in July 2019 by Iceman Throwaway 123. I'm gonna just go ahead and read you the Reddit post because it's not too long. 12 mysterious and identical stores opened up on my street. What could be happening? I live just outside a big city in what resembles a suburban main street. Like many suburban main streets, retail business has been rough and they've
Let's
all closed
go
down.
downstairs.
After a month of nothingness, suddenly 12, yes, a dozen identical convenience stores popped up. They look the same, they aim for the same floor plan, and they sell the same products at the same prices.
So weird. What?
The names are all tiny variations of each other, like Town Name Mart or Market of Town Name. And all clearly bought their signs from the same place, as the fonts, colors, size, and shapes are identical. These stores see no business that I've ever witnessed, yet have a large staff numbers and are surviving way longer than the former stores that closed on the street. When I enter
so
one, they all
weird.
stare at me while I shop. I don't usually get nervous, but it feels like they're staring threateningly rather than intently. They only accept cash unless you pay some $50. Most of their products are Walmart brand and great value products being resold for higher prices. Most of the products are expired food products. I bought bread from one.
I feel like down here is good.
I was in a rush and it turned out that it was 2 months expired. Upon returning to show them, I found that the entire shelf
Alright, I say we put games up here. Or no, we put... Yeah, we put games on this one, and then we put the restaurant bar up at the very top.
Update 1. Stayed late at work and didn't end up going yesterday. Sorry to the swarm of people who did remind me. I'm reading through the comments to determine what to do, if anything at all. Sorry for less than an eventful update, but given how many people were saying I was gonna die, I'm just gonna point out that I'm alive and well. So, again, as we have to take all stories on the internet with a grain of salt, assuming, let's pretend that OP didn't just make this whole story up, which is possible, but if this was not made up, the most prevailing theory is that this was some sort of money laundering scheme that had popped up in this particular town. A group of people with a lot of money to launder set up a bunch of these little stores in a cheap part in a cheap town, and they were just buying random stuff and selling it, and they don't worry about the quality or the expired foods or anything like that, because that's not what the business is about. They really don't care about what they sell and what they don't sell, because the whole goal of the business is to just launder the money. Other theories I've seen was that perhaps OP was also on drugs.
What are some games we can put in here?
Giving them hallucinations or delusions. Or another theory was that it was some sort of coupon or
any games in this section? Probably
that,
not.
Like, basically people were going to buy these products at the store using food stamps or using coupons. You know, kind of like the extreme couponing thing, where they were getting a lot of bulk stuff in bulk for free or very, very cheap because of their coupons, because of the coupon scams, and then they were trying to resell that stuff. So then other people argue that this has to be fake, this has to be a made-up story, because this would be so easy to get proof of. OP literally could have just snapped a quick picture of the street with all of these businesses, and it would have proved
I was kind of thinking
that they were lying really easily. I do agree with that. However, OP seemed to be really concerned about showing where they were. Like, he or she kept saying, like, I don't want to give too many details of the town. As you can tell, they said, like, town name instead of the actual town name and stuff. They didn't want people to know anywhere where they were, so maybe they're just really paranoid, and that's why they didn't take a picture. But it also seemed really convenient that That's
there.
the reason you don't want to share any details, because that could also mean that you're just making it up and you're just using that as an excuse. Selene Delgado Lopez is next. I've also made a video on this one, but it was a very, very long time ago, so I'm going to go over this one again. Selene Delgado Lopez was an alleged missing girl from the early 2000s that would repeatedly appear on the Mexican Channel 5's missing persons broadcast that would air every night around midnight. Selene's photo first started rumors due to how uncanny the photo was. The person almost like doesn't look real. It's a very strange photo. People would go on to say that this photo was cursed because their TV would glitch every time the photo showed up. Then, of course, people looked up her full name and nobody could find any record of somebody by that name ever gone missing. So it led people to believe that maybe Channel 5 made the whole thing up and were showing like an early staged AI render of photo of a woman. The most popular theory being that this photo was created out of the Baton Rouge Slayers police sketch, that they changed that sketch to look like Selene. Then this whole thing continued in the 2010s.
How does that even look like that? It doesn't.
The Mexican Channel 5's Twitter page started posting these really, really disturbing clips in the middle of the night, like in the early hours of the morning, and then they would delete the clips a few hours later.
Weird.
The clips also caught people's attention because they would often have the name Selene in some of the imagery. Now, I personally stand by my opinion from years ago that this was just a publicity stunt by Channel 5 to get a lot of eyes on their Twitter page and get, you know, traffic to their channel, as they would trend several times when they did this kind of thing. So then this whole saga continued in 2020 when a woman by the same name, Selene Delgado Lopez, showed up as a middle-aged woman on Facebook. And when people would go to look at her profile on Facebook, it looked as if there was no add friend button, which made people believe that she was automatically somebody, some dark web magic made her everybody's friend on Facebook, and you couldn't unfriend her, and you couldn't add her as a friend because she was already your friend. However, people failed to realize at the time that this was actually just a way that her settings were on Facebook on the back end. This Selene was most likely just a completely random, unrelated person to this whole missing persons thing, and she, when her Facebook profile showed up, she was probably getting a bunch of messages from people when this whole thing on Twitter showed up, when people were looking into this mystery. She was probably getting a bunch of friend requests and messages that she didn't want, and she was probably getting annoyed. So on the back end of her Facebook page, you can turn off the add friend button so that nobody can add you as a friend. And when you have that setting turned on, at least back when this happened, when people go to your profile, that add friend button is gone, making it look like she is on your friends list. But if you actually went to your friends list, you would see that she's not there. So this was more than likely just a person with the same name. So that part is no longer a mystery. The part that's really a mystery is the Selene Delgado Lopez from the early 2000s that first aired. And was that a real photo? Was it like a hoax or a test done by the channel, so they made a like AI rendering of what looks like a girl and it's not a real person? Or perhaps maybe there was really somebody named Selene Delgado Lopez who did go missing at that time, and they did broadcast her photo, but maybe she was found so quickly. Maybe she was just a runaway and she was only gone for like 12 to 48 hours, so they never got her missing.
Have to get the gaming section
on the internet for people to find. Oh boy, the Area 51 caller. This one is interesting. This refers to someone who called into the radio station called Coast to Coast AM. The host was Art Bell, a paranormal themed radio show.
Yeah, go get daddy.
Somebody called in 1997. Art Bell at the time had a phone line specifically for Area 51 employees or former employees to call in and give us the deets. A man called into this line in September of 1997, claiming to be a former employee of Area 51, that he had just been let go a week ago, but it was for medical reasons. He wasn't fired or anything like that. But on the phone, this man is crying. He sounds really panicked. He's breathing really hard. He claims that his life is in danger for even talking about this at all. But he claims that there is an entire conspiracy / plan within Area 51 and Area 51's personnel to take out an entire giant chunk of the world's population. He then goes on to claim that what we think of as aliens from other planets are not actually from other planets, but rather they're interdimensional beings, meaning they are from another like parallel realm slash universe on the same timeline, and they just travel within the dimensions to come to Earth, and that they're not from other planets. He goes on to claim that these beings have infiltrated the military and part of Area 51, and he says that the government is
this the only
aware
game
of these interdimensional alien beings, and they are well aware of it, and they could be moving us all to safer locations in preparation for this.
I'm gonna put some TVs on the wall.
He claims that the government doesn't want us to know about these beings because the government wants a giant chunk of the population to be taken out so that there would be fewer people, so that we would therefore be easier to control. But the call soon cuts out, and even Art loses his entire broadcast for 20 minutes. So
miscellaneous, maybe?
On my Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee. I was let go on a medical discharge.
Is he running?
And
photo booth, nice.
I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start.
I'll put this upstairs.
They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Maybe this photo booth is better. I think this one fits better, actually.
As aliens are, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them, and there's a lot
I believe that this guy thinks this is happening.
in this world that they could begin moving the population to now are.
Okay, we'll do one of these guys.
They are not. They want the major population
Then we'll do this, baby.
wiped out. So that
Is it gonna let me do that? Shoot. I think I have to do this.
be more easily controllable.
This one can go here.
Discharge.
I started getting.
Bro.
Someone who sounded very much like
Yeah,
this
it's like a
man
late night
called in at a
call-in.
later date, claiming to be the same man, and he did admit to Art that this was all a hoax, it was made up, and he was just acting. He was faking his panic and crying. However, of course, conspiracy theorists went on to say that he was just forced to do that by some government entity. That
I'm saying that.
he made this call, and so they forced him to call back in order to take it all back and say that it was a hoax. My personal opinion is that it was 1997, and if you recall, I know not everybody in my audience is old enough to remember this, but I certainly do. The years leading up to 2000 were a fever dream. The years leading up to 2000 were weird.
Girl, I'm not old enough for that.
I would say about 5 years and up to the year 2000, so many people thought the world was going to end. So many people thought that the turn of the century was going to be this huge big deal, and that scary things were going to happen, that God was going to take us all, and that I think a lot of stuff like this was thriving around that time and making it very believable for people. And I think that this person
God was going to take us all.
building off of that, knowing that people think like, oh well, they're probably planning that for the year 2000. The biggest evidence I have to support this is that it's been 27 years and nothing has happened. Emails from Jack Froze is next. In June 2011, a man named Jack Froze died of a heart arrhythmia.
Alright, upstairs we're gonna do the karaoke and then the bar and all that stuff.
Tim Hart, his like best friend,
Alright.
email from Jack. The subject, I'm wanted.
Decent arcade so far.
Said, did you hear me? I'm at your house. clean your fucking attic. Tim claimed that the two of them were actually up in Tim's attic right before Jack passed away, and that the two were talking about what Tim was going to do with the attic. Then, in the same month, a few days later, Jack's cousin, Jimmy McGraw, also received an email from Jack. This email said, "Hey Jim, how you doing? I knew you were gonna break your ankle. Tried to warn you. Gotta be careful. Tell Rock for me. Great song, huh? You're welcome." Couldn't get through to him. His email didn't work. Jimmy had, in fact, broken his ankle just a week before receiving this email. But remember, that would have been months after Jack passed away. Now, that kind of crosses out the theory that his account was simply hacked. If his account was hacked by a random person, how would they have known that Jimmy broke his ankle or that Tim and Jack were talking about Tim's attic just before he had passed away? Now, of course, we could run with the theory that Jack's ghost or Jack from beyond the grave really was writing these emails to his loved ones. I don't personally buy that. I don't personally think that this was paranormal, and that's because, like, why would, if you had that opportunity, why wouldn't you email more of your loved ones? Why not your mother or whoever? Why is that here to you? Or why not somebody else really, really close to you? And why wouldn't you make your last words more meaningful? Like, why wouldn't you write out, you know, like how much they mean to you and stuff like that? Like, even if you had a short message, like, say I love you or anything like that, or like I'm doing good or anything like that, like, just seems kind of odd to me. So my personal opinion is that either Jimmy and Tim orchestrated this whole thing themselves and they actually wrote these emails to themselves, or even more likely, I personally think that perhaps it was Jack's mother. Tim, the best friend, did actually go to Jack's mother and ask her about these emails. She was aware of them. Jack's mom responded verbatim, think what you want about it, or accept it as a gift, instead of denying it. So she doesn't say, well, it wasn't me. She went, you know, well, you could just accept it for what it is. Accept it. She was just very accepting of it. She wasn't worried about why she didn't get an email. She wasn't freaked out about it. I don't know. I just think that it would make the most sense if she had been able to get into his account and she was sending these messages to people that he hung out with a lot, just to give them some kind of closure and to give them, to freak them out like this, because it would make sense. She would probably know about the cousin breaking his ankle as well as Tim being up in the attic. Now, one of the other possibilities is that Jack wrote these emails before he passed away and scheduled them to go out later, which is possible with email, but that doesn't make any sense because he passed away pretty suddenly. He would have no way of knowing that he should write these emails. It's not like he had cancer and he knew he was going to pass away, so he scheduled them out, you know? And also, again, the ankle thing. He didn't know. He passed away when Jimmy broke his ankle. Ritual at CERN is next. This one is so ridiculous. So if you don't know, CERN is the European Organization of Nuclear Research. The reason the acronym doesn't match the title of the facility is because it's actually translated from French. The long version of the actual acronym is French. Anyway, CERN is the intergovernmental organization that runs the largest particle physics lab in the world, and is probably most known to be home of the Large Hadron Collider. In August of 2016, a video leaked online of what appeared to be people in black cloaks performing. They were in CERN performing a ritual. In this video, it even looked like they were performing a human sacrifice. A statue of Shiva, the Hindu deity, was in the middle of this entire thing. Now, I didn't know this, but apparently there's all kinds of conspiracy theories around the Large Hadron Collider. Like, some conspiracy theorists believe that the Large Hadron Collider is actually a portal to hell. The officials at CERN, the actual CERN people, came out very quickly and denounced the video, saying that it was completely fake. Of course. They said the whole video was a hoax. They did not approve of the video being made, let alone being released online. And they went on to say that the video was made by scientists who had access to the lab because they worked, you know, somewhere in the facility, and they thought it would be funny. They kind of were going off because they had heard these conspiracy theories about the facility, so they were kind of making fun of the conspiracy theorists. However, for CERN as an organization, they did not appreciate it. They didn't find it quite as funny because it just perpetuates conspiracy theorists, which I understand. I totally respect that, because those same conspiracy theorists that no matter what you tell them with logic, they're going to believe their conspiracy theory. They're just going to say that this is proof and that they just had to hide the video and say it was a hoax
Okay, there we
because
go.
it was an actual real video, and they're just always saying that it's a hoax. You know what
Can
I
I
mean?
put-
When I'm pretty sure this was just some employees just digging around and thinking they were pretty funny, which again, if it wasn't harmful, like, I would kind of think it's funny. Like, it's obviously fake. Like, now I'm going to butcher this next one. It's in Spanish. I'm so sorry. This next one is Valor por Tamaulipas. This is a Facebook page run by an unknown person or persons. It's a Facebook page that's basically dedicated to exposing the Mexican drug cartel as well as government officials that are in on it.
Well, I mean,
Tamaulipas, again, I'm so sorry for my pronunciation.
a lot of
is a
people in
state
on it,
Mexico,
to be fair.
And the page posts updates, political climate updates about the state, but they're primarily focused on the drug-related violence in the state, and they also post very, very graphic crime scene photos.
Can I just
so
put,
that's
like,
where I
a
warn you,
gate
if you want to go look
on
at
its
this page
own?
yourself, you can, but just FYI, if you don't want to see gore, don't, because the further
Oop,
you scroll
not that
down,
big.
there are very, very, very
Need a little
graphic
tiny
photos
gate.
that the average person does not want to see.
Ooh,
I
perfect.
did scroll down because I was doing research for this video, and I have to say, yeah, they are not exaggerating. They're pretty violent photos. Now, this
Yeah,
whole
it's
thing
the
is a
fucking
mystery
cartel.
because, like
What
I
were
said,
you
nobody knows
expecting?
who is behind this page or who created it, and they are risking their lives literally by doing this. Mexican drug cartels have offered hefty rewards, like in the thousands and thousands, like $46,000 or something like that, to anybody who could inform them on who was behind this page, who was posting this stuff about them, or even their family members would suffice as well. I'm gonna let you fill in the blanks there for why they want to know who's behind this page. I'm sure you're smart
I mean,
enough
it's pretty
to figure
obvious.
that out. After one of these major threats,
that.
like especially after this, the cartel offering rewards for people who could find them, the person behind the
Didn't
account
like
at the time, allegedly, reportedly, guessing it's a he, his wife and children had to
I'll
move
put
up to the
another
US
something
in
right
order to
there.
stay safe. In 2014, this person made an announcement that they were retiring from running the page, and I'm assuming that this was because he probably wanted to go be with his wife and kids because they had been separated for their safety. So they had retired from running the page, but he did pass it on to other people, and there are still people running this page, and there are still more recent posts. This is wild,
Nice.
but this is one of those mysteries that I really hope stays a mystery for this person's
Yep.
sake.
For
I really
everyone's
hope that their
sake.
identity is never exposed anywhere or anytime. I hope this stays a mystery forever. I hope this is never solved, because this person would be in a world of trouble if it was. Fun Time Kids Care is
Well, they
next.
just wouldn't even be in the world anymore,
So silly.
unfortunately.
So this is a real daycare center located in Salt Lake City, Utah. There's a lot of theories surrounding the building. You might recognize it from other videos, but it's this bright green building. A lot of people
Those
just think
windows
it
are
has
so
super
weird.
creepy vibes. The window placement is weird. The windows are all like weirdly placed.
It's so
in
funny.
different
What is
sizes.
that?
The signs in the windows and the sign on the building is weird. The colors are weird. It looks like Barney the dinosaur inspired. And then the whole building kind of looks dilapidated and like a liminal space type thing.
Shoot, I need
What's more,
4 bar
people who
stools.
live in the area have claimed online that they have never seen any children there. Never anyone. No kids on the playground. No kids going in and out or being
I could do like a
picked up or
table,
dropped off.
like a bar table.
Nothing.
We'll do that.
So of course this led to a lot of theories that like this was another money laundering thing, or like some kind of crime was going on in the building and it was a front and they were using the daycare excuse as a front, but there was never kids that actually went there. It was just so that it looked like a
I
daycare.
know that there's, like, a
However,
bottle,
somebody
not
from the
you.
child care licensing of the Utah Department of Health has come forward and said that all the theories about this building are unfounded and not true, that checks and actual lengthy inspections have been done on the building, on the inside
Here.
and the outside,
That's what I
and
wanted.
no red flags have been raised, that the whole thing is up to par. The Child Care Licensing Department of the Department of Health has also stated that the reason that people don't see kids there very often is simply because they only have a few kids at a time enrolled in the daycare. Okay, but that doesn't make any
Yeah, that doesn't
sense.
make any
There's
sense.
no way that only having 2 or 3 kids, so few kids at the daycare at a time that nobody sees any of them going in and out, that doesn't make any sense, because the daycare, the business wouldn't be able to run with that many kids. And I used to work at a daycare. They will pack you with as many kids as they can
Yeah,
per teacher,
that's
like per
weird.
the laws and per what's safe, of course. But they do try to fill the classrooms. They try to keep the classrooms full because then those kids are paying tuition every month.
There we go.
I worked at a Microsoft parents daycare. It wasn't at Microsoft. It was
Okay, so we need.
I'll say it. I worked at a Bright Horizons, and so this was definitely more notorious for richer people, but only a few kids. That makes no sense. That whoever is owning the building would not be able to pay the lease or the rent on that building with only a couple kids.
Where
Maybe
the bar height
tables, or something like
tables.
that, and they're not paying rent, but still, any of the facility to keep the facility safe, to keep the water running, the electricity going, and to keep, coloring and crafts and toys and enrichment in the classrooms, none of that would be possible if they don't have enough money coming in, even if they were breaking even. So few kids that nobody sees them going in or out makes no sense to me. I am not saying that anything nefarious is going on. I'm usually one to look for other explanations before I agree with a conspiracy theory. So I'm not saying that anything really dark is going on. I'm just saying that cannot be the explanation. If it's true that nobody sees kids there, that makes no sense.
It's weird.
John.com is next. This is a website that no longer exists, but you can find it on the Wayback Machine. This was just a website that you went to, and there was random photos of random things. Here's a photo of what was on there, and each photo did have a link on it, but anytime you clicked on the photo, it would just show a picture of the photo with access code to go any further into the website, and no one has ever figured out the code because there was never enough clues.
That's so
No
weird.
one has ever figured out the code or how to go on this website at all.
Maybe
It's still a mystery to this day. Joanna Lopez is next, not to be confused with Celine Delgado Lopez. This is a different case, however weirdly similar at the same time. So in 1989, Joanna Lopez was shown on another news station as a missing person with a phone number under her picture to call. Her photo appeared for the first
This
time
one, never mind. I knew there was a longer one.
It interrupted whatever other broadcasting, and her picture showed for 20 full seconds without any movement or background noise before finally disappearing and resuming normal programming.
That's so weird.
People thought that was strange in itself, but what was even stranger was that this photo of this supposed missing person didn't show us what Joanna Lopez looked like at all. Like, it was completely unhelpful if you were trying to identify somebody out that was missing in your environment,
okay, we need
because
bar
it just, all you could
stools.
see was that she had like a white shirt and probably glasses on, but the photo was such bad quality that there was no definable features. When people tried to call the phone number under her photo, which led to the Chicago Police Department, but nobody ever picked up the line when they called. Then people started to research her name, and nobody could find her name, Joanna Lopez from Chicago, anywhere online either. Now, the internet wasn't invented until 1983, and it definitely wasn't widely used by everybody like it was today until probably, I would say, late 90s, early 2000s. I remember using it in the 90s when I was a kid. I think people later looked for her stuff online. I'm guessing it was internet sleuths who were confused about this and heard about this story later and found that there was no record of her. So again, maybe the channel was hacked, or maybe it was a test or a hoax by the channel to see what would happen. Some people thought that maybe it was just the wrong name. In February 2022, a Reddit post on the r/Joanna Lopez subreddit popped up saying that they had been in contact with a woman by the same name from Chicago who sure enough ran away in 1989, but was back home safe within a few days. And this alleged Joanna Lopez told this Redditor that the parents never called a news station about it. and that there's probably no records of her ever being a missing person because she was back within a few days. According to the rumors, the news station got an anonymous call from somebody asking to put Joanna Lopez's photo up. So it wasn't her parents, so nobody really knows why her photo aired in the first place.
That's so
Further
weird.
complicating things, Reddit did not positively identify the Joanna Lopez that
Okay, there we go. And then we just need the
supposedly
karaoke
talked
machine.
to, because they wanted to protect her identity and her photo and everything, which totally makes sense. But assuming this Redditor is not lying and really did talk to somebody, a Joanna Lopez who went missing in 1989 in Chicago, assuming that they were telling the truth, it seems like Joanna is safe, and it was simply never reported on because she was found safe quickly. The real mystery of this is, how did her photo show up on the news station in the first place if nobody really outside of her parents, I mean, a few people might have known, but if she wasn't being like documented as missing everywhere and her parents didn't call the news station, then who did? And why didn't that phone number work? What's the point of having a phone number for a tip line if nobody answers or gives you instructions on what to do? Lake City Quiet Pills, boy,
I'll just replace one of these with it.
It's impossible to summarize this in a short way for a video, but I'm gonna do my best to give you guys a really good rundown of what this is. This all started with a Reddit user in 2009. The Reddit user went by u/religion of peace. This user posted a lot.
There we go.
Claimed that they were in their late 70s and that they had fought in World War II. He eventually created his own website, his own web domain, in order for him and other people on Reddit to share photos. He was basically, my understanding is he was sick of getting censored for the stuff he was posting on Reddit, and so he made his own image sharing site. The image site, it was called LakeCityQuietPills.com, and it was originally for him to be able to freely share his photos. The photos often depicted extremely young-looking women and girls.
Got you.
Most likely, I think.
I was like, what's the problem with the photos? But
age, but they just looked way younger. But you know, it was
okay.
He was a really creepy dude, basically.
There we go.
So soon after Religion of Peace posted his website and started this whole website thing, another user came forward named 2-6.
Little cafe up here. Actually, no, I'm putting some TVs.
The person behind Religion of Peace has passed away, and that his real name was Milo.
We need some TVs up in this bitch.
They were the ones that actually helped Milo set up the domain. But after that, when people went to this website, when they tried to go to LakeCityQuietPills.com, it would just be a 404 error. But then sleuths, of course, went to this error message to the page, and they found HTML coding from the back end of this website, and they found out that people in this group were communicating on this website through HTML code.
I think we've done a good job.
Specifically, they found coding for weird job
It's a fun little
listings,
arcade.
like weird military job listings. But then other messages were also found, and it seemed to be this exclusive group of people that were talking through this website and embedded these messages in the coding so that other people wouldn't read it. So remember, this was all summer of 2009. In January 2010, a few months later, there were people in this back end, in this exclusive group in the coding, talking about throwing a quote-unquote birthday party, or more like a memorial service type thing, for Religion of Peace / Milo. The invite.
Just gonna go ahead and put this in every room.
Very strange.
So it's not
the person that sent this invite said that they had 38 rooms booked at a Marriott. And when all the guests arrive,
and now
they do not need to give their real ID to the front desk.
we bring
all they need to do is give the front desk their travel name, and that's it. Because the person sending the invite is footing
Let's go.
bill,
It looks so cool.
So these people don't need to be identified. They can stay anonymous and stay at this Marriott. The invite also went on to say, please don't spend more than $500 a piece on room service. And also not to use the phones in the room because they aren't secure. This party was to take place on January 19th, 2010 at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Well, Redditors quickly figured out that this was the exact
leaving you guys at
time
home.
that Mahmoud
All the babies stay at home.
arrived at a hotel in Dubai, where he would be quietly assassinated hours later. Mahmoud
Ooh.
El-Mabou was one of the higher-ups in
Okay.
Hamas. All the people who
Yeah, this is what it looks like in the snow.
On the security cameras at the hotel that day
And this is
were
why we did it
considered
not in the
suspects.
snow.
Of those suspects, many of them had fake passports. And then Redditors found that some of those other suspects were given credit cards, and these credit cards
Nice.
were
Cool.
administered
Okay.
/ originated from a town in Iowa. And this town was only a few minutes, about 15 minutes away from Lake City, Iowa. And if you didn't know, the term quiet pills is often
Okay.
used as a euphemism for bullets.
Now
So
we're
that
gonna
led
do
a lot of
this and
people
go to
back
lighting.
to Lake City quiet pills. Now, I don't know the answer to this one. Many people believe that this was a hoax and that the dates and time matching up were pure coincidence. I don't believe that the HTML coding could have been made after that date. I don't think, like, the person behind the whole the secret messaging on the website, like, maybe they went back and added this invitation
hello,
and
window?
made it
What's
look
going on here?
like it was January 10th, you know, that it was a few days before the party, and then they made it match up to the assassination on purpose to make it creepy because they knew people were watching these messages. But I'm not sure if that's possible or not, don't quote me on that. But assuming that that's not possible, like, it could totally just be a coincidence that this party happened to happen.
It's a
Furthermore,
bird.
we know the hotel that he was assassinated at, and as far as I'm aware, it was not a Marriott or associated with Marriott. And then those cards were found in a town over from Lake City, not actually in Lake City, Iowa. So it
weird.
seems kind of like people might be stretching a little bit to make connections. So yes, very, very,
What?
very
People
strange,
stretch
but I
things
guess
to make
we'll never
connections?
truly
No
know.
way.
Captain Coochie's Key Lime Pie. Many of you have probably heard of this one before. This one is so weird. This one just refers to the phenomenon where there's weird reviews, like thousands
On
of
key
them
lime
showing
pie,
up on various
yeah.
websites, and the reviews talk about Captain Coochie's Key Lime Pie and how it's the best pie ever. However, people found that a lot of these random reviews, even though it would talk about the pie at first, they would devolve into paragraphs and paragraphs of rantings, and then also often going into nonsensical but nonetheless inappropriate and adult content. Now, there was
weird.
actually a restaurant called Coochie's Cafe, and they did reportedly sell, like, the best key lime pie ever, but that restaurant hasn't existed for quite a while. Definitely long defunct. Of course, you think this is really dumb. This
So
is probably
weird.
just a bot running amok. However, a lot of people believe that it's not a bot, that it can't be, because the reviews are all over the internet in random places, and they're all long and specific and also very different from each other. They all vary quite a bit from each other. Plus, this has been going on for at least a decade. Camdrome
That is so fucking weird.
next.
What?
This one's also really fun. This is an ARG/horror game that showed up at PAX back in 2013. If you don't know, PAX is Comic-Con for gamers. Basically, it's a convention for people but more for, like, arcade, video, all kinds of games. At one of the booths in 2013 at PAX, a computer showed up, and the computer was covered in fake blood. And then on the computer showed this stream, this video stream of random people. It kind of looked like, it didn't actually show them getting killed most of the time, but it was implied that they were being killed, and all these random people by this
Guess that one's
creepy
broken.
person in a doll mask. Unfortunately, the video depicts too much violence, so I can't include it here. However, the full video that somebody took of this at one of the booths can be found easily on YouTube. Just mind you, it's age restricted. You'll need to be logged in to watch it. So this is kind of where the whole thing started, but then Camdrome also had a Twitter page that for years was posting very, very creepy tweets and stuff that seemed to be continuing on the story. However, sadly, the project was abandoned in 2017. A man named Edmund McMillan was the creator behind Camdrome, and he has hinted about the game maybe coming back in the future in order to give us all more answers and to just continue the lore. Alright, the last one for Tier 5 is the Happy Valley Dream Survey. Oh boy, this one is very similar to the How Have You Seen This Man thing. We talked about that earlier in this iceberg. But in Portland, Oregon in 2015, little paper posters were showing up around town, and they said the following: the Willamette Valley Dream Survey is investigating a recent spike in bizarre, unexplainable dreams. If you've been experiencing any unusual dream activity, you can help by reporting a summary. and then there was a number to call saying to leave a summary of your dream. Apparently, when you called this number, there was a female voice recording. It wasn't a live person that answered, of course, but there was a voicemail of a female voice saying to record your dream, and you could actually record your dream, but after you hung up, nothing happened after that. So not much came of it after that until 2020, where very, very similar posters were now showing up in Utah. Okay. Instead of Willamette Valley Dream Survey, it was now called the Happy Valley Dream Survey.
That's
this
so
time,
weird.
Though, when people were calling the number and leaving a recording of their strange dreams, this time though, people said that after they called, this number would be calling them back. Sometimes at weird times, like sometimes in the very middle of the night when they're sleeping.
That's so
this
weird.
Number would call their phone, and when they tried to pick up, the person, whoever called, would hang up before they could even pick up. Like it would only ring maybe once or twice, and then they would hang up before anything could happen. So very, very strange. Also unsolved. I feel like this is going to be continued, and there's going to be more answers here. Because on the Reddit, I've seen other people post little posters very similar to this in even other towns and cities.
No,
and somebody even said that there was a cicada in the corner, so I wonder if this is part of the cicada 3301 thing being continued. That, or whoever's putting up these posters, just put a cicada in the corner to freak people out, because they
I'll show you what this looks like at night afterwards.
The biggest internet mystery of all times. You know, either one. But I do think that this is more information is going to become out of this. I originally thought that, like, maybe it was just a promo for Dream Scenario, you know, that Nicolas Cage movie.
I hope that
came
this
out not a few years ago, in 2023.
looks as intense as I want it to when I'm done.
Granted, I haven't seen the movie.
Otherwise, I'll be annoyed that I spent all this time manually changing the lights colors.
Mysteriously showing up in a lot of people's dreams. And so I kind of wonder if the movie was inspired from Have You Seen This Man? Or perhaps these like movie posters were kind of a promo for this movie or something along those lines. I have no proof of that whatsoever. That's just where my mind went to, because when that movie came out, when Dream Scenario came out, I was just very taken aback by how similar the premise was to a lot of internet mysteries we've seen. Okay guys, that is going to be it for today's video.
Upgrade.
Once more, I do apologize for it only being one tier and not at least...
Woo! Thank you for the video. That was a good one. Okay, I'll find this another thing to watch in a sec. Let me fix this light. Make it purple. Can I not make either of those? Ah! So rude. And don't stop moving. Make that one purple. Make this one, there we go. This one will be blue. And then I'm gonna make these pink. Oh god, it's so tedious, but it turns out so good. No, not turn on. There's so many. Oh. Thank you, thank you. I also like the shade of blue. It's good. I feel like it works for like an arcade too, because like you low-key want it to be darker. Which I'm gonna change the main lights as well. Okay. Alright, let's see. Like half. No, not turn on. Make it like half. This. And then make it darker. I think I'll need to add some more neon lights in here, but this works for now. Okay. Vibes. Okay. I need more lights. But like this makes it so much fucking better. Okay, sorry. Let me find us another thing to listen to. Probably be the last of it. I'm probably gonna try to get off at 8 o'clock. Yeah. It'd be 5-hour stream. Okay. Let me find a 30-ish minute video. Oh, we have a Beyond Evil video. We could do some true crime. How about that? Let's do that. Okay, here. I'm gonna... Its mom doesn't know her son is actually the killer, so... You can record smells? In what way? I mean, I believe it. It would make sense. You can record a lot of other things. I guess not touch as much. Dude, why did my computer just start screaming at me? What the fuck? Like, girl, shut up. No reason for all that. You can capture them and replay them? Huh. That's a good question. I guess we'll find out. Here, I'll put the timer up again. Okay. All right, chat. Discord should be linked on here. I can think of a lot. The link is down. Are you trying to get it on mobile? Because the Discord is 18 plus, so you have to do it on desktop. Cause I don't know, Discord's annoying. Take it up with them. But no, the link should not be down unless it also is not working on desktop, or if you are verified as 18 and it's still not working, then it actually is not working, but it should be working. But okay, let's play. We'll do countdown. I'll do 3, 2, 1, and then we'll play on play. All right, 3, 2, 1, play. Sorry for the slight lag there. Okay, we need more lights. Actually, you know what?
That's a 1092, that's a body. Yeah. Let's get out. Yep. I can see enough right now. Looks like a girl's hand. Let's back out. Basically, she face down. Pants down. She's got black heels on, like boots on.
It was a volunteer search team that made the chilling discovery of a body in the Nevada desert. They were scouring the area looking for 16-year-old Gabrielle Uli, who was known as Britney to everyone. When the searchers spotted a suspicious red stain on the side of the road, it didn't take long for them to notice drag marks. That led them right to the body lying among the sagebrush, partially wrapped in a blue tarp.
Bro.
Police were determined to find out what happened to Britney. But when their investigation took them in a direction that her family and
he's a vicious killer too.
The horror of what happened to the spunky teenager took on an even more sinister tone.
And I just want to let you know that we have found the body. Can you get me some help?
Oh, her poor parents, dude. That sucks. that.
Of the victim in this case, Britney Uli. Britney Uli was an outgoing teenager and an avid cowgirl. She loved horses, ranching, and rodeos. She lived in Elko County, Nevada, a small community located about 400 miles north of Las Vegas. Britney had dreams for her future. She thought about joining the Navy to serve her country as a nurse or psychologist. She was also considering enrolling in cosmetology school to learn how to be a special effects makeup artist for the film industry. Tragically, those youthful aspirations were extinguished on March the 8th of 2020, just 3 months before Britney's 17th birthday.
Dude, that's so
That
sad.
Sunday started out uneventfully for Britney. She accompanied her father James to watch his band practice at the city of Elko, as she often did on the weekends. They covered classic heavy metal tunes, and when the practice was nearly over, Britney became bored and restless.
Oh, dude.
She called her 18-year-old friend, Bryce Dickey, to pick her up, leaving her father.
His name
with
is
the
Bryce
words,
Dickey.
"I'll be you home." She never made it there. Surveillance footage showed Britney at Angel Park getting into Bryce's truck at 3:22
Uh-oh, did Bryce fucking do it?
At 5 o'clock, James called
Bryce.
Britney's mother, Alicia, to ask if she had seen her. She hadn't.
Hey, Bob.
She wasn't answering her mom's calls either. Just a half hour later, her phone started going straight to voicemail. Like many teens, she was always tethered to her cell phone, so this was an immediate cause for concern from her parents. And as each hour ticked by, they grew increasingly frantic with worry. That night,
I have
her
heard of
father
that,
called
yes.
the police. The following day, Britney's mother, Alicia, filed a missing juvenile report with the Elko County Sheriff's Office.
I know, I always forget to actually use Discord. Oops. If you're wondering why it's dead, that's why.
Talking about coming here?
Do you know her dad lives in South Fork? We're split up.
Okay.
And her friend that had her, I talked to him. He dropped her off at the high school down here at 4 o'clock. With some
Did he
guy.
actually?
And I go, what guy? And he goes, I don't know. She just said my new friend.
My new
Tall,
friend.
white cowboy-looking guy with a green truck. And now nobody can find her. None of her friends. Her phone's not on.
Okay.
Dude, the poor mom.
I don't know where to. I don't know what to do.
Has she ever did this before?
No.
Done this before?
No. And
Okay.
even when she does go
Make
out and do dumb
these.
things, we get a call with some crazy kind of an excuse.
Turquoise.
You know, if I'm trying to get her out of trouble. Nothing. Not a friend. None of her friends are best friends. Nobody can find her.
Okay. So, yesterday, have you guys tried to call any of her friends or
Everybody.
nobody's heard from her?
No.
Okay.
Which is weird. Because she's a social media freak. You know what I mean? She's always
That's not a good sign. I mean, we know what
Does she
happened,
go to
but still.
high school?
She's actually doing homeschool.
Okay.
She's got a lot of enemies, and I'm scared.
She has a lot of enemies.
She has a lot of enemies?
She just does. That's why she's not in school.
At that age?
Everybody wants. The last time she went to a rodeo, she got jumped by 4 girls.
Oh, okay, stop. Jumping.
And I just.
Stop fucking jumping all over the place. Holy shit.
Britney's family wondered if troubles she had experienced with other teens in
what?
the past were connected to
That's
her
kind of
disappearance.
unhinged.
This video was recorded of Britney fighting 2 girls at a rodeo about a year before her disappearance.
What?
She's
Oh my
the
God,
one
stop
wearing the white
doing
shirt.
this to me. Why? I mean, she's kind of handling their asses, honestly. Like, get them.
Britney's
Like,
parents told the
2v1 and she got the...
to run
like,
or
I
stop
mean...
communicating. So her
It's kind of
failure to
embarrassing for them, huh?
respond set off alarm bells when they started calling her circle of friends, trying to track down someone who knew where she was. They
All right,
learned
there we
that
go.
She wasn't answering any of them either.
When you said that you've had some issues with your daughter just in the recent past, with her being 17 and stuff, has she ever broke curfew before or never never broke curfew.
Just mouthy, you know, like 17-year-old stuff that makes you want to just go,
Okay.
you know what I mean? But never.
Never stay out all night like this. Never not show up
Oops.
whenever you tell her to be home.
There's a light right there.
Whenever she does, she ends up just texting my dad some excuse. Like whatever she does.
So yesterday when she
I'm just gonna
left
delete
yesterday
that.
from town and said that she was going to be dad home, meaning she was going to come here, right? Do you have any idea why she would have, in the process of saying, well, I'll meet you home, and driving here, she decides to...
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what she's doing, what she was thinking. I know she thinks she's invincible, but she's not.
Bryce Dickey told the same story to everyone who asked about his last moments with Brittany. They drove around town for a while. Then Brittany asked to be dropped off in a parking lot of the Spring Creek High School so she could meet a new friend. He said when they arrived at the school around 4:30 p.m.,
Did this
he
one not
described
hit?
the friend as a white male wearing a
Oh, it did.
cowboy hat who drove a forest green pickup truck, a Ford F-150. A police officer met with Bryce at the high school to question him about the last time he saw Brittany.
Hey, Bryce. How's it going? Good. Well, I appreciate it.
I think I need some more on this wall.
So, kind of tell me, run me through it so I can understand what's going on. So, I'm going to stand in the shade over here if you don't mind.
Alright, so Sunday, around 11.
Dude, mace is illegal there?
Brittany just asked if
Wait, where do you live? If you want to share, you don't have to share. But, like, I'm curious, because where the fuck does one allow
She
mace?
said her dad was doing band practice, and then went to town.
I'm always so thankful for where I live, just because we don't have any weird rules like that, at least.
Picked her up at Angel Park.
You're pretty much good to go.
Drove around, went up towards Mountain View, and then asked what she wanted to do. But she had no idea. I said, why don't we just go drive around to Spring Creek since we got more room over there? So we went back over the hill, just started chatting, talked about her.
Yeah, he's guilty. What the fuck?
How school was going for me. Kept driving around, and then we were over in the horse palace section, and my dad called me asking if I.
He's not even acting like he's upset his friend is missing.
Asked her if she wanted me to just drop her back off at Angel Park, and she said that she wanted me to drop her off at the high school to meet her new friend, and said her dad was going to pick her up later. So then came over here, pulled in right over there, gave her a hug and stuff, and then she got out. I pulled out and then started heading that way, and the F-150 was over there, but I didn't know that was where she was going at that time. And then got about right towards where it opens up, and then looked back, and they were both standing outside the truck. And then I got to the turnout right over there by the middle school.
Alright, we got
and
that.
Then the F-150 was in motion.
Here.
So you just drove around, you didn't stop anywhere?
No, we didn't stop at all. We literally just kept doing circles, drove around towards the sports complex, looked back around to the housing section, to the horse palace section.
Weird.
I just think it's kind of odd. I think you know more than what you're telling me.
Being honest, I mean,
Yeah, like, none of that story makes...
what we do most of the time is literally just drive around Spring Creek for hours.
I'm thinking you know.
Right, so where did she disappear to? Because... What do you mean?
I've been doing this for a long time, and I usually can smell somebody that's leaving out something. So what are you leaving out?
It's not all lights.
There's nothing that I'm leaving.
Right now is the time
Did
to
I do
lay
this
all the
one
cards
already?
down.
I know, because this is a serious, extremely serious thing.
If I come back and I find out that you're withholding information and being deceptive to me,
then that's
this guy.
charges and stuff start coming.
yeah. So
I did that one already.
help your friend out.
I'm giving you everything.
You're not, though.
She seemed perfectly normal.
That doesn't make
Bryce
any
Dickey
fucking
was
sense,
one of
dude.
the last of Britney's friends to see her alive, her family and friends didn't suspect him. Britney and Bryce had known each other since middle school and had hung out many times over the years. They were such close friends that they called each other Big Brother and Lil Sis.
That's so
Britney's
fucked
mother
up.
said that she trusted him implicitly. She felt comfortable when her daughter
That's
was
so
going
fucked.
somewhere accompanied by Bryce because he always took such good care of her. It was inconceivable
Bro.
that he would do anything to harm her. But Bryce didn't hesitate to let police know that there were other people in the area who didn't like Britney.
We have a friend group here of around like 30, 40 people, and even more than that know Britney. Britney's really known all around Springfield.
Why's that?
Why would you say that?
Well, like, in the last, between like 3 years ago and like a year and a half ago, she didn't have a name for herself because a lot of people around here didn't like Britney.
Okay.
In that period, she got in a lot of fights.
Okay.
But, and then she talks to a lot of people.
He's literally just...
Why did she go from unliked to liked? What's she doing to change that? Because usually it takes something dramatic.
The UK?
Honestly, a lot of people still
Mace is illegal in the UK?
There's like a very few amount of people that like.
Okay. So why would she go from that to being also liked? And what's going on? Is she into
No, it's her friend.
Basically anything I've heard is just stuff people have told me, nothing that I'm sure.
Yeah, I love
But like,
the
last year,
Babs.
she was
They're
saying
good.
a lot of people
They're good babies.
aren't very on the upside.
Okay.
But I heard that a few times from a few different people. Besides that, I really don't know.
Was anybody able to figure out who was the person that saw the green truck?
That was me.
Oh, that was you, okay.
No, I keep hitting all lights on accident.
So many conversations in us going to Utah yesterday to some early for time.
So yeah, he was the last one this year, and this year here, he reported the
All right. Let's see what it looks like at night.
Just trying to understand all that. That's what we're after doing now. Just really
I think I want to remove this light.
trying to figure out where they
Or maybe I'll just make it a more vibey light, actually.
where's wise.
I was too bad they don't have any cameras on you.
Yeah. Some places they do, some places they don't. So we all want to rely on the digital age, and it's not always there.
No, I definitely wouldn't. It's missing a lot around here.
Okay,
After
now how
Britney's
does it
parents
look?
called him looking for her, Bryce sent Britney 3 Snapchat messages. He seemed worried about her whereabouts. He wasn't the only one messaging Britney. Snapchat records
Cool.
obtained by police show many friends reached out to her. At first, they hoped her disappearance was a misunderstanding or a voluntary pause in communication.
Yeah.
Then they grew increasingly insistent, begging her to respond. They let her know that they were there to help if
I
she
want to
was
make
in
these
some
ones
kind of trouble.
also
When the plea to help find Britney hit social
just more
media
fun
that
colors.
night, it captured the attention of many residents of close-knit Elko County. Together, they launched an all-out hunt for Britney and the mystery man in the green pickup truck. Citizen sightings of vehicles matching the description Bryce gave flooded into the small
Hi,
police department.
baby.
Officers ran down every lead.
Hi, puppy
Volunteer
dog.
search parties covered the area. The Ruby Mountain Rebels 4-wheel driving club sent out 6 search units. They
Hello,
were the
doggy,
ones who
doggy.
ended up finding Britney.
Looks like a human head to me.
Alright. That'll be more interesting. Hi, doggy. Seriously, if you're doing Sims builds, don't forget to change your lighting around when you're in live mode. Buddy, I see you. You're very needy right now. I'm kind of doing stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to do a whole bunch of stuff. If that's what it is. We'll get a statement from you guys here in a second. So.
Okay, yeah, this is better.
Yeah, you got your camera? My videos.
No, not all lights.
When people are facing a crisis, particularly one as public as Britney's disappearance, it's not uncommon for shady characters to crawl out of the woodwork to prey on their fear and grief. After the search for Britney went viral, her mother began receiving ransom text messages demanding $25,000 in exchange for the return of her daughter.
What the
Detectives told her not to pay the ransom and even to not respond while they were working on figuring out who was sending the text messages. The following afternoon, volunteers searching for Britney found her body. It had been 3 days since she had disappeared. At first, police worried that she was killed because the ransom demand wasn't met. Elko County Sheriff's Office Detective Nicholas Stake had the gut-wrenching task of telling Britney's mom that a body had been found, and he was going out to investigate who it was. But in Alicia's heart, she knew it was her child lying in the desert. Detective Stake later said that her anguished cries were by far the worst sound he's ever heard in his years of working in law enforcement.
I don't even know how you would fucking tell someone that.
And I just want to let you know that we have found the body.
Make this one a different color too.
I'm gonna pass out. Can you get me some help? Can you get me some help?
Oh. Bruh. Oh, her poor mom.
Police initially described Bryce as cooperative, but their suspicions intensified as his story kept changing, and it was inconsistent with the evidence they had gathered. When they obtained surveillance footage from a local gas station, it showed Bryce's dark blue Chevy pickup truck heading out to Burner Basin, not towards the Spring Creek High School as he had claimed. Snapchat geolocation records blew big holes in Bryce's story.
Right now, let's see what it looks like. No.
Bryce and Britney were together at Burner Basin, where Britney's body was found.
Oh my god, no way. Shocker.
Until just after.
Alright, there we go. That's a vibe.
Bryce left Burner Basin at 5:25 p.m.
Let's go.
to head home and arrived a half an hour later. Her phone was later found by police 4/10 of a mile from the body. It was damaged, perhaps smashed with an object.
It looks so good.
From a vehicle.
Alright.
The police team gathering
Let's just
evidence
have.
found a ring of keys with a lanyard
Let's just
bearing
play in
Britney's name
it.
near the feet of the body.
Oh, what?
In a sagebrush not far from where she lay were a set of earbuds and a used condom. An empty wrapper was found at the roadside near the red stain on the ground that was consistent with a pool of blood. It was the DNA that
What do I think about AI? Don't be lazy.
Britney's DNA was on the outside.
I think it is.
Bryce's was on the inside.
It's pissing me the fuck off. It's ruined every website. It's ruined every search engine. It has ruined.
Saliva that matched Bryce's DNA. Britney's neck and fingernails also had DNA on them that matched up to Bryce.
Girl, you're just gonna go chat with?
Was executed on Bryce's home, where investigators recovered a pair of boots and a
I like how everyone's just on the computers.
Stains on them. Inside one of the boots was a knife. The regional medical examiner's office determined that the cause of
Get a
Britney's
drink.
death was strangulation, likely with some kind of ligature, and a single stab wound to the neck that severed the carotid artery. A week after Britney's body was found, detectives interrogated Bryce again, this time at the police station. They began the interview with a soft approach to lull him into thinking they
do have
into his
personalities.
story. First, they had him describe in painstaking detail the green truck
Quite a
he had
lot.
identified as belonging to Britney's new friend, the mysterious cowboy.
Partially
They
hiding
showed
behind
him
me, but
photo after photo of green trucks so he could pick out the one
like
that most resembled it. Then they had him draw out the routes that he drove around town with Britney.
there's a few that are total assholes actually. You're just you're off the clock now? Oh.
That's a lot.
Oh. Okay.
Not like a bad way or anything, but I mean, right.
Well, what was Britney's name?
Honestly, Brittany was my little sis. Like, I've known her since 7th or 8th grade. One of the closest people to me.
And yet...
I was gonna say, I didn't even start calling her... I called her little sis for about the last 2.5, 3
That makes it
years,
so
but
much
she
weirder, dude.
called me big brother since probably about the... Like right after the first year.
Okay, we have good
met her,
compatibility, apparently.
One of the closest people to me.
Let's do some
she
small
was-
talk. Let's get to
I
know.
wouldn't like her for a lot of reasons,
And,
but she was very blunt and kept to who she was, even if a lot of people didn't
Share
like that.
personal details,
That's
sure.
why a lot of people in Spring Creek didn't like her, just 'cause she was
Nice.
extremely honest. But
Alright, apparently I think he's hot,
she
so...
was always happy.
Amazing compatibility.
She
Well.
would get in a lot of like actual
Oh, it's happy
fights.
hour, nice.
A month later, she would be
You
best
learned that I'm
friends with the person
unemployed.
she
I'm
was.
so sorry. It's not my fault. I should have a job. Wait, we should give me a job. I need to have a job.
Something in this town she didn't have. But
Girl. Get a job.
she
What
was
is this?
extremely sweet.
Oh my god, I'm poor.
Pretty much always had a smile on her face. Sorry.
Wait, was I spending actual money on the lights? Hold on.
Right now, I mean, you know, you're gonna talk about
Bro. Not a woman. So, it's awkward. Let's make me... Social media? Simfluencer? Video game streamer? Style influencer? Which one should I be? Okay, social media, style influencer, simfluencer, or video game streamer? I'll make a poll.
I can't see how to go through this in an angry way.
I have yet to meet someone that's had a falling out with Brittany that hasn't been fixed. Is what I mean by that. Like, so. A lot of people
Style influencer or social media?
A lot of people still don't. That's just because of her personality. I haven't met anybody that's actually like had intentions to hurt Brittany.
Okay.
Detectives
Which
are
one,
about to
chat?
confront Bryce with the
They're
most
all similar,
incriminating piece
but...
of evidence they have. He scrambles to come up with an explanation to fit the facts that they discovered.
We located some items.
Goodbye! Thanks for hanging out.
And do you have any idea what that item might be? Okay. What if I told you that it had both yours and Brittany's DNA on it?
You ate one? Wait, what did you eat?
Do you have any idea? No. Now's the time to be truthful.
I'm being 100% truthful, sir. Yeah, are you?
And you told me before that you and Brittany had never been intimate in a sexual way. Okay, what if I said I had evidence
Bro, this guy.
that shows that that might not be accurate either?
Oh my god, called out.
I've never had sex with Brittany.
The cop's like, you're full of shit, actually, and I have proof.
I've never had sex or any intimate relationship with Brittany.
Okay. Have you ever watched TNA TV and seen comparisons?
No. I mean, I've watched kind of shows, but I haven't really paid attention to it.
So, you gave a DNA sample, right?
Yes.
Sorry. Did not mean to drop that.
Alright.
There's a condom.
So we have your DNA, and we have a condom.
That can't be.
That can't be.
I've had sex with Brittany, I
Sir.
swear. I've never had sex with Brittany.
Okay. So then explain to me.
I don't know. I'm freaking out right now because I've never
Yeah, are you
had sex
freaking out? You don't really sound like you're freaking out, I'm gonna be honest.
Explain to me how a condom has your DNA on the inside and her DNA on the outside. Because that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
And you can understand my concerns that, you know, I've been truthful with you, okay, and I know this is really stressful. Okay, I can't imagine where you're at. Alright?
That's because he is a baby
We'll get through
sphinx.
this together, okay?
He baby stinks.
Alright? And the biggest concern I have is you could see that
The fucking guy.
you have some footage
Alright.
that kind of contradicts what you said. Yes, sir. We've got a condom that was recovered.
I'm gonna end the vote in 5,
There's DNA on it
4,
with both you and Britney.
3,
Okay, and
2,
you told me that
1.
you guys have never been
Boop.
intimate.
We got video game streamer. Let's go.
That DNA could have gotten on that condom that way.
I'm aware of that.
And so you have a pattern now of
Alright, morning or night?
you were deceptive to Detective Fisher because you got scared of each other.
I feel like it should be nighttime.
And your timeline.
That's my normal schedule anyway.
The other people we've talked to,
From 9 to 11?
their stories don't match with yours.
Maybe they don't match with mine.
A 2-hour stream?
Am I allowed to ask that? No.
No, you can ask.
That's too early.
There's just some issues with the time. Okay? And things like that.
Nighttime.
The thing I'm concerned about right now is if you were in my
Stop, this is so cute. What?
and you looked at all this, what would you think?
That I
Oh my god.
Okay.
Wait, this is new.
If you were me, okay, how would you explain the condom? If you were me looking at that as a detective,
Which one?
what would you make of it?
I feel like I should choose this one.
exactly
Or this
what
one.
you guys are thinking right now.
Or this one.
Okay, because here's the thing.
Maybe this one.
If I don't know what happened, I can't help you out.
Chat, which one?
If you want to pass this point. I can't help you figure out the truth. Tell me the
I
truth.
guess I could just use. No, it's not fun enough.
We need to get through this together.
Why is that Gouda?
And I need to hear from you
It's Gouda.
what
I feel like I should do this one.
happened. Okay?
Okay. We'll do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go
Are you guys trying to get a confession from killing Britney?
I'm trying to figure out how your DNA got on a condom on the inside that has her DNA on the outside. I need to figure out what happened.
Either one of these.
Our job is to work as hard to prove innocence.
Or the dino one.
If you didn't do this, then what works in the end of the earth to prove that you didn't do this? But
How about one of these 4?
Oh,
100% honesty.
One of these 4.
Because the stuff we have indicates
Okay.
that it hasn't been there.
You see me as a strong Alex Jones girl.
There's a lot of faults in
That is fascinating.
owner.
That is truly fascinating.
Um,
I think it's also really funny that you had to ask if I've heard of Alex Jones. I feel like he's been in the news. Like, most normies even know who the fuck Alex Jones is. Like, he kind of went mainstream when he got sued for billions. Okay.
Throughout that day.
Okay, purple cat. Green cat.
So we kissed and
Dino.
I had
Or
given a blowjob, but it was through
Grim.
condom. But then
Reaper.
after I was done, she was the one who took the condom.
Oh yeah, now the story comes out? Really? That's so convenient. That's so convenient. That the story just randomly appeared in your brain after you denied ever fucking having sex with her.
His story.
AKA raping her, probably.
Claimed that he left Britney on the road, still alive, but near where her body was found to meet the cowboy. Then he said he dropped
Sir.
Britney off near a trailer park to
Be so
meet
for
a
real.
different local man who had given Britney trouble in the
Green
past.
cat winning.
After listening to his
Oh,
pack
Green
of
cat
lies and
far in the
ever-shifting
lead.
stories,
Oh,
detectives
purple cat's
finally
catching
had
up though.
enough of Bryce Dickey. They
They're
knew
both
the
cute.
evidence would tell
Purple
the
cat
truth.
does have the little hand up though, which is really cute. He's turning the frogs gay. This is true. He doesn't want you to know this, but Alex Jones is actually the one turning the frogs gay. This is how he knew about it.
By some strange frequencies.
I did not kill Britney, but I imagine being in.
Alright,
my
I'm gonna
position
end the
trying to
poll
explain
in
this.
And we're trying to figure out how she ended up dead.
3,
And
2.
But realize she disappeared on the 8th. You've been sitting on this knowledge without saying nothing to anybody.
because I've had the entire town of Spring Creek asking me if I've killed Britney.
Oh yeah? Yeah, someone was asking you that? Did they have a reason to be asking you that? Fuck off. Alright. Green cat wins. Green cat it is. Ooh, cute.
So this is the story.
Talk to a friend about side hustle. Okay. Hey, new friends. So, guess what? Here, come in. Let me talk about side hustle.
Britney's loved ones were
talk about side
disgusted that
hustle.
Bryce had the gall to join in the search party.
Yes, spread the word on the
And
side
they were
hustle.
appalled that he mourned her untimely death.
Yes,
alongside them after her body
perfect.
was found, attending a candlelight vigil and memorial balloon release.
Uh-oh, we need to reach 2 in video game skill. Uh-oh. Well, good thing we're in a good place for that. Girl, what was that walk right there?
What would you say?
Easy. I love you. That'd be the first thing I would say.
Or not the second?
I'm sorry.
Why are you uncomfortable?
Letting myself feel this.
Oh.
Even though,
Dude, why is it so loud? My computer, dude.
I'm the last one that saw her before she's dead. And I mean, her mom even told me to promise.
Let's go.
Myself, but kind of still have a lot of regrets and a lot of stuff I wish I could
Oops.
have done differently,
I didn't mean to make us sick, bestie.
so I wish I would just taken it back to KaTPurpura, but dropped plenty of friends
They should be like
off plenty of
clownfish.
different
True.
places that did not quite seem different to me.
Well, I guess on that note then, what would you say to her mom?
I wish they had crane games in this. Wonder if there's a mod for crane games.
Kind of hard to get words out because talking to her mom the last 2 times I've seen her pretty hard. But
I need some new mods for like
I told
extra
her
things to add, I think.
The release was the first time I saw her after it all happened, but I saw her and I
The background sounds like AI.
I said I was
It's
sorry and
it's
kind of both broke down.
it's interrogation footage.
Myself, stuff like that, and then
Bestie, how about you go eat something yummier? Also, why did you stop playing, by the way? Because that was, we were kind of doing something. But for sure, for sure. Let's say hi to him. He's
It
cute.
seems like you care for her quite a bit. You know,
I
just
think.
out of curiosity,
Is he? I can't tell.
Well,
Well, okay.
have you ever been?
I got that
Less
question
cute.
2 times. Brittany and I have never been intimate in any way. I mean, like, a lot of people get the wrong intentions because, I mean, do it with all my friends, but like calling females, my female friends, love and stuff like that, but that's just kind of the way
Take photos, yes.
The grammar wise, but Brittany and I have never had.
Dude, my computer right now. Shut up.
That's why my girlfriend was comfortable with her, is because she never flirted with me or.
Oh, there is. Dude, there is. Wait, have you not seen those, Jeffu? Oh my god, okay, yeah. There already is, like, weird AI, like, body cam videos on YouTube. Like, it's really obvious. You can tell, like, just by the thumbnail, though, because even the thumbnail is, like, AI generated. It's really weird. If it's less bad, they'll just reuse old body cam, but there's some that just is straight up fake. Yes. It's so weird. It's so weird.
Far too soon. That day, I had tears of
Lychee
pain
soda,
and joy.
yum.
I wish she could have seen the amount of us that came together to honor you, sis. We love you so much. Just know that you won't ever be forgotten. Prosecutors initially sought the death penalty for Bryce Dickey, but stopped pursuing
Drink.
it after consulting with Britney's family. Following a 2-week trial,
Oh, photo booth picture. Cute.
May of 2022,
I want to see it.
age of 20, he was found guilty of first-degree
Oh.
murder and sexual assault.
Sell
with
to
a deadly
publication.
weapon.
What?
The jury sentenced him to 20 years to life in prison with the possibility of
Upload to
parole.
Simstagram.
But then Elko District Judge
Oh,
Mason
cute.
Simons added 50 years to his sentence because of the deadly weapon he used when committing this crime. No one knows why Bryce took Brittany's life so violently and mercilessly that day after years of peaceful companionship. Detectives learned that months before her death, he told Brittany that he
Why are you scared?
she had rejected his advance. He continues to deny
Girl, I'm not even talking to you. Where even are you? Oh, right there. What the fuck?
Conviction, but it was rejected by the Nevada Supreme Court in May.
What is going on?
He is serving
What is up with the townies, dude?
Correctional Center. He has the possibility of parole after
You have to piss?
46 years. If you found this case compelling, don't forget
Sure,
to
yeah, we like photography.
down below and give us your take on it. And please
On the road to fame. Let's go.
to $1 million, and we'd love to have
Okay.
you along.
Let's put this back in our inventory. And then let's go piss. King.
Until next time, stay safe. It was just
Nope. Nope, not the next one. Damn. Wait, which bathroom is which? Okay, this one. Go piss. Go piss. Girl. What the hell? Oh my god. Yeah, no rare pull apparently. Yay! Thank you, Jean! Thank you. Dude, what is going on? Oh no. Not the potty walk. Not the fucking piss walk, no. Bro, no, that's so funny. Help. Yeah, now you're fine. Now you're fine. Go up your video game skill, dummy. Did he even shut the door on the... Bro, swear to God. At least this place is poppin'. This fucking guy. Okay. Now get better at video games so we can have a higher skill level and not get yelled at by our boss. Okay. Wow. Wow. I see how it is. I see how it is. You're just gonna go do that instead? Okay. Okay, that's fine. I guess I do piss with the stall door open, like, goddamn. Yay, we know so many people now. Woohoo. Dude, the fucking computer. Oh my god. Wait, I want to check something. I guess it not. I just want to see how many. Oh, there it is. No, it doesn't tell me everything. Fuck. I want to see how many followers we have. We posted a Simstagram photo. Let's check our phone. Can we check on here? It's not Social Bunny, it's just social, yeah. That will probably tell us. Let's see, can we get him to have more followers than I have? Woo! 32 followers, let's go! Popping off, chat. You know, as it be. Okay. Oh, we have a new bartender. Is that? That's Vlad. Why is Vlad here being a bartender? Why is Vlad a bartender? Vlad, why are you a bartender? And also, sir, where are you going right now? Vlad, why are you a bartender? What is happening? Ask Vlad about the ambrosia. Ask Vlad about the ambrosia. Ask Vlad. Bro. Flirt with a vampire. Oh, sorry. Vlad is a default sim that's in the games. He's a vampire. He's a vampire. He's old creepy vampire. Yeah, whatever, Vlad. You'll come over to my side. Wait, can we get smooth recovery? Where's my smooth recovery? No smooth recovery. Ugh. Dang it. We failed. Vlad hates us. Also, like, the fuck, this game. Like, why can't we have... I want that. I want that. I'm Team Jacob. Anyone who's not Team Jacob is weird, honestly. Edward is a stalker. He literally sneaks into her bedroom. Bro, like... Obviously, she doesn't actually even like Jacob. Like, there's literally no situation in which she ends up with Jacob. But, like, they're actually friends. They actually know each other and they're the same age. Like... Because, like, as much as we can do the, like, oh, you know, like, he's a vampire. He's, like, he died at that age, so he stays that age for... No, you have more life experience than every other human. Okay? Like, bro, you have hundreds of years on her. My God. Like, you know how to manipulate people to a whole other level. Not to mention you're a vampire. And on top of it, dating her is dangerous. Like, oh yeah, oh my God, yeah, she's like a teenage girl who's totally in love with a vampire. Yeah, I'm fucking sure she is. That doesn't mean that you partake in it. Like, shut that shit down. What do you mean? Ugh. Not the people reading. So... This is true. Not being old doesn't mean you inherently have more experience. However, it does inherently mean you have more life experience, as in, like, you've lived longer. Therefore, don't go after a 17-year-old. It's weird. I'm team, whoever the fuck... Shoot, I gotta look it up. Hold on. What's her name? Jessica, Anna Kendrick's character, Jessica. I'm that team, okay? I am that team. Hello, where are you? Oh, you're right there. Okay, go home. Go home, King. We've done everything I wanted to do here. Oh, it's snowing! Oh my God! That kind of makes me excited for winter, actually. Ugh. I love winter. when it's snowing. Let me clarify. I like winter when it's snowing. Yeah. No, I ship her with Anna Kendrick because that actually makes sense. Again, they're the same age. Like, cool. Yay! Alright. We're gonna end it there. Oh, I don't even know what's going on with the UI right now, so we're definitely gonna end it there because that is suspicious. I don't know why the UI is just gone. But cool. All right. Fun. We got to play some. That worked out well. That was fun. So next week I am going to be limiting myself to 3 hours. All of my October streams I'm limiting to 3 hours cuz basically starting next week I'm going to be doing 2 streams on my stream days. So after this stream on Fridays, we'll pop over to Fansly and we'll do like a late night stream. So we'll do that for the month of October. Well, most of the month of October, I'm actually not going to be doing streams the last week of October because I'll be gone on a trip, which is why I'm filming stuff earlier. But yeah, I'm not a girl. I don't know how else. I can't show you my dick on here. It's YouTube. So, like, I can't really prove it at the moment, but trust. It has a music language now? What? That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, no Halloween Day stream, unfortunately. But you're getting 2 videos that day though, so hopefully that makes up for it. I feel like just learning how to play music is the best way to learn how to read music. I'm gonna be honest. That or like singing it, because like if you're not hearing the notes, that doesn't mean anything, right? Like those notes don't mean anything if you cannot accurately tune. It has a mini keyboard. Okay. Huh. Okay. Exactly. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder how well that works, considering the AI Duolingo's using now, which honestly is part of why I haven't been as eager to use it recently, because I'm like, I don't want fucking AI. I don't just an actual human using their actual brain, please. Anyway, I am gonna go. I'm gonna try and get the Q&A edited probably. I want to be up today, but I'm probably, because I had to clean half the day, and tomorrow I'm filming Cinderella, so it's probably gonna be up on Sunday is my guess, realistically. Yeah, it's gonna be up. Yeah, Q&A will be up on Sunday. I'll post the like step bro video and stuff tomorrow, and yeah, and that'll be the last pre-Halloween video that I post. Woo! No sign outside the game center? I did put a sign out there. I did. They were not as mentally scarred. Well, I did feel really bad for the mom though. Like the mom of the girl who got killed by her friend. Dude, that... like, of course you fucking did it. But... Yay. This was fun. Thank you guys. Let's see. Thank you, Maximus! Welcome. let's see. Yeah, I will see you guys next week. What did we decide? I'm gonna be streaming at like 3 o'clock on here, I think is when we decided. Is that when we decided? Something like that. Anyway. Yeah, right, like, oh god, I feel so bad for the cops having to like give that news to people on a regular basis. Well, not like a regular basis, but you know, more than once in your lifetime is awful. So yeah, no, the next YouTube stream on this channel, not Teddy's channel, the next YouTube stream on here will be on Friday, and then the next Teddy Chan stream, so next stream period will be on Monday or Tuesday at like 1 o'clock, I think is when we decided. 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock or something like that. I don't remember. But, hello. Dude, yes, actually we should. We should watch that next week. That's a good idea. Yes, yes. 6 hours of streaming total each stream day. That's why I have to keep each stream to only 3 hours, so I can limit myself and space it out so I can actually make it through a whole day of 2 streams and editing and whatever the fuck else I have to do those days. So enjoy your last long stream for a while. Long-ish stream for a while. The next ones will be shorter because I will be busy as fuck, but yeah. Also, if I'm just like not responding to comments or messages or anything as much, it's because, I mean, like I'm already bad at that, but on top of it, I'm either filming something or streaming or editing a bunch every single day. So if you see me online a lot, yell at me to go work on stuff. I should not be just replying to things. Gotta stop. Anyway. Oh, what'd he say? Bruh. Like, I don't understand the dudes who are like so in denial, like, you can just be gay, it's okay. It's okay, bro. You don't need to convince yourself that I'm a girl for your attraction to me to be acceptable. It's okay to like boys. It's okay to like boys. It's so... I don't get it. Like, just, it's... You'll be fine, I promise. Your mom's not gonna disown you immediately upon you admitting to yourself that you like femboys, like... Yeah. Like, guess what? A lot of straight guys like femboys. So a lot of straight guys' sexuality is not actually based on your gender, it's based on your gender expression. So a lot of guys are just into feminine people, whether or not they're a guy or a girl or whatever the fuck, non-binary, anything. They just like feminine presenting people. And a lot of guys don't understand this. It's okay. It's okay to accept that you just like feminine presenting people. Hey, back off. But yeah. No, Gene! I know, Soul always trying to fucking sneak in on the foods. God damn it, put balls. Scary kitten. He goes scary kitten. He baby. He... Oh, my Gene. He baby. No. Alright, hold me to it. Then when I come back from my trip, we'll empty the spank bank. Alright. I'm gonna go, chat. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the stream. I'll see you next Friday. Keep an eye out for the Q&A and other stuff. And, yeah, I'll have content post for you tomorrow, but it'll be later in the day because I'm filming stuff tomorrow, so gonna be busy doing the Cinderella plot. I still don't know what the fuck that's gonna be exactly. Something about glass and plugs, I think. It's like, I don't know, it might not fit. I keep seeing posts of like a fucking like butt plug tail just like laying on the fucking like sidewalk or some shit, and the post just captioned, Cinderella wait. Anyways, that's the basis of the plot of the video, so yay. All right. That's on Twitter, bro. Yeah, no, I have spent time curating my timelines to be perfectly chaotic as I like, but then AI ruins it and it pisses me off, but that's beside the point. Exactly, Jean, exactly. Dude, my timeline's so weird. Dude, today I woke up and I looked on Twitter and my entire timeline was just that fucking weird comic about trans guys that are femme. Like, okay. Living rent-free, I guess. Anyway, good night. I'm leaving. Enjoy the outro. Goodbye. I'm gonna stop talking, so otherwise I'm just gonna keep talking forever. Bye. 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 Bye.